S.I. Klegg, Book 2. By John McElroy. Preface. S.I. Klegg, of the 200th IND, and Shorty, his partner, were born years ago in the brain of John McElroy, editor of the National Tribune. These sketches are the original ones published in the National Tribune, revised and enlarged somewhat by the author. How true they are to nature every veteran can abundantly testify from his own service. Really, only the name of the regiment was invented. There is no doubt that there were several men of the name of Josiah Klegg in the Union Army, and who did valiant service for the government. They had experiences akin to, if not identical with, those narrated here, and substantially every man who faithfully and bravely carried a musket in defense of the best government on earth had sometimes, if not often, experiences of which those of S.I. Klegg are a strong reminder. The Publishers. This book is respectfully dedicated to the rank and file of the grandest army ever mustered for war. S.I. Klegg. Chapter 1. Through Mud and Mire. Duty's path leads the 200th IND southward from Nashville. Shorty, said S.I. Klegg, the morning after Christmas, 1862, as the 200th IND sullenly plunged along through the mud and rain, over the roads leading southward from Nashville. They say that this is to be a sure enough battle and end the war. Your granny's nightcap they do, answered Shorty crossly, as he turned his cap around backward to stop the icy current from chasing down his backbone. How many thousand times has that been stuffed into your ears? This is the 40,000th mile we've marched to find that battle that was going to end the war. And I'll bet we'll march 40,000 more. This war ain't going to end till we've scuffed the top off all the roads in Kentucky and Tennessee, and wore out God's patience and all the sole leather in the North. I believe it's the shoemakers that's runnin' this war in the interest o' their business. The cold, soaking rain had reduced the most of the 200th IND to a mood when they would have disputed the 10 Commandments and quarreled with their mothers. There's no use being crosser'n a sawbuck if you are wet, Shorty, said S.I., walking to the side of the road and scraping off his generous-sized brogan several pounds of stiff, red mud. They say this new general with the Dutch name is a fighter from way back, and he always licks the rebels right out of their boots. I'm sure I hope it's so. I like huntin' easy, well easy anybody, and I'll walk easy fur easy the next man to find something to shoot. But I think walkin' over 2 states, backward and forward, is altogether too much huntin' for so little shootin'. Don't you? Don't worry, snapped Shorty. You'll get all the shooting you want before your 3 years are up. It'll keep. But why keep it so long? Persisted S.I. If it can be done up in 3 months, and we can get back home, why dribble it out over 3 years? That ain't the way we do work back home on the Wabash. Confound back home on the Wabash, roared Shorty. I don't hear nothin' else, day and night, but back home on the Wabash. I've been on the Wabash, and I don't want to never see the measly, muddy, Ajiri ditch agin. Why, they have the ager so bad out there that it shakes the buttons off a man's clothes, the teeth out of his head, the horns off the cows. And as for milk sickness— Shorty! Thundered S.I. Stop right there. If you wasn't my partner, I'd fight you this minute. I can join in jawin' about the officers in the government. A great deal of your slack that I can't agree with I can put up with, but you mustn't say nothin' against my home in the Wabash Valley. That I won't stand from no man. For fear that I may lose my temper, I'm goin' away from you till you're in better humor. With that, S.I. strode on ahead, feeling as cross and uncomfortable internally as he was ill at ease externally. He hated above all things to quarrel with Shorty, but the Wabash Valley, that garden spot of earth, that place where lived his parents, and sister, and Annabel, but the subject was too sore to think about. Presently an aide came galloping along the middle of the road, calling upon the men to make way for him. His horse's hoofs threw the mud in every direction, and S.I. caught a heavy spatter directly in his face. Confound them snips of aides, said he angrily, as he wiped the mud off. Put on more airs than if they was old Jen Scott himself. Always pretend to be in such a powerful hurry. Everybody must hustle out of their way. I think that fool Jess did that on purpose. The rain kept pouring down with tormenting persistence. Wherever S.I. looked were drenched, depressed-looking men, melancholy, steaming horses, sodden, gloomy fields, yellow, rushing streams, and boundless mud that thousands of passing feet were churning into the consistency of building mortar. Si had seen many rainy days since he had been in the army, but this was the first real winter rain he had been out in. Jabe Belcher, the most disagreeable man in Company Q, was just ahead of him. He stepped into a mud puddle, slipped, through the mud and water over Si, and his gun, which he flung in the effort to save himself, struck Si on the shoulder. "Clumsy lunkhead!" roared Si, as ill-tempered now as anybody. "Couldn't you see that puddle and keep out of it? You'd walk right into the Cumberland River if it was in front of you. Never saw such a bad-eyed loony in my life." "If the captain wasn't lookin'," retorted Belcher, "I'd shut up both of them dead mackerel eyes o' your'n, you backwoods yearlin'. I'll settle with you after we get into camp. Your stripes won't save you." "Never mind about my stripes, old Stringhalt. I can take them off long enough to wallop you." Si was in such a frame of mind that his usual open-eyedness was gone. The company was wading across a creek, and Si plunged in without a thought. He stepped on a smooth stone, his feet went from under him, and he sat down hard and waist-deep in much the coldest water that he ever remembered. "Oh, Greenland's icy mountains!" was all that he could think to say. The other boys yelled, "Come on to camp, Si. That's no place to sit down. Feet hurt, Si, and going to rest a little. This your day for taking a bath, Si? Thinks this is a political meetin', and he's to take the chair. Place rest. When I sit down, I prefer a log or a rail, but some men's different. See a big bass there, Si, and try to catch him by settin' down on him? Get up, Si, get up, and give your seat to some lady." Si was too angry to notice their jibes. He felt around in the icy water for his gun, and clambered out on the bank. He first poured the water out of his gun barrel and wiped the mud off. His next thought was the 3 days' rations he had drawn that morning. He opened his haversack, and poured out the water it had caught. With it went his sugar, coffee, and salt. His hardtack was a pasty mess, his meat covered with sand and dirt. He turned the haversack inside out, and swashed it out in the stream. Back came Captain McGillicuddy, with water streaming from the downturned rim of his hat, and his humor bad. He was ignorant of C's mishap. "Corporal Klegg, what are you doing back here? Why aren't you in your place? I've been looking all around for you. The company wagon stalled back somewhere. That spavin-brain teamster's at his old tricks. I want you to take 5 men off the rear of the company, go back and find that wagon, and bring it up. Be smart about it." "Captain," remonstrated Si, "I'm wetter'n a drowned rat." "Well, who in thunder ain't?" exploded the captain. "Do I look as dry as a basket of chips? Am I walking around in a Panama and linen clothes? Did you expect to keep from getting your feet wet when you came into the army? I want none of your belly aching or sore toeing. You take 5 men and bring up that wagon in a hurry. Do you hear me?" And the captain splashed off through the red mud to make somebody else still more miserable. Si picked up his wet gun from the rain-soaked sod, put it under his streaming overcoat, ordered the 5 drenched, dripping, dejected boys near him to follow, and plunged back into the creek, which had by this time risen above his knees. He was past the stage of anger now. He simply wished that he was dead and out of the whole business. A nice, dry grave on a sunny hillock in Posey County, with a good roof over it to keep out the rain, would be a welcome retreat. In gloomy silence he and his squad plodded back through the eternal mud and the steady downpour, through the miry fields, through the swirling yellow floods in the brooks and branches, in search of the laggard company wagon. 2 or 3 miles back they came upon it, stuck fast in a deep mud hole. The enraged teamster was pounding the mules over the head with the butt of his blacksnake whip, not in the expectation of getting any further effort out of them, he knew better than that, but as a relief to his overcharged heart. "Stop beatin' them mules over the head!" shouted Si, as they came up. Not that he cared a fig about the mules, but that he wanted to jump somebody. "Go to brimstone blazes, you freckle-faced Posey County refugee!" responded Groundhog, the teamster, in the same fraternal spirit. "I'm drivin' this here team." He gave the nice wing Neela, Welt, That would have knocked down anything else than a swing mule. If you don't stop beatin' them mules, by thunder, I'll make you. Makes a good word, responded Groundhog, giving the off-swing mule a wicked biff. I never see anything come out of Posey County that could make me do what I didn't want to. S.I. struck at him awkwardly. He was so hampered by his weight of soggy clothes that there was little force or direction to his blow. The soaked teamster returned the blow with equal clumsiness. The other boys came up and pulled them apart. We ain't no time for sich blame nonsense, they growled. We've got to get this here wagon up to the company, and we'll have the devil's own time doing it. Quit skylarkin' and get to work. They looked around for something with which to make prize. Every rail and stick within a quarter of a mile of the road was gone. They had been used up the previous summer, when both armies had passed over the road. There was nothing to do but plod off through mud and rain to the top of a hill in the distance, where there was a fence still standing. A half an hour later each of the 6 came back with a heavy rail on his shoulder. They pried the wagon out and got it started, only to sink again in another quagmire a few hundred yards further on. S.I. and the boys went back to get their rails, but found that they had been carried off by another squad that had a wagon in trouble. There was nothing to do but to make another toilsome journey to the fence for more rails. After helping the wagon out, they concluded it would be wiser to carry their rails with them a little way to see if they would be needed again. There were many times that afternoon. As darkness came on, S.I., who had the crowning virtue of hopefulness when he fully recognized the unutterable badness of things, tried to cheer the other boys up with assertions that they would soon get into camp, where they would find bright, warm fires with which to dry their clothes, and plenty of hot coffee to thaw them out inside. The quick-coming darkness added enormously to the misery of their work. For hours they struggled along the bottomless road, in the midst of a ruck of played-out mules and unutterably tired, disgusted men, laboring as they were to get wagons ahead. Finally they came up to their brigade, which had turned off the road and gone into line of battle in an old cotton field, where the mud was deeper, if possible, than in the road. "Where's the 200th IND?" called out S.I. "Here, S.I." Shorty's voice answered. "Where's the fires, Shorty?" asked S.I., with sinking heart. "Ain't allowed none," answered his partner gloomily. "There's a rebel battery on that hill there, and they shoot every time a match is lighted. What V you got there, a rail? By George, that's lucky! We'll have something to keep us out of the mud." They laid down the rail and sat upon it. "Shorty," said S.I., as he tried to arrange his aching bones to some comfort on the rail, "I got mad at you for cussin' the Wabash this morning. I ain't a fluid talker such as you are, and I can't find words to say what I think. But I jest wished you would begin right here and cuss everybody from Abe Lincoln down to Corporal S.I. Klegg, and everything from the Wabash in Indiana down to the Cumberland in Tennessee. I'd like to listen to you." Chapter 2. Second Day's March. The long column crawls through rain and cold to Murfreesbo. S.I. Klegg was generous with his rail, as he was with all things among his comrades. He selected the softest part, in the center, for himself and Shorty, and then invited the other boys to share its hospitalities. They crowded up close to him and Shorty on either side, and there seemed to come a little warmth and dryness from the close contact of their bodies. S.I. was so mortally tired that it seemed a great relief just to sit still and rest, though the rain continued to pour down. Shorty fished some hardtack and fried pork out of his haversack, and also gave him a handful of ground coffee. S.I. munched the crackers and meat, with an occasional nip at the coffee. His spirits began to rise just a trifle. He was too healthy in body and mind to be totally downcast for long. "'Tis ain't much of a supper," he said to himself, "but it beats nothin' at all miles and miles. Besides, I was mighty lucky in gettin' the biggest rail. Some that the other boys has are no good at all. They'll let 'em right down in the mud. And most o' the boys has no rails at all. I'm awfully sorry for 'em." Then he began to wonder if they were not overcautious about the nearness of the enemy. He had been in the army just long enough to have contempt for the stories that were always current with a certain class about the proximity and strength of the enemy. Shorty was not of that kind, but then, Shorty was as liable to be imposed upon as anybody. How do you know there's a rebel battery on the hill out there? He finally asked Shorty. They belted into the Oshkosh Terrors, out there to our right, killed a mule, scared 2 teamsters to death, and knocked over 3 or 4 kettles of coffee. It was awful unlucky about the coffee, and sweared Shorty. How long ago was that? Oh, several hours ago. Just after we turned into the field, and long before you come up. Meb, they've gone off now. Meb, if they're there yet, their ammunition's so soaked that they can't shoot. What do you say to starting a little fire? It'd be an immense comfort. Unless we can dry out a little, we'll be soaked into such mush before morning that we can't keep our shape, and they'll have to ladle us up with dippers. It's strictly against orders. You mean it was against orders several hours ago? I can't see nothin' on that hill over there. I've been watchin' for half an hour. There's nothin' movin'. Meb, the orders has been changed, and you hain't heard about it, persisted S.I. Meb, the orderly that was bringing MS stuck in the mud. Meb, the rain's soaked so's they can't be read. If anybody's got any dry matches, I'm going to chance it. Word was passed along the rail, and at length one of the boys was found to have some matches in a tin box which was proof against the rain. S.I. got out his knife and whittled down a corner of the rail until he came to the dry part, and got off some shavings. Splinters were contributed by the others, and after several failures a small flame was started. Here, what in the world are you men doing there? Came in the stentorian tones of the colonel, who had startled S.I. to discover was sitting a short distance behind him. Put that light out this instant. Even before the command could be obeyed, 4 great flashes burned out like lightning in the murky darkness on the hilltop. 4 cannon roared, and 4 shells screeched toward S.I. and his companions, who instinctively toppled over backward into the mud. One of the shells struck in the mud a few yards in front, burst with a deafening report, and sent over them a deluge of very wet Tennessee real estate. The battery's out there yet, S.I., said Shorty, as they gathered themselves up and carefully stamped out every spark of fire. It's tending strictly to business, remarked Wes Williams. Its ammunition don't seem to be a mite wet, added Jim Hutchinson. There, you see now, said the colonel sternly. I'll tie up by the thumbs the next man that dares scratch a match. You just kin if I do, muttered S.I., scraping off some of the superabundant mud, and resuming his seat on the rail. This dog's cured of sucking eggs. He set the butt of his gun down in front of him, clasped his hands around the barrel, leaned his head on them, and went to sleep. He was so tired that he could have slept anywhere, and in any position. He was dimly conscious during the night that the rain ceased and that it turned bitter cold. He was not going to wake up for trifles like that, though. When S.I. went to sleep he devoted himself entirely to that and nothing else. It was one thing that he never allowed any interference with. But with the first gray streaks of dawn in the east some uneasy, meddlesome spirit in the 200th IND happened to be awake, and he awakened the adjutant, who cuffed and shook the headquarters drummer until he awakened and beat the reveille. This aroused the weary orderly sergeants, who started upon the task of getting up the bone-racked, aching-muscled men. In 10 minutes there was enough discontent and bitter grumbling in the 200th IND to have furnished forth a new political party. The awakening process finally reached those of Company Q who had roosted on C's rail all night. S.I. vigorously insisted on being let alone, that he hadn't been asleep 5 minutes, and that, anyhow, it was not his turn to go on guard. But the orderly sergeant of Company Q was a persistent fellow, and would not be denied. When S.I. finally tried to rise he found that, in addition to the protests of his stiff legs, he was pinned firmly down. Feeling around to ascertain the cause, he discovered that the tail of his overcoat and his shoes had become deeply embedded in the mud, and frozen solidly there. Shorty was in the same fix. Got to shuck yourself out o' your overcoat, and leave them gunboats anchored where they are, remarked Shorty, doing as he said, and falling in for roll call in his stocking feet. After roll call S.I. got a hatchet from one of the boys and chopped his and Shorty's shoes out. The overcoats were left for subsequent effort, for the first thing was to get some wood and water and cook breakfast. The morning was bitter cold and the sky overcast, but S.I. felt that this was 1,000 times better than the cheerless rain, which seemed to soak his very life out of him. He pounded most of the frozen mud off his shoes, picked up the camp kettle, and started off for wood and water, broke the ice on the creek, took a good wash, and presently came back with a load of dry pine and a kettle full of water. "My joints feel like I think an old wagon does after it's gone about a year without greasing," he remarked to Shorty, who had a good fire going. "But I think that after I get about a quart o' hot coffee inside of me, with a few pounds o' pork and crackers, I'll be nearly as good as new again. My, how good that grub does smell! And did you ever see such a nice fire?" He chopped his and Shorty's overcoats out while Shorty was cooking breakfast, and when at last he sat down on one end of his rail and ate enough toasted hard bread and crisp fried side meat to feed a small family for a week, washing it down with something near a quart of black coffee sweetened with coarse brown sugar, life began again to have some charms for him. "You're sure that dumb battery's gone that shot at us last night, are you, Shorty?" he said as he drained his cup, fastened it again to the strap of his haversack, and studied the top of the hill with a critical eye. "They say it is," said Shorty, between bites. "While you was down at the crick a man come over from the camp o' the Oshkosh Terrors, and said 2 o' their companies been onto the hill, and the rebels had gone. I wish them Oshkosh fellers mind their own business," said S.I. irritably, as he picked up his gun and began rubbing the mud and rust off. "They're entirely too fresh for a new regiment. That battery was none of theirs. It was ours right in our front, and if they'd let it alone till after breakfast we'd gone up and taken it. It was just the right size for the 200th IND, and we wanted a chance at it. But now they've had to stick in and run it off." "Don't worry," said Shorty, fishing out another cracker. "It hasn't gone too far, 'tain't lost. You'll have a chance at it some other time. Meb today yet." The army began to move out very promptly, and soon the 200th IND was called to take its place in the long column that crawled over the hills and across the valleys toward Murfreesbo, like some gigantic blue serpent moving toward his prey. Miles ahead of the 200th IND's place in the column, the rebels were offering annoying disputation of farther progress. Lines as brown as the dried leaves on the oak trees would form on the hilltops, batteries would gallop into position, and there would be sharp bangs by the cannon and a sputter of musketry fire. Then the long, blue serpent would wriggle out of the road into the fields, as if coiling to strike. Union batteries would rush on to hilltops and fire across valleys at the rebel cannon, and a sputter of musketry would answer that from the leaf-brown ranks on the hilltops, which would dissolve and march back to the next hilltop, where the thing would be gone over again. The 200th IND would occasionally see one of these performances as it marched over and down one of the hills. As the afternoon was wearing away, the 200th IND kept nearing the front, where this was going on. Finally, when the dull day was shading into dusk, and the brigade ahead of it was forming in the field at the foot of a hill to open a bickering fire against the Dun line at the top, the 200th IND was taken off the road and marched away over to the left, where it was put into line in front of a dense grove of cedars. "Captain McGillicuddy," commanded the colonel to the captain of Company Q, "advance your company as skirmishers to the edge of the cedars, and send a corporal and 5 men into the thicket to see if there is anything there." "Corporal Klegg," said the captain, "take 5 men off the left of the company and go in and see what's in there." S.I. was instantly fired with the importance of the duty assigned him. He sent 2 of his men to the left, 2 to the right, while he and Shorty, a little distance apart, struck for the heart of the thicket. They made their way with difficulty through the dense chaparral for some minutes, and then stopped, as they heard voices and the crashing of branches in front. C's heart thumped against his ribs. He looked over to his left, and saw Shorty standing there peering earnestly into the brush, with his gun cocked and ready to fire. He ran over to him and whispered, "What do you see, Shorty?" "Nothin' yit, but I expect to every minute," replied Shorty, without turning his intent eyes. C's gun was already cocked, and he bent his head forward eagerly, to get a better view. But he could see nothing, except that the tops of the bushes were shaking. "Shall we skip back and report?" asked S.I. "I ain't going till I see something," said Shorty stoutly. "Nor me," echoed S.I., rather ashamed that he had suggested it. "Steady there, steady, on the right! Come forward with that left company," called out a stern voice in front. "Must be a full regiment in there," whispered S.I., craning his neck still farther. The tramping and crashing increased. "Steady, men, I tell you! Steady! Press on the center," commanded the unseen colonel. "Forward! Forward!" In spite of his perturbation, S.I. noticed that the sounds did not seem to be coming any nearer. "We must get a squint at 'em," he said desperately to Shorty. "Let's get down and crawl forward. There must be an opening somewhere." They got down on their hands and knees, so as to avoid as many as possible of the thickly interlaced branches. Soon they came to a rift which led to an opening of some rods in circumference. Raising their heads cautiously above a moss-covered log, they saw in the opening a stalwart sergeant with 5 or 6 men. The sergeant was standing there with his eyes fixed on the tops of the trees, apparently thinking of the next series of commands he was to give, while the men were busy breaking limbs off the cedars. S.I. and Shorty immediately grasped the situation. "Forward, Company Q!" yelled S.I. at the top of his lungs. "Surrender, you consarned rebels, or we'll blow your heads off," he added, as he and Shorty jumped forward into the opening and leveled their guns on the squad. "What in thunder was you fellers making all that racket for?" S.I. asked the sergeant as he was marching him back to the skirmish line. "Why, Colonel," explained the sergeant, "was afeard UNSD tried to flank us through the thicket, and sent me down to make a rumpus and hold you back while he fit you in front. But war's your company. We'll come to it soon," said S.I. Chapter 3. Still on the march. S.I. and Shorty stop on the way long enough to bag 6 rebs. S.I. called out to the other boys by name to come up and join him. The rebel sergeant mentally tallied off each name as it was called. A flush of shame and anger mounted to his face as S.I. concluded. "Gol darn hit," he said. "UNS hain't got easy many easy we UNS. They hain't nigh easy good men easy we UNS, and they UNS ain't here. We UNS air Tennesseans, and UNS hain't. We've got enough, and they're good enough," said S.I. sententiously. "Injiny turns out better men than Tennessee ever dreamed o' doing." "I don't believe hit a mite," said the sergeant, stooping down and picking up a piece of cedar, which made a formidable club. "We UNS is not egwine back with yo UNS nary a step. By rights, we UNS ortayer take yo UNS back with we UNS. But I'm willin' to call hit off, and let yo UNS go ef yo UNS LL let we UNS go. Is hit a bargain? Not by 40 rows o' apple trees it ain't," said S.I., stepping back a little to get a better range, and fixing his bayonet. "I've set my heart on talking you back to Company Q, and back to Company Q you'll go, if S.I. Klegg knows himself. And you'll go in a hurry, too," said Shorty. "It's gettin' late, and I'm always afraid to be out after dark. Mosey, now!" The other rebels were picking up clubs similar to the sergeant's, and casting their eyes on him for the signal to attack. "See here," said S.I. desperately, cocking his gun. "Don't waste no more time in words. This hain't a debauchin' society. You're going back to Company Q or going somewhere else thunderin' quick. Sergeant, if you make a move agin me I'll surely blow your head off and jab my bayonet through the next man. My partner, Shorty, is a worse man than I am, and I can't tell how many of you he'll kill. He's awful quick-tempered, too, towards evening, and liable to begin shooting any minute without warning. It'll save several lives if you start right off on the jump, straight toward the rear, and keep it up, without looking to the right or left, until you reach Company Q. You'll find the trail we made comin' in. Take it this minute." The rebel sergeant's eyes looked directly into the dark muzzle of C's gun. They glanced along the barrel, and met one eye looking directly through the sights, while the other was closed, in the act of taking deliberate aim. He decided with great promptness that there were many reasons why he should prefer to be a live rebel in a Yankee prison, rather than a badly disfigured dead one in a lonely cedar thicket. He dropped his club, turned around, and made his way along the path over which S.I. had come. The rest followed, with S.I. and Shorty a few paces in the rear. Palpitating with pride, S.I. marched his prisoners up to the company, who gave him 3 cheers. The captain ordered him to report with his prisoners to the colonel. The colonel praised him with words that made his blood tingle. The skirmishing off to the right had now ceased. The rebels had fallen back to the next hilltop, and the 200th IND was ordered to go into camp where it stood. It was a fine place for a camp. The mud of the day before was frozen into stony hardness. The wagons had no difficulty in coming up. There was wood and water in abundance, and it seemed that the command, "Break ranks, march!" had hardly been uttered when great, bright, comfort-giving fires of fragrant cedar rails flashed up all along the line. Esai and Shorty found several cedar stumps and logs, which they rolled together, and made a splendid fire. They cooked themselves an ample supper of fried pork, toasted hardtack, and strong, fragrant coffee, which they devoured with an appetite and a keen enjoyment only possible to healthy young men who have had a day of active maneuvering and marching in the crisp, chill air of December. Then they gathered a lot of cedar branches, and made a thick mattress of them near the fire, upon which to spread their blankets for the night. This was a new suggestion by Shorty, and an amazing success. "I declare, Shorty," said Esai, as he lay down on the bed to try it, "I often wonder where you get all your ideas. For a man who wasn't raised on the Wabash, you know an awful sight. Meb, if you'd actually been born in Posey County, you'd ain't knowed enough to be a jiggity or brindle. Then I'd a lost you for a pard. This's a great invention. Why, it's softer and comfortabler than one of Mother's feather beds. When I get out of the army, I'm going to sleep on nothing but cedar boughs." "There, you're at it again, the Wabash forever," returned Shorty, good-humoredly. "They raise the finest corn and cattle in the world on the Wabash, I'll admit, and some fairly good soldiers. But where'll you get any cedars there to make beds with? You'll have to go back to sleepin' on wheat straw and corn husks, with chicken feather pillars. But after the way you stood up to that rebel sergeant today, I'll never say another word about Ager and Milksick and the Wabash, and I'll lick any other feller that does. There wasn't a speck of Ager in your gizzard when you ordered him forward, or you'd blow his Southern Confederacy head off. There was more Ager there than you thought, Shorty," Esai admitted softly. "I was awfully scared, for there was 6 to us too, and if that feller D had the right kind of sand, he'd jumped me at once, before I could get my gun up. The moment he began to palaver, I knowed I had him. But I'd a died in my tracks before I'd let him go, and I knowed you would, too. You're the best pard a feller ever had." And he reached over and took Shorty's rough hand and squeezed it affectionately. "I can bet on you every time, even when I don't think it's quite safe to bet on myself. And, Shorty," he continued, with his eyes kindling, "it was worth all that we've gone through since we've been in the army, even all that time in the rain, to have the colonel speak as he did to us before the rest of the boys. I'd be willing to enlist 3 years more if father and mother and sisters, and Aunt Annabel could have heard him. I tell you, war has some glorious things in it, after all." He sat there on his bed before the fire, with his feet curled up under him in the comfortable way that it takes months of field service to acquire, and gazed steadily into the bank of glowing coals. They suffused his face and body with their generous warmth, and helped lift his soul toward the skies. He was much happier than he had ever been before in his life. The trials of the day before were hardly more than a faraway dream. The fears and anxieties of the coming battle were forgotten. The ruddy embers became a radiant vista, which pride and hope and joy filled with all that he wanted to see. He saw there the dear old home on the Wabash, his father seated by the evening lamp reading the paper, while his mother knit on the other side of the table. His sisters were busy with some feminine trifles, and Annabel had come in to learn the news. They would hear what he had done, and of the colonel's words of praise before the regiment, and his father's heart would glow with pride and his mother's eyes suffuse with tears. And Annabel but at past words, past thought, almost, what she would say and think. Just then Tattoo rang out clear and musical on the chill night air. The rattling military, good night, had never before had any special charms for Esai. But now he thought it an unusually sweet composition. "I declare," he said to Shorty, "that sheepskin band of RN is improving. They're getting to play real well. But I ought to write a few lines home before taps. Got any paper, Shorty?" "Much paper you'll find in this regiment after that rain," said Shorty contemptuously, as he knocked the ashes out of his pipe and started to fall in for roll call. Every mite of paper anybody has was soaked to spitwads. But Meb the orderly might have a sheet. After roll call SI went to the orderly sergeant. Nothing in reason could then be refused SI, and the orderly tore a couple of leaves out of the back of his treasured diary, which had escaped the rain, and handed them to him. SI fished his stub of a pencil out of his blouse pocket, laid the paper on the back of a tin plate, and began. He stopped, stuck his pencil in his mouth, and began to study just what words he should use to describe the occurrence. He wanted to tell her all that was bubbling in his heart, and yet he was afraid she would think him an intolerable boaster, if he told it in just the words that came to him. He was more afraid of that little country girl's disapproval than of all the rebels in Murfreesbo. There were yells, the rattling of chains, and the sound of galloping hoofs coming toward him. "Hi there! Stop them condemned mules!" shouted the voice of a teamster. SI jumped to his feet, for the mules were charging directly for his fire, and were almost upon him. He dropped paper, pen and pencil, and jumped to one side, just in time to avoid a rush which scattered his fire, his carefully prepared bed, and all his belongings under 24 flying, hard-pounding hoofs. "Blast mules anyhow," said the driver, coming up with his whip in his hand. "I didn't hev nothin' for them to eat but a cottonwood pole that I cut down in the bottom. But they must have smelled fodder over there somewhere, and they broke for it like the devil-beaten tanbark. Hope you weren't hurt, pard." SI and Shorty fixed up their fire again, rearranged their scattered cedar boughs, and did the best they could with their torn blankets. SI found that a mule's hoof had landed squarely on his tin plate, mashed all future usefulness out of it, and stamped his letter to Annabelle into unrecognizability. He threw the rent fragments into the fire, sighed deeply, and crawled under the blankets with Shorty, just as 3 sounding taps on the bass drum commanded silence and lights out in the camp. Chapter 4. The Sunshine of Life. SI feels once more that life is really worth living. There come times in every man's life when he feels himself part of the sunshine that illumines and warms the earth. The lover, after he has won his best girl's consent. The candidate, after he has been elected by a big majority. The valedictorian, after his address has been received with bursts of ringing applause. The clerk, after he has been admitted into partnership. The next morning the camp of the 200th IND seemed to SI Klegg one of the most delightful places on earth. The sun shone brightly and cheerily through the crisp December air. The fires of cedar rails sent up a pungent, grateful fragrance. Hardtack, pork and coffee tasted better than he had ever known them. Everybody noticed him and spoke pleasantly to him. The other boys of Company Q called out cheerily to him from their fires. Those from other companies would stroll over to take a look at him and Shorty, and his comrades would point them out proudly as fair specimens of Company Q, and what it was capable of doing when called upon in an emergency. The captain spoke very cordially to him and Shorty, the busy adjutant stopped and greeted them smilingly, and even the grave colonel singled them out for a pleasant good morning, and an inquiry as to whether they had everything they wanted. It did not seem to SI that there was anything more on earth just then for which he could ask. The 200th IND, having been at the head of the column when it halted, was to take the rear for that day's march, and so remained in camp for a while to let the rest pass on. After getting things ready for the march, SI and Shorty took a stroll through the camp to see what was to be seen. They came across their prisoners seated around a fire, under guard. How different they looked from what they did the evening before, when the 2 partners encountered them in the depths of the cedar brake. Then they seemed like fierce giants, capable of terrible things, such as would make the heart quail. Now, powerless of harm, and awed by the presence of multitudes of armed men in blue filling the country in every direction that they looked, they appeared very commonplace, ignorant, rough men, long-haired, staring-eyed, and poorly clad in coarse, burnt-dyed homespun, frayed and tattered. "Father gets better men than them to work on the farm for $8 a month," SI remarked to Shorty, after a lengthened survey of them. $8 a month is congressmen's wages to what they get for fightin' for the Southern Confederacy," answered Shorty. "I don't s'pose any one of them ever had $8 in his pocket in his life. They say they're fightin' to keep us from taking their niggers away from 'em, And yet if niggers was sellin' for $1 a piece, not one of 'em could buy a 6-months-old baby. Let's go up and talk to 'em. I don't know 'bout that, said S.I. doubtfully. Seems to me I wouldn't be particularly anxious to see men who'd taken me prisoner and talked very cross about blowin' my blamed head off. Oh, that's all right, answered Shorty confidently. Words spoken in the heat of debate, and so on. They won't lay them up agin us. If they do, and want any satisfaction, we can give it to 'em. I can lick any man in that crowd with my fists, and so can you. We'll jest invite 'em to a little argument with nature's weapons, without no interference by the guard. Come on. The prisoners returned their greetings rather pleasantly. They were so dazed by the host of strange faces that S.I. and Shorty seemed, in a measure, like old acquaintances. Had plenty to eat, boys? Asked Shorty, familiarly, seating himself on a log beside them and passing his pipe and tobacco to the sergeant. Plenty, thankee, said the sergeant, taking the pipe and filling it. More'n we UNSV had since we left home, and mouty good victuals, too. You Yanks sartainly live well, ef yo UNS don't do nothin' else. Yes, said Shorty, with a glance at his mud-stained garments. We're bound to live high and dress well, even if we don't lay up a cent. You sartainly do have good clothes, too, said the sergeant, surveying the stout blue uniforms with admiration. Yo UNS common soldiers v better clothes than our officers. We UNS got hold o' some o' yo UNS overcoats, and they wear like leather. There's leather in 'em, said Shorty unblushingly. I tell you, old Abe Lincoln's a very smart man. He saw that this war was costin' a heap of money, especially for clothes. He got a brighty day that by soaking the clothes when they were new and green in the tan vats, just after the leather was taken out, they'd take up the strength o' the leather out o' the juice, and wear always. He day worked bully, and now old Abe goes every morning to where they're making clothes and sees that every stitch is put to soak. Nobody but a Yankee thought o' that, said the rebel reflectively. You bet, assented Shorty. Jeff Davis never think of it if he lived to be as old as Methuselah. But that's only the beginning of Abe Lincoln's smartness. He's a dern sight smarter man than we UNS thought he was when we begun the war, admitted the sergeant. But we UNS'll whoop him yit, in spite of his smartness. We can tell more about that a few months later, returned Shorty. It's never safe to count the game until the last hand's played. We hain't fairly begun to lead trumps yit. But what are you fellers fighting for, anyhow? We UNS votin' for our liberty, and to keep yo UNS from talking our niggers away. The reply that came to Shorty's lips was that they seemed to be losing a great deal of liberty rather than gaining it, but he checked this by the fear that it would be construed as an ungentlemanly boast of their capture. He said instead, I never knowed as any of us wanted your niggers, me particularly. I wouldn't take a wagon load of 'em, even if the freight was prepaid. But let me ask you, Sergeant, how many niggers do you own? I don't own nary one. Does your father own any? No, he don't. Does your mother, or brothers, uncles, aunts, or cousins own any? Persisted Shorty. No, thar ain't nary one owned in the whole family. Seems to me, said Shorty, you're doin' a great deal of fightin' to keep us from taking away from you something that we don't want, and you hain't got. That's the way it looks to a man from north o' the Ohio River. Meb, there's something in the Tennessee air that makes him see differently. I'll admit that I've changed my mind about a good many things since we crossed the river. Ivala said, spoke another of the prisoners, that this was a rich man's wa and a poor man's fout. Well, said Shorty, philosophically, for folks that like that sort o' fightin', that's the sort o' fightin' they like. I'm different. I don't. When I fight, it's for something that I've got an interest in. While the discussion was going on, S.I. had been studying the appearance of the prisoners. In spite of their being enemies, his heart was touched by their comfortless condition. Not one of them had an overcoat or blanket. The sergeant and a couple of others had over their shoulders pieces of the State House carpet, which had been cut up into lengths and sewed together for blankets. Another had what had once been a gaudy calico counterpane, with the pattern, Rose of Sharon, wrought out in flaming colors. It was now a sadly bedraggled substitute for a blanket. The others had webs of jeans sewed together. The buttons were gone from their garments in many essential places, and replaced by strings, nails, skewers, and thorns. Worst of all, almost every one of them was nearly shoeless. A sudden impulse seized S.I. "Shorty," said he, "these men are going up where the weather is very cold. I wish I was able to give each of them a warm suit of clothes and a blanket. I ain't though. But I tell you what I will do. I'll go down to the quartermaster and see if he'll issue me a pair of shoes for each of 'em, and charge it to my clothin' account." "Bully day!" ejaculated Shorty. "I'll go you halves. Meb if they get their understandin' into Yankee leather it'll help get some Yankee ideas into their understandin'. See?" And Shorty was so delighted with his little joke that he laughed over it all the way to the quartermaster's wagon, and then rehearsed it for that officer's entertainment. Fortunately, the quartermaster had a box of shoes that he could get at without much trouble, and he was in sufficiently good humor to grant C's request. They added a warm pair of socks to each pair of shoes, and so wrought up the A.Q.M.'s sympathies that he threw in some damaged overcoats, and other articles, which he said he could report lost in action. They came back loaded with stuff, which they dumped down on the ground before the prisoners, with the brief remark, "Them's all yours. Put 'em on." The prisoners were overwhelmed by this generosity on the part of their foes and captors. "I allus thought," said the sergeant, "that you Yankees was not half so bad easy. I believed that yo-uns was. Yo-uns is white men, if yo-uns do want to take away our niggers." "Gosh," said the man who had uttered the opinion that it was a rich man's war and a poor man's fight, "I'd give all my interest in every nigger in Tennessee for that 'ere one par o' shoes. They're beauties, I tell you. I never had so good a par afore in all my life." Chapter 5. Lining Up for Battle. The 200th IND guards the wagon train, and defeats an attack. "Rain agin today," said Shorty, disgustedly, as, on the morning of December 30th, 1862, he crawled out of the shelter which he and S.I. had constructed by laying a pole in the crotches of 2 young cedars, and stretching their ponchos and pup tents over it. "Doggoned if I don't believe Tennessee was left out in the flood, and they've been tryin' to make up for it ever since. I'd rather have the flood at once, and be done with it, for then I'd join the Navy instead of paddlin' round in this dirty glue that they call mud." "Never saw such a grumbler, Shorty," said S.I. cheerily, as he punched the soaked embers together to start a blaze to boil their coffee by. "Last summer the dust and dry weather didn't suit you. Do you want to do your soldierin' in heaven? Hurry up with your grub, boys," said the orderly sergeant, who came spattering through the muck of leaves and mud into which the camping ground had been trampled. "The regiment's to move in 15 minutes. The 200th IND Guards wagon trains today. Yesterday Wheeler's cavalry got in among our wagons and raised thunder, burnt about a mile of 'em." Shorty grumbled. "That means a tough day's work pryin' wagons out of the mud, and restin' ourselves between times runnin' after a lot o' skip-in, cavortin' cavalry that's about as easy to catch as a half-bushel o' fleas. Anything I hate it's rebel cavalry all tear around and yell, and when you get ready to shoot they're on the other side o' the hill." "Well," said S.I., removing a slab of sizzling fat pork from the end of his rammer, laying it on his hardtack, and taking a generous bite, "we mustn't allow them to take no wagons away from the 200th IND, slosh around as they may. We want all that grub ourselves." "Well, hump yourselves," said the orderly sergeant, as he spattered on. "Fall in promptly when assembly blows. Got plenty o' cartridges?" 2 or 3 hours later every man in the 200th IND, wet to the skin, and with enough mud on him to be accessible as real estate, was in a temper to have sassed his gentle old grandmother, and whipped his best friend. He believed that if there was anything under heavens meaner than Tennessee, whether it was an army mule, the teamsters had even less sense and more contrariness than the mules. The army wagon was a disheartening device of the devil, and Tennessee roads had been especially contrived by Jeff Davis to break the hearts of Union soldiers. The rain came down with a steady pelt that drove right through to the body. The wagon wheels sank into every mud hole and made it deeper. Prying out the leading one seemed only to make it worse for the next. The discouraged mules would settle back in the breechings, and not pull an ounce at the most critical moments. The drivers would become blundering idiots, driveling futile profanity. In spite of all the mud, the striving, pushing, pulling, prying, lifting, shouting 200th IND gathered up on their hands and clothes, it increased momentarily in the road. The train had strung out over a mile or more of rocky ledges and abysses of mire. Around each wagon was a squad who felt deeply injured by the certainty that their infernal luck had given them the heaviest wagon, the worst mules, and the most exasperating driver in the whole division. "I couldn't be made a doggonder fool than groundhog, that teamster," said Shorty, laying down his rail for a minute's rest. "If I'd 'a' had Thompson's colt before my eyes for a pattern. That feller was born addled on Friday, in the dark of the moon. Them mules," dolefully corroborated S.I., scraping an acre, more or less, of red Tennessee soil from his overcoat with a stick, "need to be broke again with a saw log. Luck for old Job that the devil didn't think o' settin' him to drive mules. He'd been a goner in less 'n an hour. Doggone it, here they come," said Shorty, snatching up his gun. S.I. looked in the direction of Shorty's glance. Out of the cedars, a mile or more away, burst a regiment of rebel cavalry, riding straight for the front of the train. With his tribe's keen apprehension of danger, Groundhog had jumped from his saddle, nervously unhitched his mule, and sprung into the saddle again, ready for instant fight. "Get off and hook that mule up agin," commanded S.I. sternly. "Now get on your mule and go to the head of your team, take the leaders by the bridles, and stay there. If you ain't standing there holding your mules when we come back, I'll break your worthless neck." The bugle sounded. "Rally on the right flank," and S.I. and Shorty joined the others in a lumbering rush over the miry fields toward the right. Their soaked clothes hung about them like lead. They had not a spoonful of breath left when they got to where, half a mile away, company had taken a position in the briars behind a rail fence, and had opened a long-range fire on the cavalry, which was maneuvering as if trying to discover a way to take the company in flank. Another fence ran at right angles away to the right of Company A's position. The cavalry started for that. "Captain McGillicuddy," shouted the colonel, "take your company back to that fence as quick as you can, run along back of it, and try to keep those fellows on the other side." Away the panting company rushed for the fence. The field was overgrown with those pests of the southern plowmen, called locally devil's shoestrings, which stretch from froridge to froridge, and are snares to any careless walker. The excited Indianians were constantly tripped on these, and fell headlong in the mud. Down S.I. and Shorty went several times, to the great damage of their tempers. But in spite of all rain, mud, lack of breath, and devil's shoestrings, the company got to the fence in advance of the cavalry, and opened a scattering fire as each man could get his damp gun to go off. S.I. and Shorty ran back a little to a hillock, from which they could get long-distance shots on where the cavalry would probably try to tear down the fence. "It's all of 600 yards, S.I.," said Shorty, as he leaned against a young oak, got his breath back in long gulps, and studied the ground. "We can make it, though, with our Springfields, if they'll give us time to cool down and get our breaths. I declare I want a whole township of fresh air every second. That last time I fell knocked enough breath out o' me to fill a balloon. They're sending out a squad now to go for the fence," said S.I., putting his sight up to 600 yards. "I'll line on that little persimmon tree and shoot as they pass it. I'll take the fellow on the clay bank horse, who seems to be an officer. You take the next one on the spotted bay. Better shoot at the hoss," said Shorty, fixing his sight. "Bigger mark, and if you get the hoss you get the man." The squad made a rush for the fence, but as the leader crossed the line S.I. had drawn on the persimmon tree through his sights, his musket cracked, and the horse reared and fell over in the mud. Shorty broke the shoulder of the next horse, and the rider had to jump off. "Bully shots, boys! Do it again!" shouted the captain of Company Q, hurrying some men farther to the right, to concentrate a fire upon the exposed point. S.I. and Shorty hastily reloaded, and fired again at the rebels, who had pressed on toward the fence, in spite of the fall of their leader. But not having an object in line to sight on, S.I. and Shorty did not succeed in bringing anybody down. But as they looked to see the effect, they also saw a cannon flash from a hill away off behind the cavalry, and the same instant its rifled shot took the top off the young oak about 6 feet above C's head. Shorty was the first to recover his wits and tongue. "Doggone if somebody else hain't been drawing a bead on trees," he said, looking into C's startled face. "Knows how to shoot, too. I didn't notice that measly gun come up there." "Did you, Shorty?" said S.I., trying to get his hard back out of his mouth, so that he could speak plainly. "No, I didn't. But it's there all the same, and the fellers with it have blood in their eyes. Lee's run over to where the other boys are. I'm a private citizen. I don't like so much public notice." They joined the squad which was driving back the rebels who had started out to break the fence. Presently the cavalry wheeled about and disappeared in the woods. The rear was scarcely out of sight, and the 200th IND was just beginning to feel a sense of relief, when there was a sputter of shots and a chorus of yells away off to the extreme left. "Just as I expected," grumbled Shorty. "They are jumping the rear of the train now." Leaving Company A to watch the head of the train, the rest of the regiment bolted off on the double-quick for the rear. They did not get there a moment too soon. Not soon enough, in fact. As they came over the crest of the hill they saw Company B, which had been with the rear, having more than it could attend to with a horde of yelling, galloping rebels, who filled the little valley. Company B's boys were standing up manfully to their work, and popping away at the rebels from behind fences and rocks, but the latter had already gotten away from them a wagon which had been far to the rear, had cut loose the mules and run them off, and were plundering the wagon, and trying to start a fire under it. The fusillade which the regiment opened as the men gained the crest of the hill put a different complexion on the affair. The rebels recognized the force of circumstances, and speedily rode back out of range, and then out of sight. As the last of them disappeared over the hill the wearied regiment dropped down all around to rest. "We can't rest long, boys," said the sympathetic colonel. "We've got to start these wagons along." Presently he gave the order. "Go back to your wagons, now, and get them out as quickly as you can." S.I. and Shorty took a circuit to the left to get on some sod which had not been trampled into mortar. They heard a volley of profanity coming from a cedar brake still farther to the left, and recognized the voice of their teamster. They went thither, and found Groundhog, who had fled from the scene, after the manner of his race, at the first sound of firing, but had been too scared to fasten up his traces when he unhitched his saddle mule. These had flapped around, as he urged his steed forward, and the hooks had caught so firmly into the cedars when he plunged into the thicket that he was having a desperate time getting them loose. "You dummed, measly coward," said S.I. "I told you I'd blow your head off'n you if you didn't stay by them mules. I ought to do it." "Don't, S.I.," said Shorty. "He deserves it, and we can do it some other time. But we need him now in our business. He hain't much of a head, but it's all that he's got and he can't drive without it. Lee's get the mule loose first." They got the mule out, and turned him around toward the wagons. "Now," said Shorty, addressing Groundhog, "you white-livered son-in-law of a jackass, get back to that wagon as fast as you kin, if you don't want me to run this bayonet through you." There was more straining and prying in the dreary rain and fathomless mud to get the wagon started. "Shorty," said S.I., as they plodded alongside the road, with a rail on one shoulder and a gun on the other, "I really believe that this is the toughest day we've had yet. What d'you s'pose father and mother'd say if they could see us? They'd probably say we was earning our $13 a month, with $100 bounty at the end o' 3 years," snapped Shorty, who was in no mood for irrelevant conversation. So the long, arduous day went. When they were not pulling, pushing, prying, and yelling, to get the wagons out of mud-holes, they were rushing over the clogging, plowed fields to stand off the nagging rebel cavalry, which seemed to fill the country as full as the rain, the mud, the rocks, and the sweeping cedars did. As night drew on they came up to lines of fires where the different divisions were going into line of battle along the banks of Stone River. The mud became deeper than ever, from the trampling of tens of thousands of men and animals, but they at least did not have the aggravating rebel cavalry to bother them. They found their division at last in an old cotton field, and were instantly surrounded by a crowd of hungry, angry men. "Where in blazes have you fellers been all day?" they shouted. "You ought to be got up here hours ago." We're about starved. Go to thunder, you ungrateful whelps, said S.I. You can get your own wagons up after this. I'll never help guard another wagon train as long as I'm in the army. Chapter 6. Battle of Stone River. The 200th IND is praised for bravery. The fagged out 200th IND was put in reserve to the brigade, which lay in the line of battle. After having got the train safely into camp, the regiment felt that it was incapable of moving another foot. While their coffee was boiling, S.I. and Shorty broke off a few cedar branches to lay under them, and keep out the mud. The rain still drizzled, cold, searching and depressing, but they were too utterly tired to do anything more than spread their overcoats on the branches, lay their blankets and ponchos over, and crawl in between. In the few minutes which they allowed to elapse between getting into camp and going to sleep, they saw and heard something of the preparations going on around them for the mighty battle, but body and brain were too weary to properly sense these. They hardly cared what might happen tomorrow. Rest for today was everything. They were too weary to worry about anything in the future. It certainly looks, Shorty, said S.I. as he crawled in, like as if the circus was in town, and the big show'd come off tomorrow, without regard to the weather. Let it come and be blamed to it, snorted Shorty. They can't get up nothin' wuss'n we've been havin' today, let them try their derndest. But I tell you, Mr. S.I. Klegg, I want you to lay mighty still tonight. If you get to rollin' around in your usual animated style and tanglin' up the bedclothes, I'll kick you out into the rain, and make you stay there. Do you hear me? You bet I'll lay quiet, said S.I., as together they gave the skillful little kick only known to veteran campaigners by which they brought the blankets snugly up around their feet. You could sooner wake up a fence rail than me. I want to tell you, too, not to get to dreamin' of pryin' wagons out of the mud and chasin' rebel cavalry. I won't have it. The reveille the next morning would have promptly awakened even more tired sleepers than S.I. and Shorty. Even before the dull, damp drums began rolling and the fifes shrieking the air of enforced gaiety along the sinuous line of blue which stretched for miles through red, muddy cotton fields and cedar tangles wet as bathroom sponges, there came from far away on the extreme right a deepening roll of musketry, punctuated with angry cannon shots and the faint echo of yells and answering cheers. That's McCook opening the battle, said the officers, answering the anxious looks of the men. He's to hold the rebels out there, while Crittenden sweeps around on the left, captures Murfreesbo, and takes them in the rear. Miles away to the left came the sound of musketry and cannons, as if to confirm this. But the firing there died down, while that to the right increased with regular, crashing volleys from muskets and artillery. The 200th IND was in that exceedingly trying position for soldiers, where they can hear everything but see nothing. The cedar thicket in which they stood shut off the view in every direction. The colonel kept officers and men standing strictly in place, ready for any contingency. S.I. and Shorty leaned on their muskets and anxiously watched the regimental commander as he sat rigidly in his saddle, with his fixed gaze bent in the direction of the awful tumult. The adjutant had ridden forward a little ways to where he could get a better view. The other officers stood stiffly in their places, with the points of their drawn swords resting on the ground, and their hands clasped on the hilts, and watched the colonel intently. Sometimes they would whisper a few words to those standing near them. The captain of Company Q drew geometric figures in the mud with the point of his sword. Constantly the deafening crash came nearer, and crept around farther to the right. S.I. gave a swift glance at Shorty. His partner's teeth were set, his face drawn and bloodless, his eyes fixed immovably on the colonel. Awful fightin' goin' on out there, Shorty, said S.I. in hushed voice. I'm afraid they're lickin' our fellers. Confound it, snorted Shorty. Why in thunder don't they move us out, and give us something to do? This is hell standin' here listenin'. A teamster, hatless and coatless, with his hair standing up, came tearing through the brush, mounted on his saddle mule. A chorus of yells and curses greeted his appearance. It was immense relief for the men to have something to swear at. Somebody busted a cap in your neighborhood, old white liver. Seen the ghost of a dead rebel, Pilgarlic? Pull back your eyes, you infernal mulewhacker. A limb'll brush him off. Look at his hair standin' up stiffer'n bristles on a boar's back. Your mule's got more sand than you. They're standing where you left 'em. Of course, you're whipped and all cut to pieces. You was that when you heard the first gun crack. Get out of the way, and let him run himself to death. That's all he's fit for. You've no business in men's clothes. Put on petticoats. Go it, Rabbit, go it, Cottontail, you've heard a dog bark. Chicky, Chicky, skip for the barn. Hawk's in the air. Let him alone. He's in a hurry to get back and pay his sutler's bill. The teamster gasped out. You'd better all get out o' here as fast as the Lord'll let you. Johnson's division's cut all to pieces and runnin'. There'll be 1,000,000 rebels on top o' you in another minute. Captain McGillicuddy, said the colonel sternly, but without turning his head. Either bayonet that cowardly rascal or gag him and tie him to a tree. The captain turned to give the order to Corporal Klegg, but the teamster struck his mule with his whip, and went tearing on through the brush before the order could be given. Some severely wounded men came slowly pushing their way through the chaparral. It's awful hot out there, they said. The rebels got the start of us, and caught our battery horses off to water. They outflanked us bad, but the boys are standin' up to 'em and they're gettin' help, and I'll lick the stuffin' out of 'em yet. The regiment gave the plucky fellows a cheer. A riderless horse, frantic from his wounds and the terrific noise, tore through the brush, and threatened to dash over Company Q. Si and Shorty saw the danger, and before the captain could give an order they sprang forward, and, at considerable risk, succeeded in getting hold of the reins and partially calming the poor brute. The eagles on the saddle cloth showed that he belonged to a colonel. He was led to the rear, and securely haltered to a young cedar. The incident served a purpose in distracting for a while the attention of the regiment. The noise in front and to the right swept farther away for a little while, and the men's hearts rose with a cheer. Now the reinforcements are getting in. Why in the world don't they send us forward? They said. The colonel still sat rigidly, with his face straight to the front. Then the noise began to roll nearer again, and the men's hearts to sink. The wounded men coming back became a continuous procession. They spoke less confidently, and were anxious to know what was taking place on other parts of the line. The whole infernal Southern Confederacy's out there, said one boy, who was holding his shattered right hand in his left, with his thumb pressed hard on the artery, to stanch the blood. In 3 lines of battle, stretching from daybreak to sunset. The boys have been standing them off bully though, but I don't know how long they can keep it up. Thomas and Crittenden ought to be walking right over everything, for there can't be anybody in front of them. They're all out there. 2 musicians came laboring through, carrying a stretcher on which was an officer with part of his face shot away. Si felt himself growing white around the mouth and sick at the stomach, but he looked the other way, and drew in a long, full breath. The storm now seemed to be rolling toward them at railroad speed. Suddenly the woods became alive with men running back, some with their guns in their hands, many without. Some were white with fear, and silent, some were in a delirium of rage, and yelling curses. Officers, bareheaded, and wildly excited, were waving their swords, and calling regiments and companies by name to halt and rally. The adjutant came galloping back, his horse knocking the fugitives right and left. He shouted, to make himself heard in the din. The whole division is broken and going back. Our brigade is trying to hold the rebels. They need us at once. The colonel turned calmly in his saddle, and his voice rang out clear, distinct, and measured, as if on parade. Attention, 200th Indiana! Load at will load! A windrow of bright ramrods flashed and weaved in the air. A wave of sharp, metallic clicks ran from one end of the line to the other. Shoulder arms! Right face! Forward march! What happened immediately after emerging from the cedars Si could never afterward distinctly recall. He could only vaguely remember, as one does the impression of a delirium seeing, as the regiment swung from column into line, a surging sea of brown men dashing forward against a bank of blue running along a rail fence, and from which rose incessant flashes of fire and clouds of white smoke. The 200th IND rushed down to the fence, to the right of the others. The fierce flashes flared along its front. The white smoke curled upward from it. He did not remember any order to begin firing, did not remember when he began. He only remembered presently feeling his gun barrel so hot that it burned his hand, but this made him go on firing more rapidly than before. He was dimly conscious of his comrades dropping around him, but this did not affect him. He also remembered catching sight of Shorty's face, and noticing that it was as black as that of a Negro, but this did not seem strange. He felt nothing, except a consuming rage to shoot into and destroy those billows of brown fiends surging incessantly toward him. Consciousness only came back to him after the billows had surged backward into the woods, leaving the red mud of the field splotched with brown lumps which had lately been men. As his mind cleared, his hand flinched from the hot gun barrel, and he looked down curiously to see the raindrops turn into steam as they struck it. His throat was afire from the terrible powder thirst. He lifted his canteen to his lips and almost drained it. He drew a long breath, and looked around to see what had happened since they left the cedars. Shorty was by his side, and unhurt. He now understood why his face was so black. He could feel the thick incrustation of powder and sweat on his own. Several of Company Q were groaning on the ground, and the captain was detailing men to carry them back to where the surgeon had established himself. 2 were past all surgery, staring with soulless eyes into the lowering clouds. "Poor Bill and Ebbe," said S.I., gazing sorrowfully at the bodies. "Company Q will miss them. What good boys they were," stuck in his throat. That those strong, active, ever-ready comrades of a few minutes before now merely was unspeakable. His thoughts were distracted by a rebel battery on the hill sending a volley of shells at the fence. Some went over, and tore gaps in the cedars beyond. One struck the corner of the fence near him, and set the rails to flying. "I like fence rails in their place as well as any man," said Shorty as they dodged around. "But a fence rail's got no business sailin' round in the air like a bird." An aide rode up to the colonel. "The general's compliments, Colonel. He directs me to express to you his highest compliments on the splendid manner in which you have defended your position. You and your men have done nobly. But we are outflanked, and it will be necessary to retire to a new position about a half-mile to the rear. You will withdraw your regiment by companies, so as to attract as little attention from the enemy as possible. As soon as they are under cover of the cedars, you will move rapidly to the new position." "Very well," said the colonel, saluting. "You will be good enough to say to the general that my men and myself appreciate highly his praise. We are proud to receive it, and shall try to deserve it in the future. His orders shall be immediately obeyed." "They call this a civil war," said Shorty, as another volley of shells tore around. "Seems to me sometimes that it's too derned civil. If we're going to get out of here, we might save compliments for a quieter time." One by one the companies filed back into the cedars, Company Q being last. Just as they started, the rebels on the opposite hill discovered the movement, raised a yell, and started across the field. "Halt front!" commanded the captain. "Those fellows are too tumultuous and premature. We must check them up a little. Wait till they come to that little branch, then everybody pick his man and let him have it. Aim below the belt." The frenzy of the first struggle was now gone from C's mind. Instead had come a deadly determination to make every shot tell. "I'm going to fetch that mounted officer on their right," he said to Shorty and those around him. "Very well," said Shorty. "I'll take that captain near him who's wavin' his sword and yellin'. The rest o' you fellers pick out different men." The rebel line was in the weeds which bordered the branch when the captain gave the order to fire. When the smoke arose, the mounted officer and the yelling captain were down. "If somebody else didn't get them, we did," said Shorty, as they turned and rushed back into the cedars. The rebels were only checked momentarily. They soon came swarming on, and as Company Q crashed through the cedars, the rebels were yelling close behind. Fortunately, they could not do any effective firing, on account of the brush. But when they came to the edge of the thicket, there was a long run across a furrowed, muddy cotton field, to reach the knoll on which the brigade was reforming. The battery was already in action there, throwing shells over the heads of Company Q at the rebels swarming out of the cedars in pursuit. S.I. and Shorty threw away overcoats, blankets, haversacks and canteens, everything which would impede their running, except their guns and cartridge boxes. Their caps were gone, and SI had lost one shoe in the mud. They all sat down on the ground for a minute and panted to get their breath. The rebels were checked, but only temporarily. They were thronging out in countless multitudes, lining up into regiments and brigades, preparatory to a rush across the field upon the brigade. Away to the right of the brigade, rebel batteries had been concentrated, which were shelling it and the ground to the rear, to prevent any assistance being sent it. "Captain," said the colonel, riding up to Company Q, "the general says that we have got to stay here and hold those fellows back until the new line can be formed along the pike. We haven't ammunition enough for another fight. You'll have to send a corporal and a squad back to the pike to bring up some more. Pick out men that'll be sure to come back, and in a hurry." "Corporal Klegg," said the captain, without an instant's hesitation, "you hear what's to be done. Take 5 men and go." SI looked around to see if there was someone he could borrow a shoe from. But that was hardly a time when men were likely to lend shoes. He picked Shorty and 4 others. They flung down their guns and started on a run for the pike. The batteries were sweeping the fields with shells, but they were so intent on their errand that they paid no attention to the demoniac shrieks of the hurtling pieces of iron. They gained the other side of the field, but as they entered the welcome shelter of the woods they encountered an officer with a drawn sword, commanding a line of men. "Stop there, you infernal, cowardly rascals!" he yelled. "Pick up those guns there, and get into line, or I'll shoot you. You, corporal, ought to be ashamed of yourself." "We're after ammunition for the 200th IND, gasped SI. "We must have it right away." "Where's the division ammunition train?" "That ammunition story's played. Can't work it on me." "Where's your regiment? Where's your caps? Where's your shoes? Where's your guns? You're rattled out of your senses. Stop here and cool off. Pick up guns there and fall into line." "Name o' God, Lieutenant," said Shorty excitedly. "This no time for any foolishness. Our regiment's out there on the hill without any ammunition. The rebels are getting ready to jump it, 4 or 5 to 1. Don't fool, for heaven's sake. There's not a minute to waste. Come with us and help us get the ammunition. That's a blame sight more important than stopping these here runaways, who are no good when they are stopped. Come along, for God's sake." His earnestness impressed the lieutenant. "Lieutenant Evans," he called out, "take command of the line while I go back with these men to the ammunition train. I can get it quicker for them than they can. Your colonel should have sent a commissioned officer with you." "The colonel needs all the officers he has left with him," panted Shorty, running ahead of the rest. "Everybody back there's got all he can attend to, and we couldn't really be spared." There was a crowd of similar men surging around the ammunition wagons, each eager to get his load and rush back. The covers of the wagons had been torn off, and a man stood in each, pitching the boxes to the clamoring details. All were excited and reckless. The pitching would be wild, or the catching bad, and occasionally a box would strike a man on the head or body and knock him down. He would scarcely stop to swear, but snatch up his precious box and rush off toward his regiment. "Open out here, let us in," commanded the lieutenant, striking right and left with the flat of his sword. It was not a moment for gentle courtesies. The crowd opened up, and SI and Shorty pushed in near the wheels. "Now give us 6 boxes in a hurry," commanded the lieutenant. SI caught the first box, Shorty the second, and before the lieutenant was hardly done speaking the rest had theirs, and started back on the run, accompanied by the lieutenant. The boxes were very heavy and the mud was deep, but they went faster than they had ever done, even when running from the rebels. "I'm awfully afraid you'll have a time getting across the field there," said the lieutenant, as they came to the edge, and he surveyed the ground in front doubtfully. "Lieutenant Evans says they've moved a battery up closer, and are sweeping the field with canister." "We don't care what they're shooting," said SI resolutely. "We're going back to the regiment with these boxes, or die a tryin' dot." "Go on, then, and God help you," said the lieutenant. "I'd go with you if I could do any good." SI arranged his box for a desperate rush. A blast of canisters swept through, cutting down shrubs, splattering the mud, and shrieking viciously. "Let's get as far as we can before they fire again," he shouted, and plunged forward. Halfway across the field his foot caught in a devil's shoestring, and down he went in the mud, with the heavy box driving him deeper. Just then another blast of canister hurtled across the field. "Golly, it was lucky, after all, that I was tripped," said S.I., rising, stunned and dripping. "That load of canister was meant for me personally." 2 minutes later he flung the box down before the company, and sank panting on the ground. The others came up after. Some had been grazed by canister, but none seriously wounded. They arrived just in the nick of time, for the regiment had expended its last cartridge in repulsing the last assault, and was now desperately fixing bayonets to meet the next with cold steel. The lids of the boxes were pried off with bayonets, and the sergeants ran along the companies distributing the packages. The assault was met with a stream of fire, given with steady deadliness, which sent the rebels back to their covert. An aide dashed across the field to the brigade commander. "The line is now formed," he said. "Retire your command to it." That night, after the battle had ceased, S.I. and Shorty were seated on a rail by the Nashville pike munching rations which they had luckily found in a thrown-away haversack. They were allowed no fires, they had no blankets nor overcoats, and it was bitter cold. "Shorty, you said last night you was sure that they couldn't get up nothin' today that'd be as bad as what we had yesterday," said S.I. "I believe that I'd rather guard wagon trains and fight cavalry than have such another day as this. I think the lake of brimstone be a pleasant change from this," snorted Shorty. Chapter 7. After the first day. The discomforts of that last night of 1862. It was so desperately cold and comfortless that S.I. and Shorty felt that they must do something or perish. There were some fragments of cracker boxes near. With these they dug a hole several inches deep, put some splinters in, and started a stealthy blaze. They were careful to sit on the side toward the rebels, the better to hide from them any sight of it. It was a very small fire, but there was more relief in it than S.I. had before gotten from those 1,000 times larger. It kept his unshod foot from freezing, and brought the blood back to his numb hands. "Just think, Shorty," said S.I. "Night before last we had a whole panel of fence on the fire, and all our blankets and overcoats, and yet you kicked. I believe this is a judgment on you for not being thankful for what you receive." "Judgment be blowed!" ejaculated Shorty. "This ain't no judgment, it's just earned luck that is, what isn't foolishness in sendin' a boy to mill. If we'd had only half as many men out there in the cedars as the rebels had, we'd licked thunder out of 'em. We simply couldn't whip 4 or 5 to 1. McCook didn't size up his job right." "Well, we have something to be thankful for," said S.I., determined to see the bright side of things. "Neither of us got hurt, which is a blessing. Don't know whether it is or not. If we are going to freeze to death before mornin', I'd rather we'd been shot the first volley." The misty darkness around them was filled with noise and motion. Men who had become separated from their regiments were wandering around trying to find them, in the bewildering maze of men, wagons, and animals. Officers were calling aloud the names of regiments to bring together stragglers. Aides were rushing around to find generals and colonels to give and receive orders and instructions. Regiments and batteries were marching hither and yon to get into position and complete the formation of the line for the morrow's battle. The 200th IND, which had fallen back in good order with its brigade, was well together, and made an island around which a restless sea of humanity flowed and eddied. Cheerless as was its bivouac in the cold mud, yet it was infinitely preferable to being lost in the inextricable confusion that reigned over those cotton fields on that sorrowful night of December 31st, 1862. "I'm not going to freeze to death," said S.I., starting up at last. "I'm going to look around and see if I can't find something to make us more comfortable. Shorty, hold on to that hole in the ground. It's all that we've got left in the world, and if we lose that I don't know what'll become of us." "Better stay here, and not go wandering off into that mob," remonstrated Shorty. "You'll get lost entirely, and never find your way back." "I'll not get lost," responded S.I. "I've got the lay o' the ground in my mind. If I did," he continued proudly, "it'd be easy to find you agin. Everybody knows where the 200th IND is." He went only a little ways, and carefully at first. He was rewarded by kicking against an object which upon examination proved to be a well-filled haversack, which someone had flung away in his hurry. He carried it back, rejoicing, to Shorty. "Finders is keepers," said Shorty, unbuckling the knapsack. "We'll just call this fair exchange for what we've throwed away in today's hustle. Let's open her up." "Some new recruits," said S.I., as they examined the inside. "Looks like the one I packed from Injini. What's this? I declare if it ain't a pair o' new shoes, and about my size, and some socks. I tell you, Shorty, I'm in luck." He pulled the muddy socks off his shoeless foot, and drew on one of the warm, homemade affairs, and then the shoe. Both fitted well. He put on the other sock and shoe, and life at once seemed brighter. "Shorty," said he, "I shouldn't wonder if I could find a blanket and an overcoat. You keep on holding that hold down, and I'll go out agin. I won't be gone long, for I'm dead tired. Just as soon as I find an overcoat or a blanket to put between us and the mud, I'll come back and we'll lay down. Every joint in me aches." He started off less carefully this time. His new shoes made him feel more like walking. He was some distance from the regiment before he knew it. He found an overcoat. It had been trampled into the mud by thousands of passing feet, but still it was an overcoat, and it was not a time to be too nice about the condition of a garment. Presently he found a blanket in similar condition. He pulled on the overcoat, and threw the blanket over his shoulders. He felt warmer, but they were very heavy. Still, he thought he would go on a little ways farther, and perhaps he would find another overcoat and blanket, which would fix out both him and his partner. All this time men were sweeping by him in companies, regiments and squads. Batteries were moving in all directions, and mounted officers were making their way to and fro. Filling up the spaces between these were hundreds of men, single and in small groups, wandering about in search of their regiments, and inquiring of everyone who would stop to listen to them as to the whereabouts of regiments, brigades and divisions. No one could give any satisfactory information. Organizations which had formed a line 2 miles long in the morning had been driven back, frequently in tumult and disorder, for miles through the thickets and woods. Fragmentary organizations had been rallied from time to time. A fragment of a regiment would rally at one point with fragments of other regiments and make a stand, while other regiments would rally at widely separated places and renew the fight, only to be pushed back again toward the Nashville pike. Regiments and brigades that had remained nearly intact had been rapidly shifted from one point to another, as they were needed, until the mind could not follow their changes, or where nightfall had found them, or whither they had been shifted to form the new line. At last S.I. succeeded in picking up another overcoat and blanket out of the mud, and started to go back to the regiment. But where was the regiment? He had long since lost all track of its direction. He had been so intent upon studying the ground for thrown-away clothing that he had not noticed the course he had taken. It suddenly dawned on him that he was but one drop in that great ocean of 35,000 men, surging around on the square miles lying between the Nashville Pike and Stone River. He looked about, but could see nothing to guide him. His eyes rested everywhere on dark masses of moving men. Those immediately around him were inquiring weariedly for their own regiments. They had no patience to answer inquiries as to his own. Discouraged, he determined to walk as straight ahead as possible in the direction which he had come, and see where that would bring him. He was so tired that he could scarcely drag one foot after another, but he plodded on. At length he drew out of the throng a little, and saw that he was approaching the banks of a large stream. This disheartened him, for they had not been within miles of Stone River during the day. He saw a group of men huddled around a larger fire than had been permitted near the front. This, too, was discouraging, for it showed that he had been forging toward the rear. But he went up to the group and inquired, "Do any o' you know where the 200th IND is?" The men had become wearied out answering similar questions, and were as cross as soldiers get to be under similar circumstances. "The 200th IND," snapped one. "Better go back to the rear guard and inquire. The straggler catchers v got 'em." "No," said another. "They skipped out before the rear guard was formed, and were all drowned trying to swim the Cumberland. They say the colonel went on foot, said a third, and was the first man in the regiment to reach Nashville. Made the best long-distance run on record. You infernal liars, roared S.I. If I wasn't so tired I'd lick the whole caboodle of you. But I'll say this, any man who says that the 200th IND run, or that our brave colonel run, or that any man in it run, is a low-down, measly liar, and hain't a grain of truth in him, and he daresn't take it up. It was a comprehensive challenge, that would have met with instantaneous response at any other time, but now the men were too exhausted for such vanities as fisticuffs. Oh, go off and find your rattled, lousy Hoosiers, they shouted in chorus. Go talk to the provost marshal about 'em. He's got the most of 'em. The rest are breaking for the Wabash as fast as their legs can carry them. Don't be bothering us about that corn cracking, a jeery crowd. Where'd you leave your regiment, you chuckle-headed straggler? You were so rattled you couldn't tell which way they went. Where's your gun? Where's your cartridge box and haversack? Where's your cap? You were so scared you'd 'a' throwed away your head if it had been loose. Clear out from here, you deadbeat. S.I. was too sick at heart to more than resolve that he would remember each one of them, and pay them off at some more convenient time. He turned and walked back as nearly as possible in the direction in which he had come. He knew that his regiment was at the front, and he had been forging toward the rear. He knew vaguely that the front was somewhere near the Nashville pike, and as he wearily wound around and through the bewildering masses, he inquired only for the Nashville pike. He reached the pike, at last, just as he was sinking with fatigue. The dreary rain had set in again, and he had determined to give the thing up, and sit down, and wait for morning. He saw a feeble glimmer of light at a distance, and decided to make one more effort to reach it, and inquire for his regiment. Partner, have you any idea where the 200th IND is? He said meekly to the man who was crouching over the fire in the hole. Hello, S.I., said Shorty. I had given you up long ago. Of course, you went off and got lost in that mob, as I told you would. Next time you'll have sense enough to mind what I say. Oh, Shorty, groaned S.I., don't say nothing. I've nigh walked my legs off in me. I think I've tramped over every foot of ground betwixt here and Overall's Crick. But I brought back 2 overcoats and 2 blankets. That's bully, answered Shorty, much mollified. Say, I've got an idea. D'you see that white thing over there? That's a wagon. The mule's been taken away, and it's been standing there for an hour. I've seen the lieutenants and the orderly sergeant sneak back there, and I know what they're up to. They're going to sleep in the wagon. Of course, they're officers, and got the first pick. But we can lay down under it, and get out of the rain. Besides, it looks as if the ground was drier up there than it is down here. They slipped quietly back to the wagon, and were lucky enough to find a little hay in the feed box, which they could lay down to spread their blankets upon. They pulled the tailgate off and set it up on the side from which the rain was coming. There, said Shorty, as they crawled in. S.I., what did you do without me? Ain't I a comfort to you every minute of your life? You certainly are, Shorty, said S.I., as he fell asleep. Chapter 8. A gloomy New Year's Day. The 2 armies lie frowning at each other. S.I. was awakened the next morning by the rain dashing down squarely on his upturned face. He was lying on the flat of his back, sleeping the sleep of the utterly outworn, and he got the full force of the shower. Plague take it, Shorty, said he, kicking his snoring partner. You're at your old tricks again, scrooging me out o' the tent while I'm asleep. Why can't you lay still, like a white man? It's you, Deody rot you, grumbled Shorty, half awakening. You're at your old tricks o' kicking the tent down. You need a 10-acre lot to sleep in, and then you damage the fence corners. They were both awake by this time, and looked around in amazement. We went to sleep nice and comfortable, under a wagon last night, said Shorty, slowly recalling the circumstances. The 2 lieutenants and the orderly had the upper berth, and we slept on the ground floor. Yes, assented S.I. And someone's come along, hitched mules to our bedroom and snaked it off. Just the way in the condemned army, grumbled Shorty, his ill humor asserting itself as he sat up and looked out over the rain-soaked fields. Never can get hold of a good thing but somebody yanks it away. I suppose they thought that it was too good for a private soldier, and they took it away for some major general to sleep under. Well, I wonder what we're going to do for grub? Said S.I., as his athletic appetite began to assert itself. Our own wagons, that we had such a time guarding, are over there in the cedars, and the rebels are filling themselves up with the stuff that we were so good to bring up for them. It makes me just sizzle, said Shorty, to think of all we went through to get them condemned wagons up where they'd be handiest for them. As I walked down the line toward where the regimental headquarters were established under a persimmon tree, and presently came back, saying, They say there's mighty small chance of getting any grub today. Wheeler burnt 3 or 4 miles of our wagons yesterday, and's got possession of the road to Nashville. We've got to fight the battle out on empty stomachs, and drive these whelps away before we can get a square meal. January 1st, 1863, was an exceedingly solemn, unhappy New Year's Day for the Union soldiers on the banks of Stone River. Of the 44,000 who had gone into the line on the evening of December 30th, nearly 9,000 had been killed or wounded and about 2,000 were prisoners. The whole right wing of the army had been driven back several miles, to the Nashville pike. Cannon, wagon trains, tents and supplies had been captured by the rebel cavalry, which had burned miles of wagons, and the faint-hearted ones murmured that the army would have to surrender or starve. There was not ammunition enough to fight another battle. The rebel army had suffered as heavily in killed and wounded, but it was standing on its own ground, near its own supplies, and had in addition captured great quantities of ours. The mutual slaughter of the two armies had been inconceivably awful, inexpressibly ghastly, shuddering, sickening. They had pounded one another to absolute exhaustion, and all that sullen, lowering, sky-weeping winter's day they lay and glared at one another like two huge lions which had fanged and torn each other until their strength had been entirely expended, and breath and strength were gone. Each was too spent to strike another blow, but each too savagely resolute to think of retreating. All the dogged stubbornness of his race was now at fever point in C's veins. Those old pioneers and farmers of the Wabash from whom he sprang were not particularly handsome to look at. They were not glib talkers, nor well educated. But they had a way of thinking out rather slowly and awkwardly it might be just what they ought to do, and then doing it or dying in the effort, which made it very disastrous for whoever stood in their way. Those who knew them best much preferred to be along with them rather than against them when they set their square-cornered heads upon accomplishing some object. Si might be wet, hungry, and the morass of mud in which the army was wallowing uncomfortable and discouraging to the last degree, but there was not the slightest thought in his mind of giving up the fight as long as there was a rebel in sight. He and Shorty were not hurt yet, and until they were, the army was still in good fighting trim. The line of the 200th I&D was mournfully shorter than it was 2 days before, but there were still several hundred boys of C's stamp gathered resolutely around its flag. The game little colonel's voice rang out as sharply as ever, and the way the boys picked up their guns and got into line whenever a sputter of firing broke out anywhere must have been very discouraging to Gen Bragg and his officers, who were anxiously watching the Union lines through their glasses for signs of demoralization and retreat. We licked 'em yesterday, every time they come up squarely in front o' the 200th I&D. As I said to Shorty and those who stood around gazing anxiously on the masses of brown men on the other side of the field. We can do it again, every time. The only way they got away with us was by sneaking around through the cedars and talking us in the rear. We're out in the open ground now, and they can't get around our flanks. And he looked to the extreme right, where every knoll was crowned with a battery of frowning guns. They got their bellies full o' fightin' yesterday, added Shorty, studying the array judicially. They hain't none o' the brashness they showed yesterday mornin', when they were jumpin' us in front, right, left, and rear at the same minute. They're very backward about comin' forward across them fields for us today. I only wish they'd try it on. But the forenoon wore away without the rebels showing any disposition to make an assault across the muddy fields. C's vigilant appetite took advantage of the quiet to assert its claims imperiously. Shorty, said he, there must be something to eat somewhere around here. I'm going to look for it. You'll have just about as much chance of finding it, said Shorty dolefully. Among that mob of famished suckers as you would find in a straw stack in the infernal regions. But I'll go along with you. We can't lose the regiment in the daytime. By the way, Shorty, said S.I., happening to glance at the sleeves of the overcoats which he had picked up. We both seem to be sergeants. That's so, assented Shorty. Both these are sergeants' overcoats. We'll take our guns along, and play that we are on duty. It may help us out somewhere. Things looked so quiet in front that the captain gave them permission, and off they started. It seemed a hopeless quest. Everywhere men were ravenous for food. They found one squad toasting on their rammers the pieces of a luckless rabbit they had cornered in a patch of briars. Another was digging away at a hole that they alleged contained a woodchuck. A third was parching some corn found in a thrown-away feed box, and congratulating themselves upon the lucky find. Finally they came out upon the banks of Stone River at the place to which S.I. had wandered during the night. S.I. recognized it at once, and also the voices that came from behind a little thicket of paw-paws as those of the men with whom he had had the squabble. S.I. motioned to Shorty to stop and keep silent, while he stepped up closer, parted the bushes a little, looked through, and listened. 2 men were standing by a fire, which was concealed from the army by the paw-paws. 4 others had just come up, carrying rolled in a blanket what seemed to be a dead body. They flung it down by the fire, with exclamations of relief, and unrolled it. It was the carcass of a pig so recently killed that it was still bleeding. "Hello!" exclaimed the others joyfully. "Where did you get that?" "Why," exclaimed one of the others, "we were poking around down there under the bank, and we happened to spy a nigger cabin on the other side of the river, hidden among the willers, where nobody could see it. We thought there might be something over there, so we waded across. There wasn't anything to speak of in the cabin, but we found this pig in the pen. Jim bayoneted it, and then we wrapped it up in our blanket, as if we was taking a boy back to the surgeons, and fetched it along. We couldn't got 100 yards through that crowd if they dreamed what we had. Jerusalem, but it was heavy though. We thought that pig weighed 1,000 pounds before we got here." "Bully boys," said the others gleefully. "We'll have enough to eat, no matter how many wagons the rebels burn. I always enjoyed a dinner of fresh pork more on New Year's Day than any other time." S.I. turned and gave Shorty a wink that conveyed more to that observant individual than a long telegram would have done. He winked back approvingly, brought up his gun to a severely regulation. "Carry arms," and he and S.I. stepped briskly through the brush to the startled squad. "Here," said S.I., with official severity. "You infernal stragglers, what regiments do you belong to? Sneaking out here, are you, and stealing hogs instead of being with your companies? Wrap that pig up again, pick it up, and come along with us to headquarters." For a minute it looked as if the men would fight. But S.I. had guessed rightly. They were stragglers, and had the cowardice of guilty consciences. They saw the chevrons on C's arms, and his positive, commanding air finished them. They groaned, wrapped up the pig again, and S.I. mercifully made the 2 who had waited by the fire carry the heaviest part. S.I. started them back toward the 200th IND, and he and Shorty walked along close to them, maintaining a proper provost guard-like severity of countenance and carriage. The men began to try to beg off, and make advances on the basis of sharing the pork. But S.I. and Shorty's official integrity was incorruptible. "Shut up and go on," they would reply to every proposition. "We ain't that kind of soldiers. Our duty's to take you to headquarters, and to headquarters you are going." They threaded through the crowds for some time, and as they were at last nearing the regiment a battery of artillery went by at as near a trot as it could get out of the weary horses in that deep mire. The squad took advantage of the confusion to drop their burden and scurry out of sight in the throng. "All right, let 'em go," grinned S.I. "I was just wonderin' how we'd get rid o' 'em. I'd thought o' tucking them into the regiment and then giving them a chunk o' their pork, but then I'd get mad at the way they talked about the 200th IND last night, and want to stop and lick 'em. It's better as it is. We need all that pig for the boys." S.I. and Shorty picked up the bundle and carried it up to the regiment. When they unrolled it the boys gave such lusty cheers that the rebels beyond the field rushed to arms, expecting a charge, and one of our impulsive cannoneers let fly a shell at them. Asai and Shorty cut off one ham for themselves and their particular cronies, carried the other ham, with their compliments, to the colonel, and let the rest be divided up among the regiment. One of their chums was lucky enough to have saved a tin box of salt, and after they had toasted and devoured large slices of the fresh ham they began to feel like new men, and be anxious for something farther to happen. But the gloomy, anxious day dragged its slow length along with nothing more momentous than fitful bursts of bickering, spiteful firing, breaking out from time to time on different parts of the long line, where the men's nerves got wrought up to the point where they had to do something to get the relief of action. Away out in front of the regiment ran a little creek, skirting the hill on which the rebels were massed. In the field between the hill and the creek was one of our wagons, which had mired there and been abandoned by the driver in the stampede of the day before. It seemed out of easy rifle shot of the rebels on the hill. Asai had been watching it for some time. At length he said, "Shorty, I believe that wagon's loaded with hardtack." "It's certainly a commissary wagon," said Shorty, after studying it a little. "Yes, I'm sure that it's one o' them wagons we was guardin', and I recollect it was loaded with hardtack." The mere mention of the much-abused crackers made both their mouths water. "Seems to me I recognize the wagon, too," said Shorty. "Shorty, it'd be a great thing if we could sneak along up the creek, behind them bushes, until we come opposite the wagon, then make a rush across the field, snatch up a box o' hardtack apiece, and then run back. We'd get enough to give each o' the boys a cracker apiece. The wagon shelter us comin' and goin', and we wouldn't get a shot." "It might be," said Shorty, with visions of distributing hardtack to the hungry boys warping his judgment. "The fellers right back o' the wagon couldn't shoot to any advantage, and them to the right and left are too fur off. If you say so, it's a go." "If the boys could only have one hardtack apiece," said S.I., as his last hesitation vanished, "they'd feel ever so much better, and be in so much better shape for a fight. Come on, let's try it." The rest overheard their plan, and began to watch them with eager interest. They made a circle to the right, got into the cover of the brush of the creek, and began making their way slowly and carefully up to a point opposite the wagon. They reached this without attracting notice, parted the bushes in front of them carefully, and took a good survey of the wagon and the hill beyond. The wagon was a great deal nearer the hill than had appeared to be the case from where the regiment lay, and even where they stood they were in easy range of the rebels on the hill. But the latter were utterly unsuspicious of them. They were crouching down around fires, with their guns stacked, and the cannoneers of a couple of guns were at some distance from their pieces, under a brush shelter, before which a fire smoldered in the rain. "It's awful short range," said S.I. dubiously. "If they were lookin' they'd tear us and the wagon all to pieces. But our boys is watchin' us, and I don't want to go back without a shy at it. Them fellers seems so busy tryin' to keep warm that we may get there without their noticin' us. I never wanted hardtack so much in my life as I do this minute," said Shorty. "I don't care to live forever anyway. Let's chance it." They pulled off their overcoats, carefully tied up their shoes, shifted around so as to be completely behind the wagon, and then started on a rush through the mud. For several hundred steps nothing happened, and they began to believe that they would reach the wagon unnoticed. Then a few shots rang out over their heads, followed a minute later by a storm of bullets that struck in the mud and against the wagon. But they reached the wagon, and sat down, exhausted, on the tongue, sidling up close to the bed to protect them from the bullets. Asai recovered his breath first, caught hold of the front board and raised himself up, saw the boxes of coveted hardtack, and was just putting his hand on one of them when a shell struck the rear end and tore the canvas cover off. Asai sank back again beside Shorty, when another shell burst under the wagon, and filled the air with pieces of wheels, bed, cracker boxes, and hardtack. "I don't want no hardtack. I want to find the bank o' that crick," yelled Shorty, starting back on the jump, with S.I. just 6 inches behind. The bullets spattered in the mud all around them as they ran, but they reached the creek bank without being struck. They were in such a hurry that they did not stop to jump, but fell headlong into the water. "Them hardtack was spiled, anyway," said Shorty, as they fished themselves out, found their overcoats, and made their way back to the regiment. They received the congratulations of their comrades on their escape, and someone fished out all the consolation that the regiment could offer, a couple of briarwood pipes filled with fragrant kinnikinnick. They sat down, smoked these, and tried to forget their troubles. The cheerless night drew on. No fires were allowed, and the men huddled together on the wet ground, to get what comfort they could from the warmth of each other's bodies. The temper of the rebels became nastier as the day wore away, and under the cover of the darkness they pushed out here and there and opened worrying fires on the Union line. Suddenly a battery opened up on the 200th IND from a bare knoll in front. The rebels had evidently calculated the range during daylight, and the shells struck around them in the most annoying way. They threw up showers of mud, scattered the groups, and kept everybody nervous and alarmed. The regiment stood this for some time, when an idea occurred to S.I. and Shorty. They went up to the colonel and explained. "Colonel, we've studied the ground out there pretty carefully, and we know that the knoll where that battery is in close range of that crick where we went up this afternoon. If you'll let a few of us go out there, we can stop them cannoneers mighty soon." "Sure of that?" said the colonel alertly. "Dead sure." "Very well then," said the colonel promptly. "I've been thinking of the same thing. I'll take the whole regiment out. Put yourselves at the head and lead the way." The regiment was only too eager for the movement. It marched rapidly after S.I. and Shorty up the creek bed, and in a very few minutes found itself on the flank of the obnoxious battery, which was still banging away into the line which the 200th IND had occupied. It was scarcely 200 yards away, and the men's hearts burned with a fierce joy at the prospect of vengeance. With whispered orders the colonel lined up the regiment carefully on the bank, and waited until the battery should fire again, to make sure of the aim. Every man cocked his gun, took good aim, and waited for the order. They could distinctly hear the orders of the battery officers directing the shelling. 3 cannon were fired at once, and as their fierce lights flashed out the colonel gave the order to fire. A terrible simoon of death from the rifles of the 200th IND struck down everything in and around the battery. "That dog's cured o' sucking eggs," said Shorty, as the colonel ordered the regiment to about face and march back. The 200th IND heard no more from that battery that night. Chapter 9. Victory at last. S.I. reappears as from the grave, with an appetite like prairie fire. On their way back from settling the battery, S.I. and Shorty each broke off a big armful of cedar branches. These they spread down on the ground when the regiment resumed its place in the line of battle, and laid down on them to spend the rest of the night as comfortably as possible. The fire with which they had roasted the pig, and from which they had drawn much comfort during the day, had to be extinguished when darkness came on. But it had dried out and warmed the ground for a considerable space around, and on this they made their bed. "We seem to play in fair luck right along, Shorty," said the hopeful S.I., as they curled up on the boughs. "Most of the boys got to lay down in a foot of mud." "Don't get to crowing too loud," grumbled Shorty. "If they find out what a good thing we have, some jiggity or brindle'll snatch it away for himself." But S.I. was fast asleep before Shorty finished speaking. Some time before midnight the orderly sergeant came around, and after vigorous kicking and shaking, succeeded in waking them. "Get up," he said, "and draw some rations. The wagons got in from Nashville." "My gracious," said S.I., as soon as he was wide enough awake to understand the orderly sergeant's words. "Is it possible that we're going to have plenty of hardtack and pork and coffee again? Seems to me 100 years since we drew a full ration." He and Shorty jumped up and ran over to where the quartermaster sergeant and his assistants were dealing out a handful of crackers and a piece of pork to each man as he came up. "Meb, I oughtn't to say it," said S.I., as he munched away, taking a bite first off the crackers in his right and then off the meat in his left. "But nothing that ever Mother baked tasted quite as good as this." "This does seem to be a specially good lot," assented Shorty. "Probably a wagon load that they intended for the officers and give us by mistake. Better eat it all up before they find it out." The morning of January 2nd, 1863, dawned bleak and chill, but this at least brought the great comfort that the dreary rain was at last over. The sharp air was bracing, and put new life and hope into the hearts of the Union soldiers. Many wagons had been gotten up during the night, bringing food and ammunition for all. Soon after daylight, cheerful fires were blazing everywhere, and the morning air was laden with the appetizing fragrance of boiling coffee and broiling meat. The sun began to rise over Murfreesbo and the rebel camps, giving promise of a bright, invigorating day. "I hope this thing will be brought to a focus today, and the question settled as to who shall occupy this piece of real estate," said Shorty, as he and S.I. finished a generous breakfast, filled their boxes and pockets with cartridges, and began knocking the dried mud off their clothes and rubbing the rust from their guns. "I want them gents in brown clothes to clear out and leave. It frets me to see them hangin' round. They're bad neighbors." "I hope," said S.I., carefully picking out the tube of his gun with a pin, "we won't put in today as we did yesterday, layin' round making faces and shaking our fists at one another. Let's have the thing out at once." Evidently the rebels were of the same frame of mind. They saluted the dawn with a noisy fusillade that ran along the miles of winding line. It was spiteful, crashing and persistent, but as the Union lines lay beyond good musket range and the rebels showed no disposition to advance across the fields and come to close quarters, the noise was quite out of proportion to the harm done. The two rebel batteries on the opposite side of the river opened up a terrific fire upon one of our batteries, and the air seemed torn to shreds by the storm of howling missiles. The 200th IND was too far away to have more than a spectacular interest in this tempestuous episode. They stood around their gun stacks and watched and listened while the hours passed in ineffective noise, and wondered when the crisis of action was going to arrive. "They seem to have lost their appetite for close acquaintance with the 200th IND, remarked Shorty. "They found that Jordan was a hard road to travel whenever they came across the fields at us, and are trying to scare us by making a racket. I think we can stand it as long as their powder kin. But I'm gettin' hungry agin. Let's have something to eat." "Good gracious, it is noon," answered S.I., looking up at the sun. "I believe I do want some dinner." They had scarcely finished dinner eating when the 200th IND was ordered to move over towards Stone River. It halted on a little rise of ground on the bank, which commanded an extensive view on both sides of the river. There was a portentous flow in the great, dark blue sea of men. The billows, crested with shining steel, were rolling eastward toward the river. "Something's going to happen, meetin's about to break up, school's going to let out," said Shorty eagerly. "Isn't it a grand sight?" "Gracious me," said S.I., devouring the spectacle with his eyes. "How I wish that father and mother and sister could see all this. It's worth going through a great deal to see this." It was by far the most imposing spectacle they had yet seen. The whole Army of the Cumberland was crowded into the narrow space between the Nashville Pike and Stone River. Its compact regiments, brigades, and divisions showed none of the tearing and mangling they had endured, but stood or moved in well-dressed ranks that seemed the embodiment of mighty purpose and resistless force. Around its grand array, a half-mile away, lay the somber, portentous line of brown-clad men. Beyond them rose the steeples and roofs of the sleepy old town of Murfreesbo, with crowds of men and women occupying every point of vantage, to witness the renewal of the awful battle. It was now long past noon. The bright sun had long ago scattered the chill mists of the morning, and radiated warmth and light over the dun landscape. Even the somber cedars lost some of the funereal gloom they wore when the skies were lowering. "There go 2 brigades across the river," said S.I. "We're going to try to turn their right." They saw a long line of men file down the river bank, cross, and go into line on the high ground beyond. Their appearance seemed to stir the brown mass lying on the heights a mile in front of them to action. The rebels began swarming out of their works and moving forward into the woods. Presently a thin line of men in burnut-colored clothes ran forward to a fence in front, and began throwing it down. Behind them came 3 long, brown lines, extending from near the river to the woods far away to the left. Batteries galloped in the intervals to knolls, on which they unlimbered and opened fire. It was an overpowering mass of men for the 2 little brigades to resist. C's heart almost stood still as he saw the inequality of the contest. "Why don't they send us over there to help those men?" he anxiously asked. They can't stand up against that awful crowd. Just wait, said Shorty hopefully. Old Rosie knows what he's doing. He's got enough here for the business. The artillery all along the line burst out in torrents of shells, but C's eyes were glued on the two little brigades. He saw the white spurts from the skirmishers' rifles, and men drop among the rebels, who yet moved slowly forward, like some all-engulfing torrent. The skirmishers ran back to the main line, and along its front sped a burst of smoke as each regiment fired by volley. The foremost rebel line quivered a little, but moved steadily on. Then a cloud of white smoke hid both Union and rebel lines, and from it came the sound as of thousands of carpenters hammering away industriously at nails. Presently SI was agonized to see a fringe of blue break back from the bank of smoke, and run rapidly to the rear. They were followed by regiments falling back slowly, in order, and turning at the word of command to deliver volleys in the faces of their yell-ing pursuers. SI looked at his colonel, and saw him anxiously watching the brigade commander for orders to rush across the river to the assistance of the two brigades. Suddenly there was a whirl in front. A battery galloped up, the drivers lashing the horses, the cannoneers sitting stolidly on the limbers with their arms folded. It swept by to a knoll in front and to the right, which commanded the other side of the river. Instantly the gunners sprang to the ground, the cannon were tossed about as if they were playthings, and before SI could fairly wink he saw the guns lined up on the bank, the drivers standing by the horses' heads, and the cannons belching savagely into the flanks of the horde of rebels. Then another battery swept up alongside the first, and another, until 58 guns crowned the high banks and thundered until the earth shook as with the ague. A deluge of iron swept the fields where the mighty host of rebels were advancing. Tops were torn out of trees and fell with a crash, fence rails and limbs of oak went madly flying through the air, regiments and brigades disappeared before the awful blast. For a few minutes SI and Shorty stood appalled at the deafening crash and the shocking destruction. Then they saw the rebels reel and fly before the tornado of death. A great shout arose from thousands of excited men standing near. Regiments and brigades started as with one impulse to rush across the river and pursue the flying enemy. The 200th IND was one of these. No one heard any orders from the officers. The men caught the contagion of victory and rushed forward, sweeping with them the lately defeated brigades, hurrying over the wreckage of the cannon fire, over the thickly strewn dead and wounded, and gathering in prisoners, flags, and cannon. They went on so, nearly to the breastworks behind which the rebels were seeking shelter. SI and Shorty were among the foremost. A few hundred yards from the rebel works SI fell to the ground without a groan. Shorty saw him, and ran to him. The side of his head was covered with blood, and he was motionless. "Stone dead, bullet plumbed through his head," said the agonized Shorty. But there was no time for mourning the fallen. The pursuit was still hot, and Shorty's duty was in front. He ran ahead until the colonel halted the regiment. Fresh rebels were lining up in the breastworks and threatening a return charge which would be disastrous. The colonel hastily reformed the regiment to meet this, and slowly withdrew it in good order to resist any counterattack. After marching a mile or more the regiment halted and went into bivouac. The rejoicing men started great fires and set about getting supper. But the saddened Shorty had no heart for rejoicing over the victory, or for supper. He drew off from the rest, sat down at the roots of an oak, wrapped the cape of his overcoat about his face, and abandoned himself to his bitter grief. Earth had no more joy for him. He wished he had been shot at the same time his partner was. He could think of nothing but that poor boy lying there dead and motionless on the cold ground. He felt that he could never think of anything else, and the sooner he was shot the better it would be. The other boys respected his grief. At first they tried to tempt him to eat something and drink some coffee, but Shorty would not listen to them, and they drew away, that he might be alone. He sat thus for some hours. The loss of their sturdy corporal saddened the whole company, and as they sat around their fires after supper they extolled his good traits, recounted his exploits, and easily made him out the best soldier in the regiment. Presently the fifes and rums played tattoo, and the boys began preparations for turning in. Shorty had become nearly frozen sitting there motionless, and he got up and went to the fire to thaw out. He had just picked up a rail to lay it on the fire in better shape, when he heard a weak voice inquiring, "Does anybody know where the 200th IND is?" Shorty dropped the rail as if he had been shot, and rushed in the direction of the voice. In an instant he came back almost carrying S.I. Klegg. There was a hubbub around the fire that kept everybody from paying the least attention to taps. "Yes, it's really me," said S.I., responding as well as he was able to the hearty handshakings. "And I ain't no ghost either. I've got an appetite on me like a prairie fire, and if you fellers are really glad to see me, you'll hustle up here all the grub in the commissary department. I can eat every mite of it. I was hit by a spent ball and knocked senseless. But I ain't going to tell you any more till I get something to eat." Chapter 10. The Victorious Army. S.I. and Shorty finally succeed in getting out of the wet. The boys were so glad to see S.I. back again alive that they robbed themselves of any choice morsel of food they might have saved for tomorrow's delectation. "Here, S.I.," said one, "is a nice knucklebone o' ham that I pulled back there at the General's when his cook returned to the tent for something. You ought TV heard the nigger cussing as I walked away, but he couldn't recognize the back o' my head, nor see under my overcoat. Me and my chum V had supper off it, and we was saving the rest for breakfast, but I'll broil it for you." "Some of them Kentucky fellers," said another, "found a sheep in the briars and killed it. I traded 'em my silk handkerchief for a hunk o' the meat. I'm going to cook a slice for you, S.I. S.I., I'll boil some coffee for you," said a third. "I'll toast some crackers for you," added a fourth. Shorty roused. He felt so much gladder than any of them that he was jealous of their attentions. "See here, you fellers," said he. "This is my partner, and I'm able to take care of him. I'll boil all the coffee and toast all the crackers he can eat, though I'm much obliged to you, Jim, for your ham, and to you, Billy, for your mutton, though I'm afraid it'll taste too much of the wool for a wounded man." "Don't mind about that," said S.I. "I'm hungry enough to eat the wool on the sheep's back, even. Hand over your mutton, Billy, and thank ye for it. My appetite's not delicate, I can tell you. Woolly mutton won't faze it more'n bark would a buzz saw." S.I. didn't overstate the case. He ate everything that was cooked and offered him, until he declared that he was so full he could touch it with his finger. "I'm sure you're not a ghost, from the way you eat," said Shorty, who was beginning to recover his propensity for sarcasm. "If ghosts eat like you, there'd have to be a steam bakery and a pork packery run in connection with every graveyard." "And I'd never take no ghost to board," said Billy. "Come, S.I.," said Jimmy Barlow, filling his briarwood pipe with kinnikinnick, lighting it from the fire, taking a few puffs to start it, and handing it to S.I. "Tell us just what happened to you. We're dying to hear." "Well," said S.I., settling down with the pipe into a comfortable position, "I don't know what happened. Last thing I knowed, I was running ahead on Shorty's left, loading my gun, and trying to keep up with the Colonel's hoss. Next thing I knowed, I was waking up at the foot of a black oak. Everything was quiet around me, except the yelling of 2 or 3 wounded men a little ways off. At first I thought a cannonball knocked my whole head off. Then it occurred to me that if my head was knocked off, I couldn't hear nor see. Nor think even," injected Shorty. "No, nor think even. For what did you think with? I know some fellers that seem to think with their feet, and that blamed awkwardly," mused Shorty. "I kept on waking up," continued S.I. "At first I thought I had no head at all, and then it seemed to me I was all head, it hurt so awfully. I couldn't move hand nor foot. Then I thought meb only half my head was shot away, and the rest was aching for all. I tried shutting one eye and then the other, and found I'd at least both eyes left. I moved my head a little, and found that the back part was still there, for a bump on the roots of the oak hurt it. By and by the numbness began to go out of my head and arm, but I was afraid to put my hand up to my head, for I was afraid to find out how much was gone. Nearly the whole of the left side must be gone, and all my shoe lint scattered over the ground. I lay there thinking it all over, how awful I'd look when you fellers came to find me and bury me, and how you wouldn't dare tell the folks at home about it. Finally, I got plumb desperate. I didn't seem to be dying, but to be getting better every minute. I determined to find out just however much of my head was really gone. I put up my hand, timid-like, and felt my forehead. It was all there. I passed my hand back over my hair and the whole back of my head was there. I felt around carefully, and there was the whole side of my head, only a little wet where I'd got a spent ball. Then I got mad and I jumped up. Think of my making all that fuss over a little peck that might have been made by a brickbat. I started out to hunt you fellers, and here I am. Yes, but you wouldn't ve been here, philosophized Shorty, examining the wound, if the feller that fired that shot had given his gun a little hunch. If that bullet'd went a half-inch deeper, you'd be up among the stars a bow-legged Wabash angel. Well, we've licked the stuffin' out of 'em at last, haven't we? Asked S.I. Well, I should say we had, replied Shorty with an impressive whistle. I thought the artillery would tear the foundations out of the whole state of Tennessee, the way it let into them. There won't be a more crashin' and bangin' when the world breaks up. I'd been willin' to serve 100 years just to see that sight. Lord, what a chance the cannoneers had. First time I ever wanted to be in the artillery. The way they slung whole blacksmith shops over into them woods, and smashed down trees, and wiped out whole brigades at a clip, filled my soul with joy. We must go over there in the mornin' and take a look at the place, said S.I. drowsily. It will be good to remember alongside the way they slapped it to us the first day. S.I. and Shorty woke up the next morning to find the chill rain pouring down as if the country had been suffering from a year's drought, and the rain was going to make up for it in one forenoon. Lord have mercy, said the disgusted Shorty, as he fell into line for roll call. Another seepin', soppin', sloshin', spatterin' day. Only had 14 of 'em this week so far. Should think the geese carry umbrellas, and the cows wear overshoes in this land of eternal drizzle. If I ever get home, they'll have to run me through a brick kiln to dry me out. In spite of the downpour, the army was forming up rapidly to resume the advance upon Murfreesbo, and over the ground on the left, that had proved so disastrous to the rebels the day before. While the 200th IND was getting ready to fall in, the sick call sounded, and the orderly sergeant remarked to S.I. Fall into this squad, Corporal Klegg. What for? Asked S.I., looking askance at the squad. To go to the surgeon's tent, answered the orderly sergeant. This is the sick squad. That's what I thought, answered S.I. And that's the reason I ain't going to join it. But your head's bigger'n a bushel, S.I., remonstrated the sergeant. Better let the doctor see it. I don't want none of his blue mass or quinine, persisted S.I. That's all he ever gives for anything. The swellin''ll come out o' my head in time, same as it does out o' other people's. Corporal, I'll excuse you from duty today, said the captain kindly. I really think you ought to go to the surgeon. If you don't mind, Captain, said S.I. saluting, I'll stay with the boys. I want to see this thing to the end. My head won't hurt me half so bad as if I was back grunting round in the hospital. Probably you are right, said the captain. Come along, then. Willing and brave as the men were, the movements were tiresomely slow and laggard. The week of marching and lying unsheltered in the rain, of terrific fighting, and of awful anxiety had brought about mental and physical exhaustion. The men were utterly worn out in body and mind. This is usually the case in every great battle. Both sides struggle with all their mental and physical powers, until both are worn out. The one that can make just a little more effort than the other wins the victory. This was emphatically so in the Battle of Stone River. The rebels had exhausted themselves, even, more in their assaults than the Union men had in repelling them. When, therefore, the long line of blue labored slowly through the mud and the drenching rain up the gentle slopes on the farther side of Stone River, the rebels sullenly gave ground before them. At last a point was reached which commanded a view of Murfreesbo and the rebel position. The rebels were seen to be in retreat, and the exhausted army of the Cumberland was mighty glad to have them go. As soon as it was certain that the enemy was really abandoning the bitterly contested field, an inexpressible weariness overwhelmed everybody. The 200th IND could scarcely drag one foot after another as it moved back to find a suitable camping ground. S.I. and Shorty crawled into a cedar thicket, broke down some brush for a bed, laid a pole in two crotches, leaned some brush against it to make a par-tile shelter, built a fire, and sat down. "I declare, I never knew what being tuckered out was before," said S.I. "And it's come to me all of a sudden. This morning I felt as if I could do great things, but the minute I found that them rebels was really going, my legs begun to sink under me." "Same way with me," accorded Shorty. "Don't believe I've got strength enough left to pull a set-in hen off'n her nest. But we can't be drowned out this way. We must fix up some better shelter. The Colonel says there's a wagon load o' rations on the way here," said S.I., sinking wearily down on the ground by the fire, and putting out his hands over the feeble blaze. "Let's wait till we get something to eat. Meb will feel more like work after we've eaten something." "S.I. Klegg," said Shorty sternly, but settling down himself on the other side of the fire, "I never knowed you to flop down before. You've always been, if anything, forwarder than me. I was in hopes now that you'd take me by the back o' the neck and try to shake some o' this laziness out o' me." "Wait till the rations come," repeated S.I. listlessly. "Meb will fell livelier then. The shelter we've fixed up'll keep out the coarsest o' the rain, anyway. Most o' the boys ain't got none." When the rations arrived, S.I. and Shorty had energy enough to draw, cook, and devour an immense supper. Then they felt more tired than ever. Shorty had managed to tear off a big piece of the wagon cover while he was showing much zeal in getting the rations distributed quickly. He got the company's share in this, and helped carry it to the company, but never for a minute relaxed his hold on the coveted canvas. Then he took it back to his fire. S.I. and he spent what energy they had left in making a tolerable tent of it, by stretching it over their shelter. They tied it down carefully, to keep anybody else from stealing it off them, and Shorty took the additional precaution of fastening a strip of it around his neck. Then they crawled in, and before night come on they were sleeping apparently as soundly as the 7 of Ephesus. Chapter 11. Winter Quarters. They built them a house and got in out of the rain. The next day, Sunday, after the battle, dawned as clear, bright and sparkling as only a winter's day can dawn in Tennessee, after a fortnight of doleful deluges. Tennessee winter weather is like the famous little girl with the curl right down in the middle of her forehead, who, after weeks of heart-saddening downpour that threatened to drench life and hope out of every breathing thing, it will suddenly beam out in a day so crisp and bright that all nature will wear a gladsome smile and life become jocund. When the reveille and the orderly sergeant's brogans aroused S.I. and Shorty, the latter's first thought was for the strip of canvas which he had secured with so much trouble from the wagon cover, and intended to cherish for future emergencies. He felt his neck and found the strip that he had tied there, but that was all that there was of it. A sharp knife had cut away the rest so deftly that he had not felt its loss. Shorty's boiler got very hot at once, and he began blowing off steam. Somehow he had taken an especial fancy to that piece of canvas, and his wrath was hot against the man who had stolen it. "Condemn that one a thief!" he yelled. "He ought to be drummed out o' camp, with his head shaved. A man that'll steal ought to be hunted down and kicked out o' the army. He's not fit to associate with decent men." "Why, Shorty," said S.I., amused at his partner's heat, "you stole that yourself." "I didn't nothin' o' the kind," snorted Shorty. "And don't want you sayin' so, Mr. Klegg, if you don't want to get into trouble. I took it from a teamster. You ought to know it's never stealin' to take anything from a teamster. I'll bet it was some of that Toledo regiment that stole it. Them Maumee River muskrats are the derndest thieves in the brigade. They'd steal the salt out o' your hardtack if you didn't watch 'em, not because they wanted the salt, but just because they can't help stealin'. They ought to be fired out o' the brigade. I'm going over to their camp to look for it, and if I find it I'll wipe the ground up with the feller that took it. 'Tain't so much the value of the thing as the principle. I hate a thief above all things." S.I. tried to calm Shorty and dissuade him from going, but his partner was determined, and S.I. let him go, but kept an eye and ear open for developments. In a few minutes Shorty returned, with jubilation in his face, the canvas in one hand and a nice frying pan and a canteen of molasses in the other. "Just as I told you," he said triumphantly. "It was some o' them Maumee River muskrats. I found them asleep in a bunch o' cedars, with our nice tent stretched over their thievin' carcasses. They'd been out on guard or scoutin', and come in after we'd gone to sleep. They were still snoring away when I yanked the tent off, and picked up their frying pan and canteen o' molasses to remember 'em by. I thought you hated a thief, as I started to say, but real comrades soon learn, like husband and wife, that it is not necessary to say everything that rises to their lips. Besides, the frying pan was a beauty, and just what they wanted. It became generally understood during the day that the Army of the Cumberland would remain around Murfreesbo indefinitely, probably until spring, to rest, refit, and prepare for another campaign. Instructions were given to regimental commanders to select good camping ground and have their men erect comfortable winter quarters. The 200th IND moved into an oak grove, on a gentle slope toward the south, and set about making itself thoroughly at home. SI and Shorty were prompt to improve the opportunity to house themselves comfortably. SI had now been long enough in the army to regard everything that was not held down by a man with a gun and bayonet as legitimate capture. He passed where one of the Pioneer Corps had laid down his axe for a minute to help on some other work. That minute was spent by SI in walking away with the axe hidden under his long overcoat. Those long overcoats, like charity, covered a multitude of sins. The axe was not sharp, no army axe ever was, but C's and Shorty's muscles were vigorous enough to make up for its dullness. In a little while they had cut down and trimmed enough oak saplings to make a pen about the size of the corn crib at C's home. While one would whack away with the axe, the other would carry the poles and build up the pen. By evening they had got this higher than their heads, and had to stop work from sheer exhaustion. "I'll declare," said SI, as they sat down to eat supper and survey their work, "if father'd ever made me do half as much work in one day as I have done today, I should have died with tiredness, and then run away from home. It does seem to me that every day we try a new way o' killing ourselves." "Well," said Shorty, arresting a liberal chunk of fried pork on the way to his capacious grinders to cast an admiring glance on the structure, "it's worth it all. It'll just be the finest shebang in Tennessee when we get it finished. I'm only afraid we'll make it so fine that Jen Rosecrans or the governor of Tennessee come down and take it away for himself. That'd just be our luck." "Great Scott!" said SI, looking at it with a groan. "How much work there is to do yet! What are we going to do for a roof? Then, we must cut out a place for a door. We'll have to chink between all the logs with mud and chunks, and we ought to have a fireplace. I've been thinking of all them things, and I've thunk 'em out," said Shorty cheerfully. "I've been thinking while you've been workin'. Do you know, I believe I was born for an architect, and I'll go into the architect business after the war. I've got a head plumb full of the natural stuff for the business. It growed right there. All I need is some more know-how in making plans on paper." "Oh, you've got a great big head, Shorty," said SI admiringly. "And whatever you start to do, you do splendid. Nobody knows that better'n me. But what's your idea about the roof? Why, do you see that there freight car over there by the bridge?" Pointing to where a car was off the track, near Stone River. "I've been watching that ever since we begun buildin', for fear somebody else drop onto it. The roof of that car is tin. We'll just slip down there with an axe after dark, and cut off enough to make a splendid roof. I always wanted a tin-roofed house. Old Jack Wilson, who lives near us, had a tin roof on his barn, and it made his daughters so proud they wouldn't go home with me from meetin'. You can write home that we have a new house with a tin roof, and it'll help your sisters to marry better. Shorty, that head o' your'n gets bigger every time I look at it." SI and Shorty had the extreme quality of being able to forget fatigue when there was something to be accomplished. As darkness settled down, they picked up the axe and proceeded across the fields to the freight car. "There's someone in there," said SI, as they came close to it. They reconnoitered it carefully. 5 or 6 men, without arms, were comfortably ensconced inside and playing cards by the light of a fire of pitch pine, which they had built upon some dirt placed in the middle of the car. "They're blamed skulkers," said Shorty, after a minute's survey of the interior. "Don't you see they hain't got their guns with them? We won't mind 'em." They climbed to the top of the car, measured off about half of it, and began cutting through the tin with the axe. The noise alarmed the men inside. They jumped out on the ground and called up, Here, what are you fellers doing up there? This is our car. Let it alone. Go to the devil, said Shorty, making another slash at the roof with the axe. This is our car, I tell you, reiterated the men. You let it alone, or we'll make you. Some of the men looked around for something to throw at them. SI walked to the end of the car, tore off the brake wheel, and came back. You fellers down there shut up and go back inside to your cards if you know what's good for you, he said. You're nothing but a lot of derned skulkers. We are here under orders. We don't want nothing but a piece o' the tin roof. You kin have the rest. If any of you attempts to throw anything, I'll mash him into the ground with this wheel. Do you hear me? Go back inside, or we'll arrest the whole lot of you and take you back to your regiments. C's authoritative tone, and the red stripes on his arm, were too much for the guilty consciences of the skulkers, and they went back inside the car. The tearing off the roof proceeded without further interruption, but with considerable mangling of their hands by the edges of the tin. After they had gotten it off, they proceeded to roll it up and started back for their house. It was a fearful load, and one that they would not have attempted to carry in ordinary times. But their blood was up. They were determined to outshine everybody else with their tin roof, and they toiled on over the mud and rough ground, although every little while one of them would make a misstep and both would fall, and the heavy weight would seem to mash them into the ground. I don't wonder old Jake Wilson was proud of his tin roof, gasped S.I., as he pulled himself out of a mud hole and rolled the tin off him and Shorty. If I'd a tin roof on my barn, derned if my daughter should walk home with a man that didn't own a whole section of bottom land and drove mules to boot. It was fully midnight before they reached their pen and laid their burden down. They were too tired to do anything more than lay their blankets down on a pile of cedar boughs and go to sleep. The next morning they unrolled their booty and gloated over it. It would make a perfect roof, and they felt it repaid all their toils. Upon measurement they found it much larger each way than their log pen. Just right, said Shorty gleefully. It'll stick out 2 feet all around. It's the aristocratic, fashionable thing nowadays to have wide cornices. Remember them swell houses we was looking at in Louisville? We're right in style with them. The rest of Company Q gathered around to inspect it, and envy them. I suppose you left some, said Jack Wilkinson. I'll go down there and get the rest. Much you won't, said S.I., looking toward the car. There ain't no rest. They all looked that way. Early as it was, the car had totally disappeared, down to the wheels, which some men were rolling away. That must be some o' them Maumee River muskrats, said Shorty, looking at the latter. They'll steal anything they can get away with, just for the sake of stealin'. What on earth can they do with them wheels? They may knock 'em off the axles and make hearths for their fireplaces, and use the axles for posts, suggested S.I. Here, you fellers, said Shorty. Give us a lift. Let's have a house raisin'. Help us put the roof on. They fell to with a will, even the captain assisting, and, after a good deal of trouble and more cut hands, succeeded in getting the piece of tin on top of the pen and bent down across the ridgepole. S.I. and Shorty proceeded to secure it in place by putting other poles across it, and fastening them down with ropes and strips of bark to the lower logs. Your broad cornice is aristocratic, as you say, said the captain, but I'm afraid it'll catch the wind, and tip your house over in some big storm. That's so, admitted Shorty. But a feller that puts on airs always has to take some chances. I don't want people to think that we are mean and stingy about a little tin, so I guess we'll keep her just as she is. The next day they borrowed a saw from the pioneers, cut out a hole for the door, and another for the fireplace. They made a frame for the door out of pieces of cracker boxes, and hung up their bit of canvas for a door. They filled up the spaces between the logs with pieces of wood, and then daubed clay on until they had the walls tight. They gathered up stones and built a commodious fireplace, daubing it all over with clay, until it was wind and watertight. What are we going to do for a chimney, S.I.? said Shorty, as their fireplace became about breast high. Build one o' sticks like these rebels around here? That'll be an awful lot o' work. I've had any day, said S.I. I ain't going to let you do all the thinkin', even if you are a born architect. When I was helpin' draw rations yesterday, I looked at the pork barrels, and got an idea that one of them make a good chimney. I spoke to Bill Suggs, the commissary sergeant, about it, and he agreed to save me a barrel when it was empty, which it must be about now. I'll go down and see him about it. Si presently came back rolling the empty barrel. They knocked the bottom out, carefully plastered it over inside with clay, and set it up on their fireplace, and made the joints with more clay. It made a splendid chimney. They washed the clay off their hands, built a cheerful fire inside, cooked a bountiful supper, and ate it in the light and comfort of their own fireside. It was now Saturday night. They had had a week of severer toil than they had ever dreamed of performing at home, but its reward was ample. "Ah," said Shorty, as he sat on a chunk of wood, pipe in mouth, and absorbed the warmth. "This is something like home and home comforts. It's more like white livin' than I've had since I've been in the army. Let's act like men and Christians tomorrow, by not doin' a lick o' work o' any kind. Let's lay abed late, and then wash up all over, and go to hear the chaplain preach." "Agreed," said Si, as he spread out their blankets for the night. It had been threatening weather all day, and now the rain came down with a rush. "Ain't that music, now?" said Shorty, listening to the patter on the roof. "Nothin' sounds so sweet as rain upon a tin roof. Let it rain cats and dogs, if it wants to. The harder the better. Si, there's nothin' so healthy to sleep under as a tin roof. I'll never have anything but a tin roof on my house when I get home. And we've got the only tin roof in the regiment. Think o' that." But Si was too sleepy to think. Chapter 12. Adding to their comfort. Making additions and improvements to their home. Si and Shorty kept Sunday as planned. They really did not know how tired they were until they formed the resolution to give the day to absolute restfulness. Then every joint and muscle ached from the arduous toil of the past week, added to the strains and hardships of a week of battle. "Used to seem to me," said Shorty, "that when Sunday come after the first week's plowin' in spring that I had a bile in every limb. Now I appear to have one in every joint, and in my brains as well. I didn't ever suppose that I could be so tired, and yet be able to set up and take nourishment." "Same here," said Si. "Feel as if I ought to be wrapped in cotton battin and sweet oil, and laid away for a while." The only thing about them which did not show deadly lassitude was their appetites. Fortunately, the commissary took a liberal view of the regulations as to rations, issuing enough to make up for those they had not drawn during the times when his department was not in working order. They ate all these and wanted more. The quartermaster had also succeeded in re-establishing relations. They drew from him new underclothing to replace that which they had lost, took a thorough wash, the first good one they had had since Christmas morning, beat and brushed much of the accumulated mud representing every variety of soil between Murfreesbo and Nashville out of their clothes, cleaned and greased their heavy brogans, and went with their comrades to divine service. Feeling that they had made every provision required for a proper observance of the holy day. Si had a really fine baritone voice, and led the meeting in singing. After church, Shorty said, "Si, when you were singing so loud about being a soldier of the cross and a follower of the Lamb, I wanted to get right up and tell you that you'd have to get a transfer from the 200th IND. We've lots of cross soldiers, especially on mud marches, but we don't want any soldiers in this regiment except for the Constitution of the United States and the laws made in pursuance thereof, against all enemies and opposers whatsoever, either foreign or domestic. And as for follerin' the Lamb, you know as well as I do the orders agin foragin dot. Oh, dry up, Shorty. I don't believe going to church done you a mite o' good. I tell you it done me lots." "There you're mistaken," answered Shorty. "It just done me lots o' good. Kind o' restored communications with home and respectable folks once more, and made me think I still belong to what the geographies call civilized and partially civilized people, something that we seem in great danger o' forgettin', the way we've been goin' on." The good chaplain's fervent appeals to devote the day to earnest consideration of their souls' welfare could not keep them from spending the hours in planning and discussing further improvements on the house. "We must have a real door," said Shorty, looking critically at the strip of canvas that did duty for that important adjunct. "Muslin looks shiftless, and, besides, I think it's unhealthy. Let's in drafts, and will give us colds. Too bad about our catching cold, said S.I. sardonically. Most o' the time lately we've been sleepin' out with nothin' around us but the state line of Tennessee. Don't be too flip, young man, said Shorty severely. You have not had a home with its blessin's long enough to appreciate it. I say we must have a real door and a winder that'll let in light, and a bedstead, and a floor o' planks. We ought to have 'em, certainly, agreed S.I. But must have 'em is quite another thing. How are we goin' to get 'em? There's 40,000 men around here, snatchin' at every piece o' plank as big as your hand. Well, retorted Shorty, we're goin' to have a real door, a winder, and a plank floor, all the same. They're to be had somewhere in this country, and they'll have to run mighty hard to get away from us. The next morning the orderly sergeant said, Corporal Klegg, you'll take 5 men, go down to the railroad, and report to the commissary to load the wagon with rations. S.I. took Shorty and 4 others and started off on this errand. He was soon so busy rolling heavy pork barrels from the car into the wagon that he failed to notice that Shorty was not with him. Finally they got the wagon loaded and started, with them walking alongside, puffing and sweating from their vigorous labor. They were not 100 yards away from the train, when the conductor came storming up. See here, Lieutenant, he said to the commissary. Some o' them men o' yours sneaked around and stole the hind door off my caboose while you was loading up. I don't believe a word of it, said the commissary, firing up at once. Mine ain't that kind of men. I'd have you know they don't steal. What reason have you for saying so? The door was on the car when I came out to meet you, and now it's gone, and there's been no body near the caboose but your men. I know my men were working hard all the time right under my eyes, said the lieutenant, growing angrier every minute. They're not the men to steal anything, and if they were they didn't have any chance. They were too busy. You can satisfy yourself that they didn't. You see none of them have the door with them, and you can search the wagon. Get right in there and look for it. The conductor climbed into the wagon and looked carefully through. No, it's not there, he said ruefully. Then the commissary's wrath flamed out. There, confound you, you are at it again, you infernal civilian, slandering and abusing men who are fighting for their country. Charging them with stealing your old caboose door. Think of your disgraceful impudence, vilifying men who are shedding their blood for their country by such shameless charges. What did they want with your old car door? Get away from here, before I lose my temper and do you damage. The conductor walked away muttering. Blasted thieving whelps, O soldiers, what'll they steal next? Lost all my train tools at Laverne, swiped the bedding at Smyrna, got away with our clothes and dishes at Antioch, stole stove and lanterns at Overall's Crick, and now they've begun on the cars. I'll be lucky to have enough wheels left on the engine to run her back to Nashville. The commissary continued to fume about the disgraceful charges brought against his men until they reached camp. The wagon was unloaded and the squad dismissed. As S.I. came up to the house, he saw Shorty busily engaged in hanging the caboose door by means of hinges which he had improvised from some boot tops. Why, Shorty, gasped S.I., how did you get away with it? Easy enough, answered his partner. I saw you fellers gettin' very busy over them pork barrels, and all the train hands helpin' you. I meandered back to the caboose, gently lifted the back door often its hinges, slipped down into the weeds in the ditch, and kept under cover o' them till I was out o' sight. Say, isn't it just a bully door? That afternoon S.I. and Shorty walked over to where a detail of men were at work building a bridge across Stone River, under the direction of a lieutenant of pioneers. They had an idea that an opportunity might occur there to pick up something that would add to their home comforts. The lieutenant was bustling about, hurrying the completion of the work before night. As the detail was made up of squads from various regiments, he was not acquainted with the men, and had much difficulty assigning them to the work that would suit them best. He came up to S.I., who still wore the artillery sergeant's overcoat he had picked up during the battle, and said sharply, Here, Sergeant, don't stand around doing nothing. Set the men a good example by pitching in lively. There's plenty to do for everybody. If you can't find anything else, help dig down that bank, and roll those big stones into the fill. Hold on, I've thought of something else. I want a reliable man to send over for some lumber. Put one of your men on that wagon there, and go with him, and take this letter to Captain Billings over at the sawmill. It's a requisition for a load of lumber. Avoid the camps as much as possible on your way back, or they'll steal every inch of it away from you. Very good, sir, said S.I., saluting. Shorty, jump on the wagon there, and gather up the lines. Shorty very obediently took his place on the seat of the 2-horse wagon employed by the pioneers for their jobs. Hurry up, enjoined the lieutenant. We need those boards at once. Very good, sir, said S.I., saluting. This is what I call a puddin', said Shorty, oracularly, as they drove away. The Lord always can be trusted to help the Dervin, if the Dervin only keep their eyes peeled for his pianters. This comes from not working yesterday and going to church. They drove down to the sawmill, delivered their requisition, and had their wagon loaded with newly sawn plank. The captain had the planks carefully counted, the number and feet entered upon the record, and set forth upon the return which he gave to S.I. to be delivered to the lieutenant of pioneers. "Two Diody gast much bookkeepin' in this army," remarked S.I., rather disconsolately, and he put the paper in his blouse pocket, and they drove away. Waste entirely too much valuable time. What did he count them boards for? Looked like he suspicioned us. How are we going to get away with any o' them? I wouldn't have that man's suspicious mind for anything, answered Shorty. He don't trust nobody. All the same, we're going to have enough boards for our floor. How are we going to manage it? Asked S.I. Lots o' ways. There's no need o' your carrying that paper back to the lieutenant. I might pick up several 100 feet and sneak away without your knowing it. Say, as a bright idea struck him, what's the use o' going back to the lieutenant at all? Neither of us belongs to his detail. He don't know us from a side o' sole leather. What's the matter with driving the wagon right up to camp, and swiping the whole business, horses, wagon and all? I hain't been in the army as long as you have, Shorty, said S.I. doubtfully. I've made some progress in petty larceny, as you know, but I ain't yet quite up to stealing a span o' horses and a wagon. Meb I'll come to it in time, but I ain't quite ready for it now. That comes from going to church yesterday, and hearin' the chaplain read the 10 Commandments, said Shorty wrathfully. I don't believe they ought to allow the chaplains to read them things. They ain't suited to army life, and there ought to be a general order that they're prejudicial to good order and military discipline. Where'd the army be if they obeyed that one about not coveting a horse or other movable property? I tell you what we'll do, since you're so milky on the thing, we'll drive up in front of our house, unload enough boards for our floor, you get out your gun and bayonet and stand guard over 'em, and I'll drive the wagon down near the bridge, and jump off and leave it. All right, said S.I. That'll do splendidly, if you think you can dodge the lieutenant. Oh, he be darned, said Shorty scornfully. I could get away from him if I wasn't 10 years old. They carried out the plan. They drove up in front of their residence, and threw off a liberal quantity of the boards. The other boys raised a yell, and made a break for them. But S.I. ran inside, got his gun, and established himself on guard. Don't you budge an inch from there till I get back, shouted Shorty, as he drove away. Don't let one of Company Q lay a finger on them. They're the derndest thieves outside the Jeffersonville Penitentiary. You can't trust one o' them farther than you could sling a bull by the tail. I'll be back soon. Shorty drove gaily down until he got close to the bridge. The lieutenant had been impatiently expecting him, and as soon as the wagon came up it was surrounded by a crowd of men to unload it. The lieutenant looked over the load. I wonder if he sent enough. Let me see your return, he said, looking up at the seat, where he expected to find the sergeant he had put in charge. But the seat was empty. Shorty had jumped down, prudently mingled with the crowd, avoided the lieutenant's eye with much more than his usual diffidence, and was modestly making his way back to camp behind a thicket of hazel bushes. When he got to the house he was delighted to find S.I. still master of the situation, with all the boards present and accounted for. They quickly transferred them to the interior, and found that they had enough for a nice floor, besides a couple of extra ones, to cut up into a table and stools. "You done good work in keepin' the other boys off in MSI," said he. "I was afraid you wouldn't. The only thing I've got agin Company Q is that the boys will steal. Otherwise they're the nicest kind o' boys." A couple of days later they got a pass to go down to Murfreesbo and look the sleepy old town over. They were particularly interested in the quaint old courthouse, which had once been the capital of Tennessee. They happened into one of the offices, which was entirely deserted. On the wall hung a steel engraving of Jeff Davis in a large oak frame. "That blamed old rebel picture oughtn't to be hangin' there, S.I.," observed Shorty. "Indeed it oughtn't. Jeff ought to be hung to a sour apple tree, and that glass'd make a nice winder for our house." "Indeed it would." Shorty started to answer, but time was too precious to waste in speech. In an instant he had shoved an old desk up to the wall, mounted it, and handed the picture down to S.I. They wrapped it up in their overcoats, and started back for camp. They had seen enough of Murfreesbo for that day. Chapter 13. Hoosiers Rest. S.I. and Shorty christen their place and give a housewarming. With a tin roof, a real door, a glazed window, and a plank floor, S.I. and Shorty's house was by far the most aristocratic in the cantonment of the 200th IND, if not the entire winter quarters of the Army of the Cumberland. A marble mansion, with all the modern improvements, could not more proudly overshadow all its neighbors than it did. Even the Colonel's was no comparison to it. A tent fly had been made to do duty for a roof at the Colonel's. It could not be stretched evenly and tight. It would persistently sag down in spots, and each of these spots became a reservoir from which would descend an icy stream. A blanket had to serve as a door, and the best substitute for window glass were commissary blanks greased with fat from headquarters frying pan. The floor, instead of being of clean, new plank, S.C.'s and Shorty's, was made of the warped and weather-beaten boards of a stable, which had been torn down by a fatigue detail. S.I. and Shorty took as much pride and pleasure in their architecture as any nabob over his $1,000,000 villa. They were constantly on the alert for anything that would add to the comfort and luxury of their home. In their wanderings they chanced to come across an old-fashioned bedstead in an outhouse. It was of the kind in which the rails screw together, and the bed is held up by a strong cord crossing and recrossing from one rail to another. This looked like real luxury, and they at once appropriated it without any consultation with the owner, whoever he may have been. "It'd be a waste o' time, anyhow," remarked Shorty. "He's a rebel, and probably over there in Bragg's army." They made a tick out of the piece of wagon cover, filled it with beech leaves, and had a bed which surpassed their most extravagant ideas of comfort in the army. "Shorty," said S.I., as they snugged themselves in the first night, "this seems almost too much. Do you ever remember settin' the whole night on a rail, with nothin' over us but clouds leakin' ice water?" "Shut up," said Shorty, giving him a kick under the blankets. "Do you want me to have a nightmare?" They got a number of flat stones, and laid down a little pavement in front of their door, and drove an old bayonet into the logs to serve as a scraper. They rigorously insisted on every visitor using this before entering. "For common Wabash bottom fly up the cricks and private soldiers, you're puttin' on entirely too many frills," said Sol Murphy, the wagon master, angrily, as it was firmly insisted upon that he stay outside until he carefully cleaned his shoes on the bayonet. "A man that's afraid o' mud hain't no business in the army. He orter stay at home and wear Congress gaiters and pantalettes. You're puttin' on too many scallops, I tell you. You knowed all 'bout mud in the Wabash bottoms. You had 'nough of it there, the Lord knows." "Yes, we had," replied Shorty. "But we was too well raised to track it into anybody's parlor." "Parlor," echoed Sol, with a hoarse laugh. "Lord, how fine we are, just becase one o' us happens to be a measly little corporal. In some armies the wagon masters have corporals to wait on 'em and black their boots. Now I'll tell yo' what I've come for. I've lost my scoop shovel, and I've been told that you fellers stole it, and are using it to bake hoe cakes on. I've come up here to see if you've got it, and I'm going right in there to see for myself, mud or no mud. We hain't got your blamed old scoop shovel. You can't get it. You ain't going in there until you clean your feet, and not then unless we conclude to allow you," Shorty replied. "I'm going in there, or break some Wabash loon's neck." said the wagon master wrathfully. I always did like to get a chance to lick a mule whacker, said S.I., pulling off his overcoat. And the bigger and the more consequential he is, the better. I've never licked a wagon master yet, and I'm just atchin' for a chance. The wagon master was the bully of the regiment, as wagon masters generally are. When S.I. came into the regiment, a green cub, just getting his growth, and afraid of everybody who assumed a little authority and had more knowledge of the world than he, the wagon master had been very overbearing, and at times abusive. That is the way of wagon masters and their ilk. The remembrance of this rankled in C's mind. On the other hand, the wagon master failed to comprehend the change that a few months of such service as the 200th INDS wrought in verdant, bashful boys like S.I. He thought he could cow him as easily as he did when S.I. had timidly ventured to ask His Greatness a modest question or two as they were crossing the Ohio River. Wagon masters were always making just that kind of mistakes. The other boys ran up to see the fun. The wagon master made a rush for S.I. with doubled fists, but S.I. quickly stepped to one side and gave the hulking fellow a tap on the butt of his ear that laid him over in the mud. The other boys yelled with delight. Next to a sutler, or a conceited, fresh young aide, the soldiers always delighted to see a wagon master get into trouble. The wagon master sprang up, ready for another round, but the boys raised the cry that the officer of the day was coming, and both S.I. and the wagon master remembered that they had business in other parts of the camp. The next day Shorty said, "It's all right, S.I. We could have kept that scoop shovel as long as we wanted to, but I thought that for many reasons it'd better be got out of the regiment, so I've traded it to them mommy muskrats for a Dutch oven they'd borrowed from their major." "Bully," answered S.I. "I'd much rather have the Dutch oven, anyway." S.I. produced a piece of board, which had been painted white, and evidently done duty as part of the door of a house in Murfreesbo, looked at it critically, and then selected a piece of charcoal from the fire, and sat down with an air of studious purpose. "What are you up to now, S.I.?" asked Shorty curiously. "Why," explained S.I., "I've noticed, whenever we've been in any big place, that all the fine houses have signs or numbers, or something else onto 'em, to name 'em. I've been thinkin' o' something for our house. How does Hoosiers Rest strike you for a name?" "Splendid," said Shorty. "Couldn't be better. And," continued S.I., "I've got this board to make a sign to nail up over the door. Do you know how to spell Hoosier, Shorty?" "Blessed if I do," answered Shorty. "It wasn't in our book. At least, we never got to it, if it was. You see, our spellin' school broke up just as we got to incompatible. The teacher got too fond o' Nancy Billings, that I was castin' sheep's eyes at myself. He got to givin' her easy words, to keep her at the head o' the class, and pickin' hard ones for me, to send me to the foot, where I'd be fur away from her. I wouldn't stand it always, so me and him had it out one night before all the scholars. I got away with him, and he left the country, and busted up the school." "Hoosier," repeated S.I. to himself. "I never saw it spelled. But there must be some way to spell it. Let me see, WHO spells who." "That's so," assented Shorty. "I spells is," continued S.I. "Who is that's right so far. HERE spells here. Who is here, that seems almost right, don't it, Shorty?" "It certainly does," replied Shorty, scratching his head to accelerate his mental action. "Or it might be SIWHO who is, and YER. You know some ignorant folks say you're for you. And they say the name came from the people who first settled in Indiany sayin' who's yer to any newcomer." "I believe you're right, Shorty," said S.I., bending over the board with the charcoal to begin the work. "We'll make it that way anyway." The next day passers-by saw a white board nailed up over the door, which contained a charcoal sketch of a soldier seated on a chunk of wood, with a pipe in his mouth, taking as much ease as S.I. could throw into the outlines of his face and body, and with it was this legend: "Who is yours rest?" The next idea that came into the partners' minds was that the requirements of society demanded that they give a housewarming in their sumptuous abode. They at once set about making it a memorable social event. While out with a wagon after forage, they found an Indiana man who had settled in that country. He had a good orchard. They bought from him a barrel of pretty hard cider and several bushels of apples. His wife knew how to make fried dough nuts of real Indiana digestibility. There would be luxuries for the boys, and a half bushel were contracted for. The farmer was to bring them all in his wagon, and S.I. and Shorty were to meet him at the pickets and guard the treasures to their abode. They bought a little bale of fragrant kinnikinnick tobacco from the sutler, made a sufficiency of corncob pipes, swept off the ground in front of their house, which, as there had been no rain for several days, was in good condition, with brooms of brush, that it might serve for a dancing floor, gathered in a stock of pitch pine knots for their fire, spoke to Bintay Jim to bring his fiddle along, and to Uncle Sassafras, the Colonel's cook, to come down with his banjo, and their preparations were completed. It was a crisp, delightful winter evening, with the moon at full, the fire burning brightly, and everybody in the best of spirits. The awful week of marching, enduring and suffering, of terrific fighting, limitless bloodshed, of wounds and death to one out of every 4 men in the ranks, of nerve-wracking anxieties to all might as well have been centuries ago for any sign that appeared on the bright, animated faces of the young men who gathered in front of the cabin. They smoked, danced old-fashioned country dances to the music of the fiddle and the banjo, and sang songs which lamented the death of Lily Dale, mourned that my Nellie was sleeping in the hazel dell, adjured the silver moon to roll on, and so on through the whole repertoire of the sentimental ballads of that day. Then they were invited into the house to inspect its complete, luxurious appointments, and feast themselves to bursting on apples, hard cider, and doughnuts that would have tried any stomach but a young soldier's. Billy Gurney, who had been back to Nashville as one of the guard to a trainload of wounded, was induced to favor the company with the newest song, which had just reached that city. He cleared his throat with another tin cupful of cider, and started off with. Rapturous applause followed the first verse, and Billy started in to teach them the chorus, so they could all join. A loud explosion came from the fireplace. A camp kettle full of cider that was being mulled by the fire was spattered over the company, scalding some of them severely. Stones from the fireplace and bullets flew about the room. They all rushed out. Footsteps could be heard running in the distance. They looked in that direction, and recognized Sol Murphy's broad back and bushy head. "That blamed wagon master dropped a nosebag with a lot o' cartridges in it down the chimbley," said Shorty, who had made an inspection of the fireplace. "Mad because he wasn't invited. You bet I'll salivate him well for that little trick." Chapter 14. Deacon Klegg's surprise. Decides to visit Murfreesbo and meets with adventures. "Mother," said Mr. Josiah Klegg, Sr., suddenly laying down the county paper, and beginning to polish his spectacles with his red bandana, "do you know what I've the greatest mind in the world to do?" It was an evening in February, 1863, and the family had been sitting for some hours after supper around the bright fire, engaged in various occupations. "No, father," said Mrs. Klegg, looking up from her knitting with such interest that she dropped several stitches. The girls stopped their sewing, and turned expectant eyes on their father. When Mr. Josiah Klegg, Sr., announced that he had a great mind to do anything, that thing stood in imminent danger of being done. He was not given to ordinary schemes, still less to idle speech. He thought slowly and doggedly, but when he had arrived at a conclusion there were 200 pounds of solid, stubborn, unchangeable Indiana farmer behind the conclusion. "What is it, father?" asked Mrs. Klegg, making an automatic effort to gather up her lost stitches. "I've a good mind to go down to Murfreesbo and see S.I.," responded the father. "Why, father?" gasped the three. "Them men folks." "Go down there among them guerrillas?" ejaculated Mrs. Klegg. "And John Morgan raiders," echoed Maria. "And Secesh soldiers, butternut brigands, rebel rascals," added Tilda. "Well," answered Mr. Klegg, deliberately, "they've been pegging away at S.I. for a good many months now, and they haven't killed him by a jug full. Guess I can stand 'em for a few days. The papers say that the army's settled down at Murfreesbo for the winter, and that the railroad's runnin' all right from Learville clean there. I can do nothin' round the farm for the next 3 or 4 weeks, till spring opens, except the chores about the house, which Jimmy Watkins kin tend to as well as I kin. I've got all my fences in good shape, and split all the rails I need. There's wood enough cut to last the winter out. I've hauled all the wheat to town I'm going to till prices go higher. I finished getting out my clover seed yesterday, and now there's nothing left for a month but to do boys' work round the house, or talk politics down at the store. I'd rather go down and see S.I. Why, father, remonstrated Mrs. Klegg, how can you ever get along in them camps, and live the way them soldiers do? You forget, said her husband, with a touch of dignity, that I druv team for a whole week in the Black Hawk War. I wanted to enlist, but I was too young. Then I turned out and drilled with the militia as long as there was any musters. I know a good deal more about war than you think. How do you suppose you'll ever find S.I. and all that ruck o' men? Said Mrs. Klegg doubtfully. Oh, they all know S.I. by this time, returned the father confidently. Besides, he's an officer now. I'll go right to Jen Rosecrance's headquarters. He's probably right near him, where he can have him at any time. But don't write to S.I. that I'm comin'. I want to surprise him. As soon as it was seen that the father was determined to go, mother and daughters entered upon the scheme with the greatest enthusiasm. Each began to think of some useful thing that they could send to S.I. to add to his comfort. Mrs. Klegg had already knit a couple of pairs of lamb's wool socks, and was at work on a third. Maria had knit a pair of mittens, gay with the national colors and representing the flag. The blue field with the white stars around the wrists, while the red and white stripes ran down the fingers. When they were put on, the effect was picturesque, not to say startling. When S.I. holds up his hands, remarked Matilda, they'll look like big hollyhock blossoms, and the men'll wonder where he got posies in winter. Matilda contributed a red flannel shirt, upon which she had been engaged since the beginning of winter, reminded her that such a present would be very acceptable to S.I. She had done a lot of her finest stitching upon it. C's initials were wrought in white thread on the cuffs, and on the bosom was a maze of white lines representing hearts, anchors, roses, and flags of the Union. In the center of these, in letters of bold outline but rugged execution, was the legend, Josiah Klegg. His shirt. From Tildy. I know it ain't quite right to speak of S.I. as a friend, she explained, when she spread the shirt out for the family's examination and admiration. But I couldn't think of nothin' to rhyme with brother. I could, said Maria, in her superior way. I'd said something like this. Maria, you always was so much smarter than me in writin' poetry, admitted Matilda. It would have been ever so much nicer. But it's too late now to do it over again. Annabel was sorely puzzled what to send. She wanted something that would be indicative of her feelings toward S.I., and yet maiden modesty restrained with the fear of sending something that might be too significant. She spent a sleepless night thinking it over, and finally decided to send a new ambrotype of herself, with a lock of her hair. It is needless to say that this kept S.I. warmer than a whole bale of flannel shirts would have done. 1,000 things occurred to the family that S.I. would enjoy, from a couple of feather pillows to a crock of head cheese, of which S.I. used to be immensely fond. The old hair trunk was brought down from the garret, and its dimensions studied. But the next evening Jim Wilkins, of Company Q, who was home patching up a leg which had caught a bullet at Stone River, came in, and his advice was asked. No, sirree, said he emphatically. Don't you never take no trunk nor no box. Don't you take nothin' that you can hang on to, and keep your eye on every minute. I think the Army o' the Cumberland is the most honestest army in the whole world. I'd knock any man down in a minute that hinted there was a single thief in it. All the same, the only sure way to keep anything you want is to never let go of it for a second. You'd better only take a carpet sack, and look mighty sharp after that, the nearer you get to the army. Keep one eye on it all the time after you cross the Ohio River, and both eyes on it when you get to Murfreesbo. A week later a strongly built, farmer-looking man entered the Nashville train at Louisville and looked anxiously around among the crowd of soldiers with which it was filled. His full, resolute face was destitute of whiskers, except a clump of sandy hair on his chin. He wore a coarse but warm overcoat, a black slouch hat, around his neck was a voluminous yarn comforter, and mittens of the same generous proportions were on his hands, one of which held a bulging blue umbrella and the other a large striped carpet sack. He found a vacant seat beside a rough-looking soldier, who had evidently been drinking, placed his precious carpet sack between his heavy, well-oiled boots, stuck his umbrella beside it, unwound his comforter, laid it back on his shoulders, took off his mittens, unbuttoned his overcoat, and took from his pocket a long plug of navy tobacco, from which he cut off a liberal chew, and then courteously tendered the plug and knife to his neighbor, with the remark, "Have a chaw, stranger." The soldier took the plug, cut it in two, put the bigger part in his own pocket, sliced off a liberal portion off the other for his own mouth, and then rather reluctantly handed the remainder, with the knife, back to Mr. Klegg, without so much as a "Thankee." "Manners seem a little different in the army from what they are in Indiany," thought Mr. Klegg. But meb the soldier's not had a chance to get any tobacco for a long time. He chewed meditatively for some minutes, and then made another friendly advance toward his seat partner. "I s'pose we'll start pretty soon, won't we, stranger?" "The devil you do!" responded the other surlily, and sending over a strong whiskey breath. "Don't know much about this blamed old start when it pleases and stop when you don't want to railroad. We'll start when some young sardine with shoulder straps finishes his breakfast, and stop when John Morgan tears up the track. If you didn't feed your hogs any better and this train runs, old hayseed, they'd starve to death in a month. He ain't just what you'd call perlite," thought Mr. Klegg, as he meditatively chewed for a little while longer. "But meb that's the way in the army. Probably C's got just that way, too." He chewed meditatively for a few minutes longer. The air was getting very redolent of the fumes from his neighbor's breath. "I hope I ain't got to drinking like that," he sighed, as a particularly strong whiff reached him. "If he has, I won't rest a minute till I've yanked him up before Jen Rosecrans and made him take the pledge. Jen Rosecrans can't afford to have officers around him who drink. 'Tain't right to trust men's lives to 'em. Say, old Sorreltop," said the soldier, turning toward him, "give us another bite o' that tobacco o' yours, will you?" Mr. Klegg did not like the tone nor the manner, but he produced his tobacco, and began prudently clipping off a fair-sized chew for his companion himself. "Oh, the devil, that ain't no chaw," said the other, pulling the tobacco and knife from his hand. "Don't be stingy with your tobacco, old hawbuck. You kin get plenty more." He sliced a strip off clear across the plug, and stuffed it into his mouth. "You don't chaw tobacco. You jest eat it," remonstrated the long-suffering Mr. Klegg. "Here, I'll take some o' that, too," said another soldier on the seat in front, snatching at the knife and tobacco. "No, you won't, you sardine," angrily responded the first soldier. "This gentleman's a friend o' mine. I won't see him robbed." The reply was a blow, and the two were soon mixed up in a savage fight. Mr. Klegg was alarmed, lest one of them should be hurt with the heavy, sharp knife, and he mixed in to get it in his hand. In the scuffle his hat, mittens and comforter were thrown to the floor and trampled in the tobacco juice. The provost guard rushed in, a stalwart sergeant separated the combatants, jammed the first soldier down in the seat until the timbers cracked, banged the other one's head against the side of the car, and remarked, "Confound you, don't either o' you raise a hand or open your mouths, or I'll break both your necks. Old man, you keep mighty quiet, too. Hain't you got no sense to mix up in such a row? You're old enough to know better. I'll snatch you off this train if you make any more disturbance." Mr. Klegg's blood was up. He wanted to thrash the whole crowd, including the sergeant, and felt equal to it. But the cry was raised that the train was going. The sergeant hastened off, with a parting admonition to him to keep still if he knew what was good for him. "I'm afeard the army's a mighty rough place," thought Mr. Klegg, as he gathered up his soiled belongings and tried to straighten them out. "I wonder if it'll get worse the nearer we get to the front?" The train pulled out of Louisville, and he became interested in the great banks of red earth, crowned with surly, black-mouthed cannon, where the forts were, the rows of white tents in the camps, the innumerable droves of horses and mules in the corrals, and the long trains of army wagons. "I'm going to stock up with some horses when I get back," he said to himself. "The government seems to need a powerful sight o' them, and prices is going up faster and weaked. Things had now been tolerably quiet in the car for over half an hour, entirely too long for a party of soldiers returning to the front. Monotonous peace was obnoxious to them. A two-fisted young fellow up toward the front rose up, drained the last drops from a pint flask, dashed the bottle on the floor, and yelled, "Here's for a quiet life, and peace and goodwill. I belong to John F. Miller's brigade, the best brigade in the Army of the Cumberland, and the only one that captured any guns at Stone River. I can lick any man in McCook's corps." The answering yell that went up seemed to indicate that nearly all in the car belonged to McCook's corps. There was a general peeling off of overcoats, and a rush forward of answerers to his bold challenge. A few yelled, and started in to help out the Miller man. Mr. Klegg rose to his feet in dismay. Before he could think, the soldier beside him picked up his carpet sack and flung it at the Miller's brigade man. Mr. Klegg groaned as he thought of the consequences to a jar of honey and a crock of butter, which Mrs. Klegg had put in for C's delectation. The combatants came together with the hearty zeal of men who had been looking for a fight for a straight month. The soldier beside Mr. Klegg snatched up the umbrella and began laying about him. The crash was fearful. The backs of the seats were wrenched off, the carpet sack trodden underfoot, the windows broken out, and finally Mr. Klegg found himself on the floor of the car under a mass of struggling, fighting, striking and kicking men. The train came to a halt at a station. The guards on the platform rushed in, and by dint of a vigorous use of gunbutts and other persuasives, and more strong language than Mr. Klegg had ever heard before in all his life, succeeded in quieting the disturbance and making the men take their seats. Mr. Klegg recovered his carpet sack, his comforter, mittens, hat and umbrella, and sat down again. He turned around and glared at the soldier by his side. "If it warn't for startin' another fight," he said to himself, "I'd punch his infernal head." But the soldier had gone to sleep. He lolled his head over in Mr. Clegg's lap and snored loudly. For 2 or 3 hours afterward the train rattled along without particular incident. Mr. Klegg recovered his composure, and got very much interested in the country through which they were passing, and its farming possibilities. These did not strike him favorably, and he was more than ever convinced that the Wabash Valley was the garden spot of the world. Finally, the train stopped and backed onto a switch to allow another to pass. An enterprising man had put up a shanty near the track, with a long shelf in front, upon which were displayed sandwiches, pies, boiled eggs, and other eatables. The men all rushed out of the car. Mr. Klegg had begun to feel hungry himself, and joined them. "How much for that pie?" he asked, pointing to one. $half, answered the keeper. 50 cents for pies, 25 cents for sandwiches, 10 cents for a cup of coffee. "Too blamed much," shouted a chorus of voices. "An infernal pirate come down here to skin the soldiers. Let's clean him out." Before Mr. Klegg fairly understood the words, everything was snatched up. Those who did not get hold of any of the viands began on the shed. It was torn to pieces, the stove kicked over, the coffee spilled on the ground, and the eating-house keeper and his assistants scuttled away out of danger. The whistle sounded, they all rushed back into the cars, and Mr. Klegg had to stay his hunger with another chew of tobacco. Again there was tolerable peace for several hours, broken at last by the sudden stoppage of the train out in the country, the sound of shots, and the yell of "Guerrillas! Guerrillas!" Everybody bolted out of the cars. Those who had guns buckled on their cartridge boxes, and formed in line, ready for orders. A squad of rebel cavalry had been trying to tear up the track, but were surprised by the unexpected appearance of the train. They had fallen back to the top of the hill, to see how many were aboard, and whether it looked profitable to make an attack. They were keeping up a desultory fire at long range. Mr. Klegg had seen a gun standing in the corner as he ran out. He picked it up and joined one of the squads. He was no coward, and if there had to be fighting, he was willing to do his share. "Bully for you, old hayseed," said the man who had wanted to whip any man in the right wing of the army. "You're made of the right stuff, after all." Others around him nodded approval, and Mr. Klegg was conscious that the social atmosphere was more pleasant for him. The guerrillas finally decided to give the job up, and rode away, after yelling some very uncomplimentary things about Yankee soldiers generally. When Mr. Klegg returned to his seat, he found his carpet sack, umbrella, mittens, and comforter gone. Likewise the man who had been riding with him. He waxed very wroth, and lifted up his voice to let them know it. Several around began to guy him, but suddenly the man from Miller's brigade forced his way through the crowd and asked, "What's the matter, Squire?" Mr. Klegg explained. "Well, you've got to have every one of them things back again, if I've to lick every man on the train. I'll not see an old man and as good a man as you are mistreated where I am. I've got a father myself." This time he was in the large majority. All of McCook's men were with him. A general hunt was instituted through the train, and one by one his possessions were recovered and brought back to him. "Thank'ee, gentlemen, thank'ee very kindly. Will any o' you gentlemen have a chaw of turbaker? It's all I have to offer you, but it's good." When the train pulled into Nashville that night, a very tired old farmer got off and inquired, "How much farther is it to Murfreesbo?" "About 25 miles," someone answered. "I'm awful glad to hear it. If it was 30 miles, I don't believe I could stand it." Chapter 15. Deacon Clegg's arrival is mistaken. For a night of the Golden Circle. "Things don't look so tumultuous like on this train," said Mr. Klegg, with a sigh of satisfaction, as he seated himself in the car for Murfreesbo and deposited his valuables by his side. "I know that boys will be boys, and I like to see them have fun just as well as any other man, but I must say that they made things on that other train a little too lively for a middle-aged deacon of the Baptist church." A broad-shouldered provost sergeant walked through the car, with an air of authority, and gave orders to several who were seated in it. "Must be the constable, or sheriff, or town marshal," mused Mr. Klegg. "I hope he'll stay on the train till we reach Murfreesbo, and keep order." Mr. Klegg was right. The irregularities and disorders of the rear ended at Nashville. There the strict discipline of the front began under the iron sway of the provost marshal, whose guards were everywhere, particularly at the depots and on the cars. The occupants of the car were as orderly as the boys at a country school when the master is on his throne, with his eyes about him. It was a bright day, and the country roundabout of surpassing interest to the Indiana farmer. He saw the domed, stately capital of Tennessee crowning the highest hill, and lording a glorious landscape of hill and valley, through which the Cumberland River flowed in majestic sweeps, like a broad girdle of sparkling silver. Then came the frowning forts, with beetling banks of blood-red clay, with terror-striking black guns, with rugged palisades, and a porcupine bristle of abatis. Sentries with gleaming muskets paced their high parapets. Every mile, as far as he could see, was full of objects of engrossing interest. He became so absorbed in the feast of his eyes that he did not observe that a middle-aged, clean-shaven man in a suit of dusty black had sat down beside him, and was studying him with attention. "How do you do, my friend?" said he at length, putting out his hand. Mr. Klegg turned with a start, and instinctively put out his hand. "Howdy," he said, with a tone of little encouragement, for he would much rather have continued watching the country than indulge in purposeless conversation. The stranger grasped his hand warmly, and pressed his thumb upon the first joint of Mr. Klegg's, and caught his little finger in a peculiar way. Deacon Klegg had been initiated into the Oddfellows, and he dimly recognized this as a grip, but he could not associate it for the moment with any of the degrees of the Brotherhood of the Three Links. "Were you out late last night?" said the stranger in a low, deeply impressive tone. "Not particularly," answered Deacon Klegg, turning to catch a view of the stockade at La Vergne, where the 1st Michiganing had made such a gallant defense. "I'd a mighty bothersome day, and was pretty well tuckered out. I found a good place to sleep, and I turned in rather early. Say," continued he, pointing to the wreckage of battle, "the boys seem to have poked it to pretty lively out there." "It was a very sharp fight," returned the other, "but for once our friend Wheeler made a mistake, and lost heavily. Down the road farther you'll see evidences of his more successful work in some miles of burnt wagons." "Bad man, that Gen Wheeler," said the deacon, looking steadfastly out of the window. The stranger looked a little disappointed, but he rallied, and presently gave the second grand hailing sign of the Knights of the Golden Circle, in the same low, impressive tone. "Did you see a star last night?" "Can't say that I did," responded Mr. Klegg rather indifferently. "There was lots of gas lamps burning, and I was rather taken with them, so that I didn't notice the moon or stars. Besides, as I told you before, I turned in pretty early, for I was tired with my ride from Leeville, and I wanted to get in good shape for the trip today." A cloud of annoyance came upon the stranger's face, and he did not speak again for a minute or two. Then he said, "You are from Indiana, are you not?" "Yes," said Mr. Klegg. "From Posey County?" "Yes." "I knew so. I've been looking for you for several days." "Looking for me?" said Deacon Klegg, turning around in amazement. "How come you to be looking for me? What business have you got with me? How'd you know I was a-comin'?" "Nobody knowed it outside o' Marrier, my wife, and my family." "Come, now," said the other impatiently. "Don't try to play off on me. You needn't be afraid. I'm all right. I'm Deputy Grand Organizer for the Knights for Southern Indiana and the jurisdiction of Louisville generally. You ought to remember me. I recollect you perfectly. I organized the lodges in Poseyville, and all through your county. I planted the seed there for a big crop of butternuts that'll help hurl the tyrant Lincoln from his bloody throne, and give the country back into the hands of the white man. I got word that you were coming down with important information from your section for Jen Bragg and John Morgan, and I've been on the lookout for you." An understanding of what the man was, and what he was driving at, began to slowly filter into Deacon Clegg's mind, and his temper to rise. "Confound you, you pizen copperhead," he said wrathfully. "What do you take me for? Do you take me for a miserable, traitorous knight o' the Golden Circle? I'm a member o' the church, or I'd punch your pizen head. I'm a loyal man, and I've got a son fightin' for the Union." "Hush," said the unconvinced man, laying his hand on the deacon's arm. "Don't talk so loud. They're watching us." Klegg shook his hand off angrily, but the warning came too late. The provost sergeant had been watching them, at the instigation of a sharp-eyed, clerkly-looking man in semi-uniform. The sergeant strode toward them, followed by a soldier with a gun. "I arrest you both," said he. "You are men that we've been looking for. You'll stay right there in your seats till we get to Murfreesbo, and this man LLC that you do." The soldier took position at the end of the seat, and dropped the end of his musket on the floor with an "I've got my orders and I am going to stay right here" look on his face. "You've been looking for me," gasped Deacon Klegg. "Who else has been looking for me, I'd like to know? Is the whole state o' Tennessee looking for me? What was you looking for me for? Think I've run away from Injiny without payin' my debts? Think I want to desert my wife and children? Young man, you don't know Josiah Klegg. I've got a quarter section of as good land as there is in the Wabash Bottoms, and I don't owe $1 on it. As for leavin' Maria Klegg, I wouldn't do it for the whole state of Injiny. What v you been lookin' for me for, I'd like to know? Old man, I haven't time to talk to you, and it ain't my business. You'll find out soon enough, when you get to headquarters, and so will your partner there." "My partner?" echoed Deacon Klegg. "This man's no partner o' mine. I never laid eyes on him till a half-hour ago." "Continue your speech at headquarters," said the sergeant, as he moved off. "I haven't time to listen to it now. You'd better save your breath till then, for you'll have to do some mighty slick talkin' to save your spying neck, I can tell you that." Deacon Klegg sank back in the seat dumbfounded. "What on earth can he mean?" he gasped. "It's another of the outrages of the despot Lincoln," answered his companion. "It's another of the arbitrary arrests by his military satraps. Liberty is dead in this country until we can overthrow that nigger-loving usurper." "Shut up," said the deacon savagely. "If you say another word I'll mash you. I won't be disturbed when I'm trying to think things out." "I want that carpet sack and umbrella of yours," said the sergeant, coming back. "I've no doubt you've got 'em both full of treasonable documents and information for your rebel friends. Guard, watch both these men closely, and see that they don't destroy any papers, nor throw anything out the window." "Young man," said the deacon resolutely, You can't have that carpet sack or that umbrella. They're my property. If you take 'em, I'll have the law on you. I'll sue you for trespass, larceny, assault and battery, and intent to provoke. I hain't done nothin' to justify it. I'm Josiah Klegg, of Posey County, Indiany, deacon in the Ebenezer Church on Mill Creek. I'm going down to Murfreesbo to visit my son, Josiah Klegg, Jr., of the 200th Indiany Volunteers. You all know him. He's an officer. He's the boy that tried to get a commissary wagon away from the rebels during the battle, and he and Shorty V got a house with a tin roof. The other occupants gathered around and laughed derisively. "'Twon't do, old man," said the sergeant, trying to wrest the carpet sack away. "You tell a pretty story, and you're well disguised, but we're on to you. We got full particulars about you from Louisville. You're a bad lot down there in Posey County. There's a Knights of the Golden Circle Lodge under every sycamore. You'd be at Jen Bragg's headquarters tomorrow night if we let you alone." He pulled hard at the carpet sack, and Deacon Klegg resisted with all his sturdy might. His strength was quite a match for the sergeant's, but other soldiers came to help the latter. The handles came off in the struggle, and the deacon was forced down into his seat. The other man took advantage of the confusion to work his way through the crowd to the door and jump off. This angered the sergeant, and coming back to where Mr. Klegg sat, exhausted and intensely mad, he said, "I'll make sure that you don't get away, anyhow. I ought to have done this at first." So saying, he snapped a handcuff over Mr. Clegg's wrist, and then over the arm of the seat. The deacon was never so humiliated in his life. He was simply speechless in his rage and mortification. Among the many of Jen Rosecrance's eccentricities and vagrant fancies was one for prowling around through his camps at night, wearing a private's overcoat and cap. One night he strolled into the camp of the 200th IND. The superior architecture of SI and Shorty's cabin struck him, and he decided to look inside. He knocked on the door. "Come in," shouted SI. He entered, and found SI engaged with Tom Billings in a game of checkers for the championship of the 200th IND. Shorty was watching the game intently, as C's counselor, and Zeke Tompkins was giving like assistance to Tom Billings. 2 other crack players were acting as umpires. The light from the fire shone brightly upon them, but left the front of the room, where the general stood, in complete darkness. They were so absorbed in the game that they merely looked up, saw that the newcomer was a private soldier, and supposed that he had merely dropped in to watch the game. "Did you clean your feet on the bayonet outside the door?" demanded Shorty, as he fixed his eyes again on the red and white grains of corn, which represented the men on the board. "No, I forgot," said the general quietly. "Well, go right outside and clean 'em off," ordered Shorty. "Don't want no mud tracked in here for us to carry out agin." The general, much amused, went out, carefully scraped his boots, and then returned. "All right," said Shorty, looking up as he re-entered. "Now look all you like, but don't say nothin'. Nobody 's allowed to say a word but the players and the umpires." The game proceeded in silence for several minutes, and the general became much interested. It was one of his peculiarities that he could not help getting interested in anything that his soldiers were doing, from the boiling of a cup of coffee or the pitching of a tent to the alignment of a company. SI was getting a little the better of Billings, and the general's sympathies naturally went toward the loser. He touched Billings on the shoulder, as he was about to make a move, and said, "Don't do that. You'll open your king row. Move." Shorty was alert on the instant. "Shut up," he commanded. "You've no business talkin'. I told you when you come in you weren't allowed to say nothin'. "Excuse me," said the general. "I quite forgot." "Well, see that you don't forget agin," growled Shorty. "We've got quite enough talent in the game already. We don't want no more to come in." Again the game proceeded in intense silence for some minutes. Then SI called out, "Hold on, you can't jump backwards with that man. That ain't no king." "I say it is a king," said Billings. "I got him into the row half an hour ago, and crowned him. You knocked the crown off when you moved." "I know better," said Shorty. "I've been watching that piece right along, and he's never been nearer the king row than he is this minute." A hot discussion ensued. The general forgot himself and joined in his usual positive, authoritative way. I say the man had been crowned. I saw him crowned and the crown afterward knocked off. There's the crown by the side there. Shorty's wrath rose. I told you when you come in here, he said sharply, not to mix into this game. You've got no business in it. Keep your advice till it's asked for, or get out o' the tent. If you don't get out, I'll put you out. Be careful, my man, said the general, speaking in his usual way. You are talking to an officer. I don't care if you are a lieutenant or a captain, even, S.I. chimed in. You have no business mixing in a quiet little game o' checkers between enlisted men. I am more than a captain, said the general, opening his overcoat slightly, to show his double dow of buttons. Durn a major or a colonel don't make it much better, said S.I. obdurately, but with much more respect. I'm higher than a colonel, said the general, amusedly, and opening his overcoat a little farther. Excuse us, General, they all murmured, rising to their feet and taking the position of a soldier. You don't command our brigade, do you? Said Shorty, trying to get a better view of his face. I command this brigade, and several others, said the general, smilingly enjoying their confusion. Lord, a major general commanding a corps, gasped Shorty, backing up with the rest into line, and saluting with the profoundest respect. Still higher, laughed the general, stepping forward to where the light fell full on his face. I'm Mosh, Gen. Rosecrans, commanding this army. But don't be disturbed. You've done nothing. You are all entitled to your opinions, as free American citizens, but I will insist that that man had been in the King Row, and should be crowned. But you settle that among yourselves. I merely dropped in to compliment you on the skill you have shown in building your house and its comfort. I'm glad to find that it looks even better inside than out. I know that you are good soldiers from the way you take care of yourselves. But so fine a house ought to have a better checkerboard than a barrelhead, with grains of corn for men. Who are the owners of the house? Me and him, said Shorty, indicating himself and S.I. Very good, said the general. Both of you report at my headquarters tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Good night. 3 cheers and a tiger for old Rosie, yelled Shorty as soon as he could get his scattered wits together enough to say a word. They gave 3 such rousing cheers that the rest of Company Q came running out of their tents, and joined in cheering, as fast as the news could be communicated to them. The next morning a squad of prisoners was being conducted toward Army headquarters. At their head walked a stout, middle-aged farmer, carrying a portly blue umbrella. He had spent the night among the riotous spirits in the guardhouse, and had evidently undergone much wear and tear. He looked as if things had not been going his way at all. By him marched the stalwart provost sergeant, with a heavy striped carpet sack under his arm. Gen. Rosecrans rode up at the head of his staff, from an early morning inspection of some part of the camp. The men saluted and cheered. Whom have you here, Sergeant? Said the general, reining up his horse beside the squad. That's Gen. Rosecrans, said one of the guards to Deacon Klegg. Nobody of importance, replied the sergeant, except this old man here. He's a knight of the Golden Circle, that we've been watching for some time, going through with information and other things from the Knights of Indiana to the enemy in Tullahoma. I've got his carpet sack here. I expect it's full of papers and contraband stuff. It feels as if it had lead in it. I am taking him to the provost marshal's for examination. He set the heavy carpet sack down on the ground, to rest for a minute. Gen. Rosecrans, it's all a plaguey lie, burst out Deacon Klegg. I'm as loyal a man as there is in the state of Indiana. I voted for Abe Lincoln and Oliver P. Morton. I've come down here to visit my son, Josiah Klegg, Jr., of the 200th Indiana Volunteers. You know him, General. He's one o' your officers. He's a corporal. He's the boy that tried to take a commissary wagon away from the rebels during the battle, and he's got a house with a tin roof. You recollect that, don't you? Some of the staff laughed loudly, but the general checked them with a look, and spoke encouragingly to the deacon. Yes, General, continued Mr. Klegg. I knowed you'd know all about him the minute I mentioned him to you. I told this over and over again to these plaguey fools, but they wouldn't believe me. As to that carpet sack having things for the enemy, it's the biggest lie that ever was told. I'll open it right here before you to show you. I've only got some things that my wife and the girls was sending to SI. He fumbled around for his keys. Possibly you have made a mistake, Sergeant, said the general. What evidence have you? We've got word to look out for just such a man, who'd play off the dodge of being an old plug of a farmer on a visit to his son. He was on the train with a man whom all the detectives know as one of the worst knights in the gang. They were talking together all the way. I arrested the other one too, but he slipped away in the road this man made to distract our attention. In the meantime, Deacon Klegg had gotten his carpet sack open for the general's inspection. It was a sorry sight inside. Butter, honey, shirts, socks, boots, and cakes are excellent things taken separately, but make a bad mixture. Deacon Klegg looked very dejected. The rest grinned broadly. I don't seem to see anything treasonable so far, said the general. Sergeant, take the rest of your prisoners up to the provost marshal, and leave this man with me. Jen Rosecrans, said a familiar voice. You ordered us to report to you this morning at 10 o'clock. We're here. The general looked up and saw Corporal S.I. Klegg and Shorty standing at a salute. S.I., said the deacon, joyously, sticking out a hand badly smeared with honey and butter. Pap! Shouted the corporal, taking the hand in rapture. How in the world did you get down here? They all laughed now, and the general did not check them. Corporal, said he, I turn this man over to you. I'll hold you responsible that he don't communicate with the enemy. But come on up to headquarters and get your checkerboard. I have a very nice one for you. Chapter 16. In a New World. Deacon Klegg has a little experience of life in the army. Pap, said S.I., by way of introduction. This is Shorty, my partner, and the best partner a feller ever had, and the best soldier in the Army of the Cumberland. Glad to see you, Mr. Klegg, said Shorty, reddening and grasping the father's outstretched hand. But you orter V broke that boyo you're lion when he was young. He never did lie, said the deacon cheerfully. And I don't believe he's lying now. I've heard a great deal o' you, Mr. Shorty, and I'm sure he's telling the truth about you. Drop the Mr. Pap, said S.I. We never call each other Mr. here, except when we're mad. S.I. took the carpet sack under his arm, and they trudged up toward Army headquarters. Relieved of anxiety as to his own personal safety, and having found his son, Deacon Klegg viewed everything around him with open-eyed interest. It was a wonderfully new and strange world into which the sober, plodding Indiana farmer had dropped. The men around him spoke the speech to which his ears were accustomed, but otherwise they were as foreign as if they had come from the heart of China. Their dress, their manners, their actions, the ways in which they were busying themselves, had no resemblance to anything seen on the prosaic plains of the Wabash in his half-century of life there. The infantry sweeping over the fields in endless waves, the dashing cavalcades of officers and staffs, the bewildering whirl of light batteries dazed him. Even S.I. awed him. It was hard to recognize in the broad-shouldered, self-assured young soldier, who seemed so entirely at home in his startling surroundings, the blundering, bashful hobbledehoy boy of a few months before, whose feet and hands were constantly in the way, and into everything else that they should not be. Somehow, S.I., he said, looking at his offspring with contemplative eye, you seem to have growed like a cornstalk in July, and yet when I come to measure you, you don't seem no taller nor heavier than when you went away. How is it? Don't know, Pap, S.I. answered. I feel as if I'd had more'n 10 long years o' growth since we crossed the Ohio River. Yet you don't seem a minute older than when I went away. I didn't feel no older, returned the father, until I got in that guardhouse last night. Then I could feel my hair gettin' grayer every hour, and my teeth droppin' out. I'm afraid you didn't get much chance to sleep, Pap, said S.I. sympathetically. Loss o' sleep was the least part of it, said the deacon feelingly. I can stand a little loss o' sleep without any particular bother. It wasn't being kept awake so much as the way I was kept awake that bore on me. Why, what happened? Asked S.I. Better ask what didn't happen, groaned his father. Used to have some mighty rough shiveries when I was a boy, and it just settled on the Wabash. Lots o' toughs then, 'specially 'mong the flatboatmen, who'd nothin' to drink but new sod corn whiskey, that'd fight in every spoonful. But for sure, straight out tumultuousness, that guardhouse last night gave 6 pecks for every bushel of a Wabash shivery. Shorty looked meaningly at S.I. Guardhouse fellers is likely to be a ructionary lot o' roosters. Awful sorry you got in among 'em. Was they very bad? Well, I should say. When I was chucked in, they was havin' a regular prize fight, 'cordin' to rules, as to whether Rousseau or Negley was the best general. The Rousseau man got licked, and then the other Rousseau men wasn't satisfied, and proposed to lick all the Negley men in the guardhouse, but the Sheridan men interfered, and made the Rousseau men cool down. They turned their attention to me. They raised a row about a citizen being put in among them. It was a disgrace. The guardhouse was only intended for soldiers and gentlemen, and no place for condemned civilians. Then someone said that I had been arrested as a Knight o' the Golden Circle, on my way to Bragg, with information from the Indiana Knights. Another insisted that he knowed me, and that I was Vallandigham himself, brought down there to be sent through the lines. Then I thought sure they'd kill me on the spot. I begged and pled and denied. Finally, they organized a court-martial to try me for my life. They had an awful tonguey feller that acted as prosecuting attorney, and the way he blackguarded me was a shame. He said the word traitor was wrote in every lineament o' my face, that I was a dyed in the wool butternut, and that the bag I'd brung along with me contained the muster rolls of 100,000 Indianians who'd been swore in to fight for Jeff Davis. The feller that they appointed to defend me admitted the truth of all that the other feller had said. He said that no one could look in my Southern Indiany face without seeing secession, treason, and nigger-lovin' wrote there in big letters. He could only ask the honorable court for mercy instead o' justice, and that I'd be shot instead o' hung, as I deserved. When they asked me what I'd got to say in my own defense, I told them the truth, and said that I'd come down here to visit my son, who they all knowed they must know S.I. Klegg. Oh, the 200th Indiana Volunteers, who was an officer, and had a house with a tin roof. Then they all got up and yelled. They said they knowed S.I. Klegg only too well, that he was the meanest, wondriest soldier in the army, and that he looked just like me. They had him in the guardhouse now. He'd been put in for stealin' a hoe cake from a blind nigger halfway back to Nashville durin' the battle. They brought up the dirtiest, scalliest-lookin' man in the guardhouse, and said that was S.I. Klegg, and that he resembled me so much that they was sure he was my son. They asked him if he recognized me as his dad, and after they kicked him 2 or 3 times he said he did, but he was going to cut his throat now, since they'd found it out. He couldn't stand everything. Then they said they'd postpone execution on condition that I'd kneel down, drink a pint o' whiskey, take the oath o' allegiance to Abe Lincoln, and sing "We'll Hang Jeff Davis" on a sour apple tree. I told them I was perfectly willin' to take the oath to Abe Lincoln as often as they pleased, that he was my man from start to finish, that I wanted Jeff Davis hung the minute we catched him. I'd sing the song if they'd learn it to me, though I've not sung anything but hymns for the last 25 years. As for the whiskey, I wouldn't take it on no account, for I belonged to the Good Templars. They all seemed pacified with this except one man, who insisted that I should drink the whiskey. One o' the Sheridan men knocked him down, and then the fight between the Rousseau men and the Negley men broke out afresh, and the guard come in and quieted things. By the time they'd done this, they found that the man who had recognized me as his father was tryin' to hang himself with a piece o' tent rope. They cut him down, larruped him with the tent rope, and then started another court to try me for havin' sich a son. But some officer come in and took out the prosecuting attorney, and the lawyer for the defense, and the president judge, and bucked and gagged 'em. This cooled things down agin till mornin' dot. We might walk over to the provost marshal's, suggested Shorty, and watch for them fellers as they come out, and take a drop out o' some of 'em. It'll be a waste o' time, said S.I., with a shrug of his shoulders. They'll all be doing hard labor for the next 30 days, and by that time we'll likely have a good deal else to think about. Let's report at headquarters, and then take Dad over and show him our new house. Yes, I'm dying to see it, said the deacon, and to get somewhere that I can sit down in peace and quietness. Seems to me I haven't had a moment's rest for years, and I'm as nigh tuckered out as I ever was in my life. At the army headquarters was a crowd of officers, mounted and dismounted. Aides were arriving and departing, and there was a furor when some general commanding a corps or division came or went, which impressed the father greatly. S.I. and Shorty stood at attention, and respectfully saluted as the officers passed, and the deacon tried awkwardly, but his best, to imitate their example. 2 or 3 spruce young orderlies attempted to guy him. But this thing came to a sudden stop when Shorty took one of them quietly by the ear, and said in a low voice, "Don't be brash, bub. If you only knowed it, you're given your measure for a first-class, custom-made lickin', and I'm the artist to do the job. That old man's my chum's father, and I won't allow no funny business round where I am." "We was ordered to report to Jen Rosecrans," said S.I. to the orderly on duty before the tent. "What are you to report for?" asked a member of the staff, standing near. "The general is very busy now, and can see no one." "Who ordered you to report?" "The general himself," said S.I. The sound of his voice reached Jen Rosecrans, inside, and busy as he was, arrested his attention. With the kindly thoughtfulness that so endeared him to his soldiers, he instantly remembered his promise, dropped his pen, and came to the door. "I ordered these men to report," he said to the aide. "Bring me that checkerboard which lies on my table." The aide did so. Jen Rosecrans noticed the father, and, as usual, saw the opportunity of doing a kindly, gracious thing. "You have found your son, I see," he said to him. "Sorry that you had so much trouble. That's a fine son you have. One of the very best soldiers in my army. I congratulate you upon him. Boys, here is your board and men. I may drop in some evening and see you play a game. I'll be careful to clean my feet this time." S.I. and Shorty got very red in the face at this allusion, and began to stammer excuses. The general playfully pinched his ear and said, "Go to your quarters now, ye young rascal, and take your father with you. I hope he'll have a very pleasant time while he is in camp." They saluted and turned away too full for utterance. After they had gone a little distance, the deacon remarked, as if communing with himself, "And that is Jen Rosecrans. Awful nice man. Nicest man I ever saw. Greatest general in the world. Won't this be something to tell Marrier and the girls? And the men down at the store? I'd come down here 40 times just to seen him and talked with him. What'd last night in the guardhouse amount to, after all? A man must expect some trouble occasionally. Wouldn't have no fun if he didn't. Say, S.I., remember old Susie's chestnut colt?" "Yes," answered S.I. "I thought he had in him the making o' the finest horse in Posey County." "Yes," said S.I. "Well, he's tinnin' out even better 'n I thought he would. Shouldn't wonder if he could trot down somewhere nigh 240. "You don't say so." "Yes, indeed. You used to want that colt mighty bad, S.I. I remember that I did, pap. Well, S.I., I'll give you that colt, and take good care o' him till you come home, for that 'ere checkerboard." When they arrived at their house, S.I. and Shorty arranged the things so as to give the deacon a most comfortable rest after his trying experiences, and cooked him the best dinner their larder would afford. After dinner they filled him a pipeful of kinnikinnick, and the old gentleman sat down to enjoy it while S.I. and Shorty investigated the contents of the carpet sack. They found endless fun in its woeful condition. The butter and honey were smeared over everything, in the rough handling which it had endured. They pulled out the shirt, the socks, the boots, the paper and books, and scraped off carefully as much as they could of the precious honey and butter. "It's too good to waste the least bit," said Shorty, tasting it from time to time with unction. "Don't mind a hair or two in the butter this time, S.I. I can believe your mother is a good butter maker. It's the best I ever tasted." "Well, the butter and the honey may be spiled," said S.I., "but the other things are all right. My, ain't this a nice shirt? And them socks. Shorty, did you ever see such socks? Ever so much obliged to you, pap, for these boots. Old Hank Summers's make. He's the best shoemaker in the state of Indiany. No quartermaster's cowhide about them. And—" S.I. stopped. He had suddenly come across Annabelle's ambrotype. He tried to slip it into his pocket without the others seeing him. He edged awkwardly to the door. "You look over the rest o' the things, Shorty," he said with a blush that hid his freckles. "I've got to go down and see the orderly sergeant." Shorty and the deacon exchanged very profound winks. Chapter 17. The Deacon's Initiation. Rapidly acquires experience of life in the army. S.I. asked questions of his father about the folks at home and the farm until the old gentleman's head ached, and he finally fell asleep through sheer exhaustion. The next day the deacon took a comprehensive survey of the house, and was loud in his praises of S.I. and Shorty's architecture. "Beats the cabin I had to take your mother to, S.I., when I married her," he said with a retrospective look in his eye. "Though I'd got up a sight better one than many o' the boys on the Wabash. Lays away over the one that Abe Lincoln's father put up on Pigeon Crick, over in Spencer County, and where he brung the widder Johnston when he married her. I remember it well. About the measliest shack there was in the country. Tom Lincoln, Abe's father, was about as lazy as you make him. They say nothin' will cure laziness in a man, but a second wife LL shake it up awfully. The widder Johnston had lots o' get up in her, but she found Tom Lincoln a dead load. Abe was made o' different stuff. Yes," continued the father, growing reminiscential. "There was no tin roof, sawed boards, glass winder nor plank floor in that little shack on the Wabash, but some o' the happiest days in my life was spent in it. Me and your mother was both young, both very much in love, both chock full o' hope and hard day's work. By the time you was born, S.I., we'd got the farm and the house in much better shape, but they was fur from being what they are today. If we only had a deed for a quarter section o' land around our house we'd be pretty well started in life for young men," ventured S.I. "I'd wanted a heap sight better land than this is round here," said the deacon, studying the landscape judicially. "Most of it that I've seen so far is like self-righteousness. The more a man has the worse he's off. Meb it'll raise white beans, but I don't know o' nothin' else, except niggers and poverty. The man that'd stay round here, scratchin' these clay knobs, when there's no law aigin him goin' to Indiany or Illinois, hain't gumption enough to be anything but a rebel. That's my private opinion publicly expressed." "Pap," said S.I., after his father had been a day in camp, "I think we've done fairly well in providing you with a house and a bed, but I'm afeard that our cookin's not quite up to your taste. You see, you've been badly pampered by mother. I might say that she's forever spiled you for plain grub and common cookin'. Your mother's the best cook that ever lived or breathed," said the deacon earnestly. "She can make plain cornbread taste better than anybody else's pound cake. But you do well, S.I., considerin' that your mother could never get you to do so much as help peel a mess o' taters. Your coffee tan a side o' sole leather, and there's enough grease about your meat to float a skiff, but I didn't expect to live at a hotel when I come down here." The deacon strolled down near regimental headquarters. An aide came up and, saluting the colonel, said, "Colonel, the general presents his compliments, and instructs me to say that he has received orders from division headquarters to send details of a corporal and 5 men from each regiment there tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock for fatigue duty. You will furnish yours." "Very good," answered the colonel, returning the salute. "Adjutant, order the detail." "Sergeant Major," said the adjutant, after a momentary glance at his roster, "send an order to Captain McGillicuddy of Company Q for a corporal and 5 men for fatigue duty, to report at division headquarters at 7 tomorrow morning." The deacon walked toward Company Q's quarters, and presently saw the orderly hand the captain the order from the colonel. "Orderly sergeant," said the captain, "detail a corporal and 5 men to report for fatigue duty at division headquarters tomorrow at 7 o'clock. The orderly sergeant looked over his roster, and then walked down to C's residence. "Klegg," said he, "you will report for fatigue duty at division headquarters tomorrow at 7 o'clock with 5 men. You will take Shorty, Simmons, Sullivan, Tompkins, and Wheeler with you." "Very good, sir," said S.I., saluting. "S.I.," said his father, with a quizzical smile, "I've been wonderin', ever since I heard that you was an officer, how much o' the army you commanded. Now I see that if it was turned upside down you'd be on the very top." He leads the army when it goes backward, interjected Shorty. Gracious pap, said S.I., good-humoredly. I haven't rank enough to get me behind a sapling on the battlefield. The colonel has the pick o' the biggest tree, the lieutenant colonel and major take the next, the captains and lieutenants take the second growth, and the sergeants have the saplings. I'm lucky if I get so much as a bush. Old Rosecrans must have a big saw log, said his father. Not much saw log for old Rosie, said S.I., resenting even a joking disparagement upon his beloved general. During the battle he was wherever it was hottest, and on horseback, too. Wherever the firm was the loudest he'd gallop right into it. His staff was shot down all around him, but he never flinched. I tell you, he's the greatest general in the world. The next morning after breakfast, and as S.I. and Shorty were preparing to go to division headquarters, S.I. said, Pap, you just stay at home and keep house today. Keep your eyes on the boys. I tell it to you in confidence, for I wouldn't for the world have it breathed outside the company. That company Q's the most everlasting set o' thieves that ever wore uniform. Don't you ever say a word about it when you get home, for it'd never do to have the boys' folks know anything about it. I'd break their hearts. Me and Shorty, especially Shorty, are the only honest ones in the company. The other fellers steal the house from over your head if you didn't watch 'em. That's so, asseverated Shorty. Me and S.I., especially me, is the only honest ones in the company. We're the only ones you can really trust. I'd be sorry to think that S.I. had learned to steal, said the deacon gravely, at which Shorty could not resist the temptation to give S.I. a furtive kick. But I'll look out for thieves. We used to have lots o' them in Posey County, but after we hung one or two, and rid some others on rails, the revival meetings seemed to take hold on the rest, and they got converted. Something like that ought to be done in the army, murmured Shorty. When you want anything to eat, you know where to get it, said S.I. as they moved off. We'll probably be back in time to get supper. The deacon watched the squad march away, and then turned to think how he would employ himself during the day. He busied himself for a while cleaning up the cabin and setting things to rights, and flattered himself that his housekeeping was superior to his son's. Then he decided to cut some wood. He found the axe, condemned, if for some time as to its dullness and bad condition, but finally attacked with it a tree which had been hauled up back of the company line for fuel. It was hard work, and presently he sat down to rest. Loud words of command came from just beyond the hill, and he walked over there to see what was going on. He saw a regiment drilling, and watched it for some minutes with interest. Then he walked back to his work, but found to his amazement that his axe was gone. He could see nobody around on whom his suspicions could rest. "Meb somebody's borrowed it," he said, "and will bring it back when he's through using it. If he don't, I kin buy a better axe for 10 or 12 bits. Somebody must have axes for sale round here somewhere." He waited a while for the borrower to return the tool, but as he did not, he gathered up a load of wood and carried it up to the cabin. "The boys'll be mighty hungry when they get back this evening," said he to himself. "I'll just get up a good supper for 'em. I'll show S.I. that the old man knows some pianties about cookin', even if he hain't been in the army. That'll open the youngsters' eyes." He found a tin pan, put in it a generous supply of beans, and began carefully picking them over and blowing the dust out, the same as he had often seen his wife do. Having finished this to his satisfaction, he set down the pan and went back into the cabin to get the kettle to boil them in. When he returned, he found that pan and beans had vanished, and again he saw no one upon whom he could fix his suspicions. The good deacon began to find the old Adam rising within him, but as a faithful member of the church he repressed his choler. "I can't hardly believe all that S.I. and Shorty said about the dishonesty of Company Q," he communed with himself. "Many o' the boys in it I know they're right from our neighborhood. Good boys as ever lived, and honest as the day is long. Some o' them belong to our Sunday school. I can't believe that they've turned out bad so soon. Yet it looks awful suspicious. The last one I see around here was Jed Baskins. His father's a regularly ordained preacher. Jed never could took them beans. But who on earth done it?" The deacon carefully fastened the door of the cabin, and proceeded with his camp kettle to the spring to get some water. He found there quite a crowd, with many in line waiting for their chance at the spring. He stood around a while awaiting his chance, but it did not seem to get any nearer. He said something about the length of time it took, and a young fellow near remarked, "Here, uncle, give me your kettle. I'll get it filled for you." Without a thought, the deacon surrendered the kettle to him, and he took his place in line. The deacon watched him edging up toward the spring for a minute or two, and then his attention was called to a brigade maneuvering in a field across the river. After a while he thought again about his kettle, and looked for the kindly young man who had volunteered to fill it. There were several in the line who looked like him, but none whom he could positively identify as him. "Which o' you boys got my kittle?" he inquired, walking along the line. "Got your kittle, you blame teamster," they answered crossly. "Go away from here. We won't allow teamsters at this spring. It's only for soldiers. Go to your own spring." His kettle was gone, too. That was clear. As the deacon walked back to the cabin, he was very hot in the region of his collar. He felt quite shamefaced, too, as to the way the boys would look on his management, in the face of the injunctions they had given him at parting. His temper was not improved by discovering that while he was gone someone had carried off the bigger part of the wood he had laboriously chopped and piled up in front of the cabin. He sat down in the doorway and meditated angrily. "I'll be dummed, there, I'm glad that Marrier didn't hear me say that. I'm afeard I'm getting to swear just like these other fellers. I'll be dummed if I ever imagined there was sich a passel o' condemned thieves on the face o' the earth. And they all seem sich nice, gentlemanly fellers, too. What'll we do with them when they get back home?" Presently he roused himself up to carry out his idea of getting a good meal ready for the boys by the time they returned, tired and hungry. He rummaged through the cabin, and came across an old tin bucket partially filled with scraps of paper. There did not seem to be anything of value in it, and he tossed the contents on the smoldering fire. Instantly there was an explosion which took the barrel off the top of the chimney, sent the stones rattling down, filled the room full of smoke, singed the deacon's hair and whiskers, and sped him out of the cabin in great alarm. A crowd quickly gathered to see what was the matter. Just then S.I. appeared at the head of his squad. He and Shorty hurried to the scene of the disturbance. "What is the matter, Pap?" S.I. asked anxiously. "Why," explained his father, "I was looking round for something to get water in, and I found an old tin bucket with scraps o' paper in. I throwed them in the fire, and I'm feared I busted your fireplace all to pieces, but I'll help you to fix it up agin," he added deprecatingly. "But you ain't hurt any, are you, Pap?" asked S.I., anxiously examining his father, and ignoring all thought as to the damage to the dwelling. "No," said his father cheerfully. "I guess I lost a little hair, but I could spare that. It was about time to get it cut anyway. I think we can fix up the fireplace, S.I." "Cuss the fireplace, so long's you're all right," answered S.I. "A little mud'll straighten that out. You got hold o' the bucket where me and Shorty V been savon up our broken cartridges for a little private 4th o' July some night." "But, S.I.," said the deacon sorrowfully, determined to have it out at once, "they're bigger thieves than you said there was. They stole your axe, but I'll buy you a better one for 10 or 12 bits. They took your pan and beans, and took your camp kettle, and finally all the wood that I'd cut." He looked so doleful that the boys could not help laughing. "Don't worry about them, Pap," said S.I. cheerfully. "We'll fix them all right. Let's go inside and straighten things up, and then we'll have something to eat." "But you can't get nothing to eat," persisted the deacon, "because there's nothing to cook in." "We'll have something, all the same," said Shorty, with a wink of enjoyable anticipation at S.I. The two boys carefully stowed away their overcoats, which were rolled up in bundles in a way that would be suspicious to a soldier. They got the interior of the cabin in more presentable shape, and then Shorty went out and produced a camp kettle from somewhere, in which they made their coffee. When this was ready, they shut the door and carefully unrolled their overcoats. A small sugar-cured ham, a box of sardines, a can of peaches, and a couple of loaves of fresh, soft bread developed. "Yum yum!" murmured Shorty, gloating over the viands. "Where in the world did you get them, boys?" asked the deacon in wonderment. "Eat what is set before you, and ask no questions, for conscience's sake, Pap, said S.I., slicing off a piece of the ham and starting to broil it for his father. That's what you used to tell me. S.I., said the father sternly, as an awful suspicion moved in his mind. I hope you didn't steal 'em. Of course not, Pap. How can you think so? Josiah Klegg, thundered the father. Tell me how you came by them things. Well, Pap, said S.I., considerably abashed. It was something like this. Our squad was set to work to unload a car o' Christian commission things. Me and Shorty pulled off our overcoats and laid them in a corner. When we got through our work and picked up our coats, we found these things in them. Some bad men had hid them there, thinking they was their overcoats. We thought the best way was to punish the thieves by tucking the things away with us. Now, here's a piece o' ham briolet almost as nice as Mother could do. Take it, and cut you off a slice of that soft bread. S.I., the receiver's as bad as the thief. I won't touch it. Pap, the harm's been done. No matter who done it, the owner'll never see his vittles agin. Just as like he cribbed 'em from somebody else. These Christian commission things was sent down for us soldiers, anyhow. We'd better have 'em than the bummers around the rear. They'll spile and be wasted if you don't eat 'em, and that'd be a sin. The savory ham was very appetizing, the deacon was very hungry, and the argument was sophistical. I'll take it, S.I., said he with a sigh. I don't wonder that the people down here are rebels and all that sort o' thing. It's in the air. I've felt my principles steadily weakenin' from the time I crossed the Ohio River. Chapter 18. The deacon is shocked he is caught with the goods on him, and is rescued just in time. With the deacon's assistance, the chimney was soon rebuilt, better than ever, and several homelike improvements were added. The lost utensils were also replaced, one by one. The deacon was sometimes troubled in his mind as to where the pan, the camp kettle, etc., came from. S.I. or Shorty would simply bring in one of them, with a sigh of satisfaction, and add it to the household stock. The deacon was afraid to ask any questions. One day, however, Shorty came in a glow of excitement, with a new axe in his hand. There, isn't she a daisy? He said, holding it up and testing the edge with his thumb. None o' your old sledges with no more edge than a maul, that you have to nigger the wood off with. Brand new, and got an edge like a razor. You can chop wood with that, I tell you. It's a tolerable good axe. Worth about 10 bits, said the deacon, examining the axe critically. Last axe I bought from Oil Tailor cost 12 bits. It was a better one. How much you give for this? I'll pay it myself. Do you know Jed Baskins thinks himself the best euchre player in the 200th IND? Said Shorty, forgetting himself in the exultation of his victory. Jed Baskins, the Rev. Jared Baskins' son, a euchre player, gasped the deacon. Why, his father no more take a card than he would a coal o' fire. Not so much, for I've often heard him say that a coal o' fire can only burn the hands, while cards scorch the soul. Well, Jed, continued Shorty, bantered me to play 3 games out o' 5 for this here axe agin my galvanized brass watch. We was boss and hoss on the first 2 games. On the saw-off we had 4 pints apiece. I dealt and turned up the 7 spades. Jed ordered me up, and then tried to ring in on me a right bower from another deck, but I knowed he hadn't it, because I tried to catch it in the deal, but missed it and slung it under the table. I made Jed play fair, and euchred him, with only 2 trumps in my hand. Jed's a mighty slick hand with the pasteboards, but he meets his boss in your Uncle Ephraim. I didn't learn to play euchre in the hay loft so Bean Blossom Crick for nothin', I can tell you. An expression of horror came into Deacon Clegg's face, and he looked at Shorty with severe disapproval, which was entirely lost on that worthy, who continued to prattle on. Jed Baskins can slip in more cold decks on greenhorns than any boy I ever see. You'd think he'd spent his life on a Mississippi steamboat or foller in a circus. You remember how he cleaned out them mommy muskrats at Chuckaluck last payday? Why, there wasn't money enough left in one company to buy postage stamps for their letters home. You know how he done it? Why, that galoot of a citizen gambler that we tossed in a blanket down there by Nashville, and then rid out o' camp on a rail, learned him how to finger the dice. I was sure some o' them mommy smart Alex get onto Jed, but they didn't. I declare they wouldn't see a 6-mule team if it druv right across the board afore 'em. But I'm on to him every minute. I told him when he tried to ring in that jack on me that he didn't know enough about cards to play with our Sunday school class on Bean Blossom Crick. Josiah Klegg, said the deacon sternly. Do you play cards? I learned to play just a little, said S.I. deprecatingly, and getting very red in the face. I just know the names o' the cards, and a few o' the rules o' the game. I'm surprised at you, said the deacon, after the careful way you was brung up. Cards are the devil's own picture books. They drag a man down to hell just as sure as strong drink. Do you own a deck o' cards? No, sir, replied S.I. I did have one, but I throwed it away when we was going into the Battle o' Stone River. Thank heaven you did, said the deacon devoutly. Think you're going into battle with them infernal things on you. They'd draw death to you just like iron draws lightning dot. That's what I was afeard of, S.I. confessed. Now, don't you ever touch another card, said the deacon. Don't you ever own another deck. Don't you insult the Lord by doing things when you think you're safe that you wouldn't do when you're in danger and want His protection. Yes, sir, responded S.I. very meekly. The deacon was so excited that he pulled out his red bandana, mopped his face vigorously, and walked out of the door to get some fresh air. As his back was turned, S.I. reached slyly up to a shelf, pulled down a pack of cards, and flung them behind the back log. I didn't yarn to Pap when I told him I didn't own a deck, he said to Shorty. Them was really our cards. I don't exactly know who they belong to. The good deacon was still beset with the idea of astonishing the boys with a luxurious meal cooked by himself, without their aid, counsel, or assistance. His failure the first time only made him the more determined. While he conceded that S.I. and Shorty did unusually well with the materials at their command, he had his full share of the conceit that possesses every man born of woman that, without any previous training or experience, he can prepare food better than anybody else who attempts to do it. It is usually conceded that there are 3 things which every man alive believes he can do better than the one who is engaged at it. These are 1. Telling a story. 2. Poking a fire. 3. Managing a woman. Cooking a meal should be made the 4th of this category. One day S.I. and Shorty went with the rest of Company Q on fatigue duty on the enormous fortifications, the building of which took up so much of the Army of the Cumberland's energies during its stay around Murfreesbo from January 3 to June 24, 1863. Rosecrans seemed suddenly seized with McClellan's mania for spade work, and was piling up a large portion of Middle Tennessee into parapet, bastion and casemate, linnet, curtain, covered way and gorge, according to the system of Vauban. The 200th IND had to do its unwilling share of this, and S.I. and Shorty worked off some of their superabundant energy with pick and shovel. They would come back at night tired, muddy and mad. They would be ready to quarrel with and abuse everybody and everything from President Lincoln down to the commissary sergeant, and the last issue of pickled beef and bread, especially the commissary sergeant, and the rations. The good deacon sorrowed over these manifestations. He was intensely loyal. He wanted to see the soldiers satisfied with their officers and the provisions made for their comfort. He would get up a good dinner for the boys, which would soothe their ruffled tempers and make them more satisfied with their lot. He began a labored planning of the feast. He looked over the larder, and found there pork, corned beef, potatoes, beans, coffee, brown sugar, and hardtack. Good, substantial victuals that stick to the ribs, he muttered to himself. And I'll fix up a good mess o' them. But the boys ought to have something of a treat once in a while, and I must think up some way to give it to 'em. He pondered over the problem as he carefully cleaned the beans, and set them to boiling in a kettle over the fire. He washed some potatoes to put in the ashes and roast. But these were too commonplace viands. He wanted something that would be luxurious. I recollect, he said to himself finally, seein' a little store, which some feller set up a little ways from here. It's a board shanty, and I expect he's got a lots o' things in it that the boys like, for there's nearly always a big crowd around it. I'll jest fasten up the house, and walk over there while the beans is ace thin, and see if I can't pick up something real good to eat." He made his way through the crowd, which seemed to him to smell of whiskey, until he came to the shelf across the front, and took a look at the stock. It seemed almost wholly made up of canned goods, and boxes of half-Spanish cigars, and play-ing cards. "Don't seem to be much of a store, after all," soliloquized the deacon, after he had surveyed the display. "Ain't a patch into oil tailors. Don't see anything very invitin' here. Oh, yes, here's a cheese. Say, mister, giy me about 4 pounds o' that there cheese." "Plank down your $2 fust, old man," responded the storekeeper. "This is a cash store, cash in advance every time. Short credits make long friends. Hand me over your money, and I'll hand you over the cheese." "Land o' Goshen, for bits a pound for cheese," gasped the deacon. "Why, I can get the best full cream cheese at home for a bit a pound." "Why don't you buy your cheese at home then, old man?" replied the storekeeper. "You'd make money if you didn't have to pay freight to Murfreesbo. Guess you don't know much about getting goods down to the front. But I hain't no time to argy with you. If you don't want to buy, step back, and make room for someone that does. Business is lively this mornin'. Time is money. Small profits and quick returns, you know. No time to fool with loafers who only look on and ask questions." "Strange way for a storekeeper to act," muttered the deacon. "Must have been brung up in a land office. He couldn't keep store in Posey County a week. They wouldn't stand his sass." Then aloud, "You may giy me 2 pounds o' cheese." "Well, why don't you plank down the rhino?" said the storekeeper impatiently. "Put up your money fust, and then you'll get the goods. This ain't no credit concern with a stay law attachment. Cash in advance saves bookkeeping." "Well, I declare," muttered the deacon, as he fished a greenback out of a leather pocketbook fastened with a long strap. "This is the first time I ever had to pay for things before I got 'em." "Never went to a circus, then, old man, or run for office," replied the storekeeper, and his humor was rewarded with a roar of laughter. "Anything else? Speak quick or step back." "I'll take a can o' them preserved peaches and a quart jug o' that genuine Indiany maple molasses," said the deacon desperately, naming 2 articles which seemed much in demand. "All right, $2 for the peaches, and $2 more for the molasses." "Sakes alive!" ejaculated the deacon, producing the strapped pocketbook again. $5 gone, and precious little to show for it." He took his jug and his can, and started back to the cabin. A couple of 100 yards away he met a squad of armed men marching toward the store, under the command of a lieutenant. He stepped to one side to let them pass, but the lieutenant halted them, and asked authoritatively, "What have you got there, sir?" "Just some things I've been buyin' for the boys' dinner," answered the deacon. "Indeed? Very likely," remarked the lieutenant sarcastically. He struck the jug so sharply with his sword that it was broken, and the air was filled with a powerful odor of whiskey. The liquor splashed over the deacon's trousers and wet them through. The expression of anger on his face gave way to one of horror. He had always been one of the most rigid of temperance men, and fairly loathed whiskey in all shapes and uses. "Just as I supposed, you old vagabond," said the lieutenant, contemptuously. "Down here sneaking whiskey into camp? We'll stop that mighty sudden." He knocked the can of peaches out of the deacon's arms and ran his sword into it. A gush of whiskey spurted out. The sergeant took the package of cheese away and broke it open, revealing a small flask of liquor. "The idea of a man of your age being engaged in such business," said the lieutenant indignantly. "You ought to be helping to keep the men of the army sober, instead of corrupting them to their own great injury. You are doing them more harm than the rebels." The deacon was too astonished and angry to reply. Words utterly failed him in such a crisis. "Take charge of him, corporal," commanded the lieutenant. "Put him in the guardhouse till tomorrow, when we'll drum him out of camp with his partner, who is running that store." The corporal caught the deacon by the arm roughly and pulled him into the rear of the squad, which hurried toward the store. The crowd in front had an inkling of what was coming. In a twinkling of an eye they made a rush on the store, each man snatched a can or a jug, and began bolting away as fast as his legs could carry him. The storekeeper ran out the back way and tried to make his escape, but the sergeant of the provost's squad threw down his musket and took after him. The storekeeper ran fast, inspired by fear and the desire to save his ill-gotten gains, but the sergeant ran faster and presently brought him back, panting and trembling, to witness the demolition of his property. The shanty was being torn down, each plank as it came off being snatched up by the soldiers to carry off and add to their own habitations. The canned fruit was being punched with bayonets, and the jugs smashed by gunbutts. "You are a cheeky scoundrel," said the lieutenant, addressing himself to the storekeeper, "to come down here and try to run such a deadfall right in the middle of camp. But we'll cure you of any such ideas as that. You'll find it won't pay at all to try such games on us. You'll go to the guardhouse, and tomorrow we'll shave your head and drum you and your partner there out of camp." "I ain't no partner o' his," protested the deacon earnestly. "My name's Josiah Klegg, o' Posey County, Indiany. I'm down here on a visit to my son in the 200th Indiany Volunteer Infantry. I'm a deacon in the Baptist Church, and a patriarch of the Sons o' Temperance. It'd be the last thing in the world I'd do to sell whiskey." "That story won't wash, old man," said the lieutenant. "You were caught in the act, with the goods in your possession, and trying to deceive me." He turned away to order the squad forward. As they marched along, the storekeeper said to the deacon, "I'm afraid they've got me dead to rights, old man, but you can get out. Just keep up your sanctimonious appearance, and stick to your deacon's story, and you'll get off. I know you. I've lived in Posey County myself. I'm going to trust you. I've already made a clean big profit on this venture, and I've got it right down in my pocket. In spite of all they've spiled, I'd be nigh $500 ahead o' the game if I could get out o' camp with what I've got in my sock. But they'll probably search me and confiscate my wad for the hospital. You see, I've been through this thing before. I'm going to pass my pile over to you to take care of till I'm through this rumpus. You play fair with me, and I'll whack up with you fair and square, dollar for dollar. If you don't, I'll follow you for years. I wouldn't take a dirty dollar of yours for the world," said the deacon indignantly, but this was lost on the storekeeper, who was watching the lieutenant. "Don't say a word," he whispered. "He's got his eye on us. There it is in your overcoat pocket." In the meantime, they had arrived at the guard-house. The sergeant stepped back, took the storekeeper roughly by the shoulders, and shoved him up in front of a tall, magisterial-looking man wearing a captain's straps, who stood frowning before the door. "Search him," said the captain briefly. The sergeant went through the storekeeper's pockets with a deftness that bespoke experience. He produced a small amount of money, some of it in fractional currency and Confederate notes, a number of papers, a plug of tobacco, and some other articles. He handed these to the captain, who hastily looked over them, handed back the tobacco and other things and the small change. "Give these back to him," he said briefly. "Turn the rest of the money over to the hospital fund. Where's our barber? Shave his head, call up the fifers and drummers, and drum him out of camp at once. I haven't time to waste on him." Before he had done speaking, the guards had the storekeeper seated on a log, and were shearing his hair. "General!" shouted the deacon. "That's a captain, you fool!" said one of the guards. "Captain, then?" yelled the deacon. "Who is that man?" said the captain severely. "He's his partner," said the lieutenant. "Serve him the same way," said the captain shortly, turning to go. The deacon's knees smote together. He, a deacon of the Baptist Church, and a man of stainless repute at home, to have his head shaved and drummed out of camp. He would rather die at once. The guards had laid hands on him. "Captain," he yelled again, "it's all a horrible mistake. I had nothing to do with this man. Talk to the lieutenant there," said the captain, moving off. "He will attend to you." The lieutenant was attentively watching the barbering operation. "Cut it closer yet," he admonished the barber. "Lieutenant! Lieutenant!" pleaded the deacon, awkwardly saluting. "Stand back, I'll attend to you next," said the lieutenant impatiently. "Now, tie his hands behind him." The lieutenant turned toward the deacon, and the barber picked up his shears and made a step in that direction. Just in the extremity of his danger, the deacon caught sight of the captain of Company Q walking toward headquarters. "Captain McGillicuddy! Captain McGillicuddy! Come here at once! Come quick!" he called in a voice which had been trained to long-distance work on the Wabash bottoms. Captain McGillicuddy looked up, recognized the waving of the deacon's bandana, and hastened thither. Fortunately, he knew the provost officers. There were explanations all around, and profuse apologies, and just as the fifes and drums struck up the Rogue's March, behind the luckless storekeeper, who had to step off in front of a line of leveled bayonets, the deacon walked away arm in arm with the captain. "I'm not going to let go o' you till I'm safe back in our own place," he said. "My gracious! Think of havin' my head shaved and marched off the way that fellers bein' dot." He walked into the cabin and stirred up the beans. "The water's biled off," said he to himself, "but they hain't been in nigh as hot a place as I have. I guess the boys'll have to do with a plain dinner today. I'm not going to stir out o' this place agin unless they're with me." He put his hand into his pocket for his bandana and felt the roll of bills, which he had altogether forgotten in his excitement. His face was a study. Chapter 19. The deacon is troubled. Disposes of the $500, whiskey, money, and goes out foraging. From the door of the cabin the deacon could see the fort on which the boys were piling up endless cubic yards of the red soil of Tennessee. As he watched them, with an occasional glance at the beans seething in the kettle, fond memories rose of a woman far away on the Wabash, who these many years had thought and labored for his comfort in their home, while he labored within her sight on their farm. It was the first time in their long married life that he had been away from her for such a length of time. "I believe I'm gettin' real homesick to see Marier," he said with a sigh. "I'd give a good deal for a letter from her. I do hope everything on the farm's all right. I think it is. I'm a little worried about Brown Susie, the mare, but I think she'll pick up as the weather settles. I hope her full colt, that I'd give S.I., won't break his leg nor nothin' while I'm away." Presently he saw the men quit work, and he turned to get ready for the boys. He covered the rough table with newspapers to do duty for a cloth. He had previously scoured up the tinware to its utmost brightness and cleanliness, and while the boys were washing off the accumulations of clay, and liberally denouncing the man who invented fort building, and even West Point for educating men to pursue the nefarious art, he dished out the smoking viands. "Upon my word, Pap," said S.I., as he helped himself liberally, "you do beat us cookin' all holler. Your beans taste almost as good as Mother's. We must get you to give us some lessons." "Yes, you're a boss cook," said Shorty, with his mouth full. "Better not let Jen Rosecrans find out how well you can bile beans, or he'll have you drafted, and keep you with him till the end o' the war." After supper they lighted their pipes and seated themselves in front of the fire. "How'd you get along today, Pap?" said S.I. "I hope you didn't have no trouble." The deacon took his pipe out of his mouth, blew a cloud of smoke, and considered a moment before replying. He did not want to recount his experiences, at least, until he had digested them more thoroughly. He was afraid of the joking of the boys, and still more that the story would get back home. Then, he was still sorely perplexed about the disposition of the money. He had not thought that out yet by a great deal. But the question was plump and direct, and concealment and untruth were alike absolutely foreign to his nature. After a minute's pause he decided to tell the whole story. "Well, boys," he began with a shamefaced look, "I had the flamboyantest racket today I've had yit." The two boys took their pipes out and regarded him with surprise. "Yes," he continued with a deep sigh. "It laid away over gettin' down here, and my night in the guardhouse, even. You see, after you went away I began to think about gettin' up something a little extry for you to eat. I thought about it for a while, and then recollected seein' a little grocery that had been set up nigh here in a board shanty." "Yes, we know about it," said Shorty, exchanging a look with S.I. "Well," continued the deacon, "I concluded that I'd jest slip over there, and meb I could find something that'd give variety to your pork and beans. He didn't seem to have much but canned goods, and his prices was just awful. But I was determined to get something, and I finally bought a jug o' genuine Indiana maple molasses, a chunk o' cheese, and a can o' peaches. I had to pay $5 for it. He said he had to charge high prices on account o' freight rates, and I remembered that I had some trouble in gettin' things down here, and so I paid him. He was very pert and sassy, and it was take it or leave it and be plaguey quick about it all the time. But I paid my $5, gathered the things up, and started back to the house. I hadn't got more'n 100 rods away when I met one o' these officers with only one o' them things in his shoulder straps. A first lieutenant, interjected S.I. Yes, they called him a lieutenant. He spoke very bossy and cross to me, and hit my jug a welt with his sword. He broke it, and what do you suppose was in it? Whiskey, said S.I. and Shorty simultaneously, with a shout of laughter. That's just what it was. I was never so mortified in my life. I couldn't say a word. The lieutenant abused me for being a partner in sellin' whiskey to the soldiers, me, Josiah Klegg, patriarch of the Sons o' Temperance, and a deacon. While I was tryin' to tell him, he jabbed his sword into the can o' peaches, and what do you suppose was in that? Whiskey, yelled S.I. and Shorty, with another burst of laughter. That's just what it was. Then one o' the lieutenant's men jerked the chunk o' cheese away and broke it open. And what do you suppose was in that? Whiskey, of course, yelled the boys in uncontrollable mirth. That's just what it was. I was so dumbfounded that I couldn't say a word. They yanked me around in behind the squad, and told me they'd shave my head and drum me out o' camp. The lieutenant took his men up to the grocery and tore it down, and catched the feller that was keepin' it. They put him alongside o' me, and tuck us up to the guardhouse. On the way he whispered to me that they was likely to salt him, 'cause they knowed him, but I'd likely get off easy. He'd made $500 clean out o' the business already, and had it in his clothes. He'd pass it over to me to keep till the racket was over, when he'd divide fair and square with me. I told him that I'd rather burn my hand off than take a dirty dollar o' his money, but he dropped it into my overcoat pocket all the same, and I was so excited that I clean forgot about it, and brung it away with me. When we got to the guardhouse, they tuck all the rest of his money away, shaved his head, and drummed him out o' camp. Yes, we saw that, answered S.I., but didn't pay no attention to it. They're drummin' some feller out o' camp nearly every day, for something or other. I don't see that it does any good, said Shorty. It'd be a heap better to set 'em to work on the fortifications. That'd take the deviltry out o' 'em. When they'd got through with him, continued the deacon, they burned their attention to me. I never was so scared in all my born days. But luckily, just in the nick o' time, I catched sight o' Captain McGillicuddy, and hollered to him. He come up and explained things, and they let me go, with lots o' apologies. When I got back to the house, I felt for my handkerchief, and found that scalawag's roll o' bills, which I'd clean forgot. Here it is. He pulled out a fat roll of crisp greenbacks. S.I. took them, thumbed them over admiringly, counted them, and handed them to Shorty, who did the same. Yes, there's $500 there, said S.I. What are you going to do with it, Pap? That's just what's worrying the life out o' me, answered his father. By rights I ought to throw the condemned stuff into the fire, only I hold it a great sin to destroy property of any kind. What, burn all that good money up? Said Shorty with a whistle. You don't live in an insane asylum when you're at home, do you? 'Twouldn't be right to burn it, Pap, said S.I., who better understood the rigidity of his father's principles. It'd do a mighty sight o' good somewhere. The money don't belong at all to that feller, mused the deacon. A man can't have no property in liquor. It's wet damnation, hell's broth, to nourish murderers, thieves, and paupers. It is the devil's essence, with which he makes widows and orphans. Every dollar of it is minted with women's tears and children's cries of hunger. That feller got the money by violating the law on the one hand and swindling the soldiers on the other, and corrupting them to their ruin. To give the money back to him would be rewarding him for his rascality. It'd be like giving a thief his booty, or a burglar his plunder, and make me his pardner. You're right there, Pap, assented S.I. You just be setting him up in business in some other stand. $500 give him a good start. His hair'll soon grow agin. The worst of it, sighed Shorty, is that it ain't good liquor. Otherwise it'd be different. But it's pisoner than milk sick or loca weed. It's aquafortis, fishberries, tobacco juice, and ratsbane. That stuff'd eat a hole in a tin pan. The captain turned the rest o' his money over to the hospital, continued the deacon. I might do that. Never do it in the world, Pap, protested S.I. Better burn it up at once. It'd be the next worst thing to givin' it back to him. It'd jest be pamperin' and encouragin' a lot o' galoots that lay around the hospitals to keep out o' fights. None o' the wounded or really sick get the benefit of a cent of it. They was all sent away weeks ago to Nashville, Louisville, and back home. You just ought to see that bummer gang. Last week me and Shorty was on fatigue duty down by one o' the hospitals. There wasn't nobody in the hospital but a few shell fever shirks, who were too lazy to work on the fortifications, and we saw a crowd of civilians and men in uniform set down to a finer dinner than you can get in any hotel. Shorty wanted to light some shells and roll in amongst them, but I knowed that it'd just make a muss that we'd have to clean up afterward. But what am I going to do with it? Asked the deacon despairingly. I don't want no money in my hands that don't belong to me, and especially sich money as that, which seems to have a curse to every bill. If we could only find out the men he tuck it from. Be about as easy as driving a load o' hay back into the field, and fitting each spear o' grass back on the stalk from which it was cut, interjected Shorty. Or I might send it anonymously to the Baptist Board o' Missions, continued the deacon. Nice way to treat the little heathens, objected S.I. Send them liquor money. The deacon groaned. Tell you what we might do, Pap, said S.I., as a bright idea struck him. There's a widder, a Union woman, just outside the lines, whose house was burned down by the rebels. She could build a splendid new house with $100 better'n the one she was livin' in before. Send her $100. Not a bad idea, said the deacon approvingly, as he poked the ashes in his pipe with his little finger. And, Pap, continued S.I., encouraged by the reception of this suggestion, there's poor Bill Ellerly, who lost his leg in the fight. He used to drink awful hard, and most of his money went down his throat. He's got a wife and 2 small children, and they hain't a cent to live on, except what the neighbors gives. Why not put up $200 in an express package and send it to him, marked from an unknown friend? Good, accorded the deacon. And Jim Pocock, put in Shorty, seeing the drift. He's gone home with a bullet through his breast. His folks are pretty poor. Why not send him $100 the same way? Excellent idea, said the father. That leaves $100 yet, said S.I. If you care to, you can divide it between Shorty and me, and we'll use it among the boys that got hurt and need something. A dubious look came into the deacon's face. You needn't be afeard of us, Pap, said S.I., with a little blush. I can promise you that we won't use a cent ourselves, but give every bit where it is really needed. I believe you, my son, said the deacon heartily. We'll do just as you say. They spent the evening carrying their plan into execution. At the 9 o'clock roll call, the orderly sergeant announced, Company Q to go out with a forage train tomorrow morning. This was joyful news, a delightful variation from the toil on the fortifications. Taps found everybody getting his gun and traps ready for an excursion into the country. You'd like to go with us, Pap, wouldn't you? Asked S.I., as he looked over his cartridge box to see what it contained. Indeed I would, replied the father. I'll go anywhere with you rather than spend such another day in camp. You don't think you will see any rebels, do you? He asked rather nervously. Don't know, never can tell, said Shorty oracularly. Rebels is anywhere you find 'em. Sometimes they're seldomer than a chaw of terbaker in a Sunday school. You can't find one in a whole county. Then, the first thing you know, they're thicker'n fleas on a dog's back. But we won't likely see no rebels tomorrow. There ain't no great passel o' them this side o' Duck River. Still, we'll take our guns along, just like a man wears a breastpin on a dark night, because he's used to it. Can't you give me a gun, too? I think it'd be company for me, said the deacon. Certainly, said S.I. The deacon stowed himself in the wagons with the rest the next morning, and rode out with them through the bright sunshine that gave promise of the soon oncoming of spring. 4 miles they jolted over the execrable roads and through the shiftless, run-down country before they found anything worth while putting in the wagons. Great country, Pap, said S.I. suggestively. Yes, it'd be a great country, said his father disdainfully. If you could put a wagaload o' manure on every foot and import some Indiany men to take care of it. The water and the sunshine down here seem all right, but the land and the people and the pigs and stock seem to be Cullen's throwed out when they made Indiany. At length the train halted by a double log house of much more pretentious character than any they had so far seen. There were a couple of well-filled corn cribs, a large stack of fodder, and other evidences of plenty. The deacons practiced. I noticed that there was no stock in the fields, but S.I. explained this by saying that everything on hoofs had been driven off to supply the rebel army. They're now trying to get a corn crib and a fodder stack with 4 legs, but hain't succeeded so far. The captain ordered the fence thrown down and the wagons driven in to be filled. The surrounding horizon was scanned for signs of rebels, but none appeared anywhere. The landscape was as tranquil, as peace-breathing as a spring morning on the Wabash, and the deacon's mind reverted to the condition of things on his farm. It was too wet to plow, but he would like to take a walk over the fields and see how his wheat had come out, and look over the peach buds and ascertain how they had stood the winter. He noticed how some service trees had already unfolded their white petals, like flags of truce breaking the long array of green cedars and rusty brown oaks. The company stacked arms in the road, the captain went to direct the filling of the wagons, and S.I. and Shorty started on a private reconnaissance for something for their larder. The deacon strolled around the yard for a while inspecting the buildings and farm implements with an eye of professional curiosity, and arrived at very unfavorable opinions. He then walked up on the porch of the house, where a woman of about his own age sat in a split-bottom rocking chair knitting and viewing the proceedings with frowning eyes. "Good day, ma'am," said he. "Warm day, ma'am. 'Tain't as warm as it ortair to be for sich fellers as you," she snapped. "You'd better be in the brimstone pit if you had your just deserts." The deacon always tried to be good-humored with an angry woman, and he thought he would try the effect of a little pleasantry. "I'm a Baptist, ma'am, and they say us Baptists are trying to put out that fire with cold water." "You a Baptist?" she answered scornfully. "The hot place is full o' just sich Baptists as you air, and they're making room for more. We air Baptists ourselves, but thank the Lord, not o' your kind. Baptists air honest people. Baptists don't go about the country robbin' and murderin' and stealin' folks' corn. Don't tell me you air a Baptist, for I know you air a lion, and that's the next thing to killin' and stealin'. "But I am a Baptist," persisted the deacon, "and have been for 30 year regular, free will, close communion, total immersion Baptist. We have some Campbellites, a few Six Principle Baptists, and some hard shells, but the heft of us air just plain, straight-out Baptists. But speakin' o' cold water, can you give me a drink? I'm powerful dry." "Thar's water down in the crick, thar," she said, with a motion of her knitting in that direction. "It's as fur for me as it is for you. Go down thar and drink all you like. Lucky you can't carry the crick away with yo-uns. Yo-uns steal it if yo-uns could." "You don't seem to be in a good humor, ma'am," said the deacon, maintaining his pleasant demeanor and tone. "Well, if you think that a passel o' nasty Yankees is calculated to put a lady in a good humor, you're even a bigger fool than you look. But I hain't no time to waste jawing you. If you want a drink, thar's the crick. Go and drink your fill of it. I only wish it was Nick, to pison you and your whole army." She suddenly stopped knitting, and bent her eyes eagerly on an opening in the woods on a hilltop whence the road wound down to the house. The deacon's eyes followed hers, and he saw unmistakable signs of men in butternut clothes. The woman saw that he noticed them, and her manner changed. "Come inside the house," she said pleasantly, "and I'll give you a gourd full of water fresh from the spring." "Thank ye, ma'am, I don't feel a bit dry," answered the deacon, with his eyes fastened on the hilltop. "S.I. Shorty, Captain McGillicuddy," he yelled. "Shet your head, and come into the house this minute, you nasty Yankee, or I'll slash your fool head off," ordered the woman, picking up a corn cutter the advantage of his position, and ran up to him. The deacon was inside the railing around the porch, and he had not jumped a fence for 20 years. But he cleared the railing as neatly as S.I. could have done it, and ran bareheaded down the road, yelling at the top of his voice. He was not a minute too soon, not soon enough. A full company of rebel cavalry came dashing out of the woods, yelling like demons. Without waiting to form, the men of Company Q ran to their guns and began firing from fence corners and behind trees. Captain McGillicuddy took the first squad that he came to, and running forward a little way, made a hasty line and opened fire. Others saw the advantage of his position and ran up to him. The deacon snatched up a gun and joined the captain. "I never was subject to the buck fever," he muttered to himself, "and I won't allow myself to be now. I remember just how General Jackson told his men to shoot down to New Orleans. I'm going to salt one o' them fellers as sure as my name's Josiah Klegg." He took a long breath, to steady himself, as he joined the captain, picked out a man on a bay horse that seemed to be the rebel's captain, and caught his breast fully through the hindsight before he pulled the trigger. Through the smoke he saw his man tumble from his horse. "Got him anyway," he muttered. "Now how in the world can I load this plaguey gun again?" At that instant a rebel bullet bit out a piece of his ear, but he paid no attention to it. "Gi me that cartridge," he said to the man next to him, who had just bitten off the end of one. "I can't do it." The man handed him the cartridge, which the deacon rammed home, but before he could find a cap the fight was over, and the rebels were seeking the shelter of the woods. The deacon managed to get a cap on his gun in time to take a long-distance, ineffective shot at the rebels as they disappeared in the woods. They hastily buried one rebel who had been killed, and picked up those who had been wounded and carried them into the house, where they were made as comfortable as possible. Among them was the man whom the deacon had aimed at. He was found to have a wound through the fleshy part of his hip, and proved to be the son of the woman of the house. As soon as the fight was over, S.I., full of solicitude, sought his father. He found him wiping the blood from his ear with his bandana. "It's nothin', son, absolutely nothin'," said the old gentleman with as much pride as any recruit. "Don't hurt as much as a scratch from a briar. Some feller what couldn't right put his mark on me so's he'd know me agin. But I fetched that feller on the bay hoss. I'm glad I didn't kill him, but he'll keep out o' devilment for some time." Chapter 20. The deacon butts in. Enforces the Emancipation Proclamation. "Pap," said S.I., as they were riding back, comfortably seated on a load of corn fodder, "now that it's all over, I'm awfully scared about you. I can't forgive myself for running you up against such a scrape. I hadn't no idea that there was a rebel in the whole county. If anything had happened you it'd just killed mother and the girls, and then I'd never rested till I got shot myself, for I wouldn't want it to live a minute." "Shaw, my son," responded his father rather testily, "you ain't my guardian, and I hope it'll be a good many years yet before you are. I'm mighty glad that I went. There was something providential in it. I'm a good deal of a Quaker. I believe in the movin's of the Spirit. The Spirit moved me very strongly to go with you, and I now see the purpose in it. If I hadn't, them fellers might have got the bulge on you. I seen them before any o' you did, and I fetched down their head devil, and I feel that I helped you a good deal." "Indeed you did," said Shorty earnestly. "You ought to have a brevet for your conspicuous gallantry in action. I think the colonel will give you one. You put an ounce o' lead to particularly good use in that feller's carcass. I only wish it had been a little higher up, where it'd 'a measured him for a wooden overcoat. I'm awful glad I hit him just where I did," responded the deacon. "I did have his heart covered with my sights, and then I pulled down a little. He was pisen, I know, but I wanted to give him a chance to repent." "He'll repent a heap," said Shorty incredulously. "He'll lay around the house for the next 6 months, studyin' up new deviltry, and what he can't think of that secesh mother o' his'll put him up to. Company Q, and particularly the Hoosiers' Rest, is the only place you'll find a contrite heart and a Christian spirit cultivated. That reminds me, said S.I. We hain't licked the wagon master yit for throwin' cartridges down our chimbley. Blamed if that ain't so, said Shorty. I knowed I'd forgotten some little thing. It's been hauntin' my mind for days. I'll jest tie a knot in my handkerchief to remember that I must tend to that as soon's we get back. I'm quite sure that I don't want another sich a tussle, meditated the deacon. I never heerd anything sound so murderin' wicked as them bullets. A painter's screech on a dark night, or a rattler's rattle wasn't to be compared to 'em. It makes my blood run cold to think o' 'em. Then, if that feller that shot at me had wobbled his gun a little to the left, Josiah Clegg's name would ve been sculpted on a slab o' white marble, and Maria would ve been the widder Klegg. I wish the war was over, and S.I. and Shorty safe at home. But their giddy young pates are so full o' dumb nonsense that there hain't no room for scare. But now that I'm safe through it, I wouldn't ve missed it for the best cow on my place. After all, Providence sends men where they are needed, and he certainly sent me out there. Then I'll have a good story to tell the brethren and sisters some night after prayer meetin's over. It'll completely offset that story about my comin' so near gettin' my head shaved. How the ungodly rapscallions would have gloated over Deacon Clegg's havin' his head shaved and bein' drummed out o' camp. That thing makes me shiver worse'n the whistlin' o' them awful bullets. But they can't say nothin' now. Deacon Clegg's been a credit to the church. They were nearing camp. The captain of Company Q ordered, Corporal Klegg, take your wagon up that right-hand road to the quartermaster's corral of mules, and bring me a receipt for it. S.I. turned the wagon off, and had gone but a few hundred yards, when he and Shorty saw a house at a little distance, which seemed to promise to furnish something eatable. He and Shorty jumped off and cut across the fields toward it, telling the deacon they would rejoin him before he reached the picket line, a mile or so ahead. The deacon jogged on, musing intently of the stirring events of the day, until he was recalled to the things immediately around him by hearing a loud voice shout, "Stop there, you black scoundrel! I've catched ye. I'm gwine to blow your wunny head off." He looked up and saw a man about his own age, dressed in butternut homespun, and riding a fine horse. He wore a broad-brimmed slouch hat, his clean-shaven face was cold and cruel, and he had leveled a double-barreled shotgun on a fine-looking Negro, who had leaped over from the field into the middle of the road, and was standing there regarding him with a look of intense disappointment and fear. "You devil's ape," continued the white man, with a torrent of profanity. "I've catched ye jest in the nick o' time. You was makin' for the Yankee camp, and ye almost got thar. Ye thought your 40 acres and a mule was jest in sight, did ye? Meb ye reckon why'd ye get a white wife, and be an officer in the Yankee army. I'm gwine to kill ye, right here, to stop your deviltry, and skeer off others that air o' the same mind." "Pray God, don't kill me, massa," begged the Negro. "I hain't done nothin' to be killed for." "Hain't done nothin' to be killed for," shouted the white man, with more oaths. "D'ye call sneakin' off to jine the enemy and settin' an example to the other niggers nothin'? Get down on your knees and say your prayers, if ye know any, for ye ain't a minute to live." The trembling Negro dropped to his knees and began mumbling his prayers. "What's the matter here?" asked the deacon of the teamster. "Oh, some man's catched his nigger tryin' to run away to our lines, and's goin' to kill him," answered the teamster indifferently. "Goin' to kill him," gasped the deacon. "Are we goin' to load that?" "'Tain't none o' my business," said the teamster coolly. "It's his nigger. I reckon he's a right to do as he pleases." "I don't reckon nothin' o' the kind," said the deacon indignantly. "I won't stand and see it done." "Better not mix in," admonished the teamster. "Them air Southerners is pretty savage folks, and don't like any meddlin' twixt them and their niggers." "What's a nigger, anyway?" "Amounts to about as much as a white-livered teamster," said the deacon hotly. "I'm goin' to mix in. I'll not see any man murdered while I'm around." "Say you," to the white man, "what are you going to do with that man?" "Mind your own business," replied the white man, after a casual glance at the deacon, and seeing that he did not wear a uniform. "Keep your mouth shet if ye know when you're well off." "Oh, massa, save me! Save me!" said the Negro, jumping up and running toward the deacon, who had slipped down from the fodder and was standing in the road. "All right, Sambo, don't be scared. He shan't kill you while I'm around," said the deacon. "I tell ye agin to mind your own business and keep your mouth shet," said the white man savagely. "Who are ye, anyway?" "One o' them slinkin' nigger-stealin' abolitionists, comin' down here to rob us Southerners of our property." He followed this with a torrent of profane denunciation of the whole abolition crew. "Look here, mister," said the deacon calmly, reaching back into the wagon and drawing out a musket. "I'm a member o' the church and a peaceable man. But I don't know no man to call me names, and I object to swearin' of all kinds. I want to argue this question with you, quietly, as between man and man." He looked down to see if there was a cap on the gun. "What's the trouble twixt you and this man here?" "That ain't no man," said the other hotly. "That's my nigger bought with my money. He's my property. I've ketched him tryin' to run away, tryin' to rob me of $1,200 worth o' property and give it to our enemies. I'm gwine to kill him to stop others from doin' the same thing." "Indeed you're not," said the deacon, putting his thumb on the hammer. "Do you mean to say you'll stop me?" said the master, starting to raise his shotgun, which he had let fall a little. "Something like that, if not the exact words," answered the deacon calmly, looking at the sights of the musket with an interested air. The master resumed his volley of epithets. The deacon's face became very rigid, and the musket was advanced to a more threatening position. "I told you before," he said, "that I didn't allow no man to call me sich names. I give you warning agin. I'm liable to fall from grace, as the Methodists say, any minute. I'm dumb sure to if you call me an other name." The master glared at the musket. It was clearly in hands used to guns, and the face behind it was not that of a man to be fooled with beyond a certain limit. He lowered his shotgun, and spoke sharply to the Negro. "Sam, get round here in front of the house, and put for home at once. Stay where you are, till I finish talking to this man," commanded the deacon. "Are you a loyal man?" he inquired of the master. "If ye mean loyal to that rail-splitting guerrilla in Washington," replied the master hotly. "To that low-down, nigger-lovin', nigger-stealin'." "Shet right up," said the deacon, bringing up his gun in a flash of anger. "You shan't abuse the President o' the United States any more and you shall me, nor half so much. He's your president, whom you must honor and respect. I won't have him blackguarded by an unhung rebel. You say yourself you're a rebel. Then you have no right whatever to this man, and I'm going to confiscate him in the name o' Abraham Lincoln, President o' the United States, and according to his proclamation of emancipation, done at Washington, District o' Columbia, in the year of our Lord 1863 and of our independence the 87th. Now you just turn your hoss around and vacate these parts as quick as you can, and leave me and this colored man alone. We're tired o' having you round." The master was a man of sense. He knew that there was nothing to do but obey. Chapter 21. The perplexed deacon. Troubled to know what to do with the freedman. "What is your egg wine tub do wid me, Massar?" asked the Negro, with a look and an attitude curiously like a forlorn stray dog which had at last found an owner and protector. "Wish to gracious I knowed," answered the deacon, knitting his brows in thought. "I don't know as I've anything to do with you. I've about as much idea what to do with you as I would with a whale in the Wabash River. I'm neither John Brown nor a colonization society. I've about as much use for a nigger, free or slave, as a frog has for a tail. You're free now, that's all there is of it. Nobody's got nothing to do with you. You've got to do with yourself, that's all. You're your own master. You go your way and let other folks go theirs." In the simplicity of his heart, the deacon thought he had covered the whole ground. What more could the man want, who had youth, health, and strength, than perfect liberty to go where he pleased and strive for what he wanted? The Negro looked dazed and perplexed. "Isn't yo egg wine to take me wid yo, Massar?" he asked. "Take you with me?" repeated the deacon in astonishment and some petulance. "Certainly not. I don't want you. And you mustn't call me master. You mustn't call any man master. You're no longer a slave. You're your own master. You're free, don't you understand? But why am I to go? Reiterated the Negro hopelessly. Go where you please, repeated the deacon with impatience. The whole world's open to you. Go to the next county. Go to Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio, Illinois, Kamschatka, New Guinea, Jericho, or Polkenhorn's Tanyard if you like. If oh God, I don't know what to do or what to go, said the Negro despairingly. If you'll leave me here, I know dat ol' Mossar LL fin me and done kill me dade. Niggers is like mules, remarked Groundhog savagely. They only know two places in the whole world, their master's place and somewhere else. They want to run away from their master, but they hain't nary day war to go when they run away. A hoss has more sense than either a nigger or a mule. When he lights out he's got some idea where he wants to go. I tell you, just give that nigger to me. I know what to do with him. I know a man that'll give me $100 for him, and I'll whack up fair and square with you. Shut up, you mullet-headed mule whacker, said the deacon irritably. You hain't got sense enough to take care o' mules right, let alone a man. I wouldn't trust you an hour with the poorest team on my place. I'll take care o' this man myself, at least, until I kin have a talk with the boys. Here, you nigger, what's your name? They call me Sam Mossar, replied the Negro. Well, we'll change that. You're a free man, and I'll give you another name. I'm going to call you Abraham Lincoln, the grandest name in the world today. For short, I'll call you Abe. You must stop callin' me, or anybody, master, I tell you. You just call me Mr. Klegg. Mr. what? Said the Negro, puzzled. Well, just call me boss. Now, Abe, climb up into the wagon here, and come along with me. He can't get into no wagon o' mine, said the teamster surlily. Government wagons ain't no passenger coaches for runaway niggers. I didn't hire to haul niggers on pleasure excursions. That ain't no part of a white man's business. Let him walk alongside. You dumb citizen, said the deacon angrily. He had been in camp long enough to catch the feeling of the men toward the quartermaster's civilian employees. This man shall ride in this wagon alongside o' me, and you'll drive us into camp, or I'll find out the reason why. Now just gather up your lines and start. I won't take no slack from no old Wabash hayseed like you, responded the teamster cordially. You can't boss me. You hain't no right. You can't ring me in to help you steal niggers, unless you divide with me. You come out here in the road and I'll punch that old soil-top head o' your'n. And the teamster pranced out and brandished his black snake whip menacingly. It had been many years since anybody on the Wabash had dared Deacon Klegg to a match in fisticuffs. The memory of some youthful performances of his had secured him respectful immunity. His last affair had been a severe suppression of a noted bully who attempted to crowd the mourners at a camp meeting for the good order of which the deacon felt himself somewhat responsible. It took the bully 6 months to get over it, and he went to the mourners' bench himself at the next revival. The deacon looked at the gesticulating teamster a minute, and the dormant impulse of his youth stirred again within him. He laid his gun down and calmly slid from the fodder to the ground. He pulled off his coat and hat, and laid them on the wagon. He took the quid of tobacco from his mouth, carefully selected a place for it on the edge of the wagon bed, laid it there on a piece of corn husk, and walked toward the teamster, rolling up his sleeves. The effect upon the monarch of the mules was immediate and marked. He stopped prancing around, and began to look alarmed. Now don't you hit me, he yelled. I'm the driver o' this team, and in government employ. If you hit me, I'll have you court-martialed. I'm not going to hit you, said the deacon, raising a fist as big as a small ham. If you behave yourself, I want you to shut your mouth, and get on your mule and start for camp. If you don't tend to your business, or give me any more o' your sass, I'll pound the melt out o' you. Do you hear? Get on your mule at onct. The teamster did as he was bid, and drove until they came up to where the boys were sitting on a fence corner waiting for them. Asai had a brace of chickens tied together by the feet, and Shorty a crock of honey in the comb, with a bag of saleratus biscuits and one of cornmeal, and a number of strings of dried apples. Been waitin' for you a good while, Pap. What kept you so long? Breakdown? Said Asai. No, had to stop and argue the fugitive slave law with a Southern gentleman, and then debate niggers' civil rights with the teamster," said the deacon. Then he told them the story. "Here's the darky," he said, as he concluded. "Seems to be a pretty fair sort of a farmhand, if he has sense enough to come in when it rains, which I miss out. What are we going to do with him?" "Do with him?" said Shorty. "Do everything with him. Take him into camp first. Hire him out to the quartermaster. Let him wait on the captain. Take him back home with you to help on the farm while C's away. Jehoshaphat, a big buck like that's a mighty handy thing to have about the house. You can learn him more tricks in a week than he'd learn with his owner in a lifetime. Say, boy, what's your name?" "SSS," the Negro began to say, but he caught the deacon's eye upon him, and responded promptly. "Abraham Lincoln." "I believe the nigger can be taught," thought the deacon. "Probably this some more o' Providence's workins. Meb he brung this about jest to give me my share o' the work o' raisin' the fallen race. Boys," said he, "I'm glad you've got something good to eat there. Them chickens seem tobly young and fat. I hope you came by 'em honestly." "Well, Pap," chuckled S.I., "I don't know as a man who's been runnin' around for another man's nigger, and got him, is jest in shape to ask questions how other men got chickens and things. But I'll relieve your mind by sayin' that we came honestly by 'em." "Yes, thought it would be interestin' to try that way once, for a change," said Shorty. "Besides, it was too near camp for any hornswogglin'. These fellers right around camp are gettin' on to the names o' the regiments. They're learnin' to notice 200th IND on our caps, and follow you right into camp, and go up to the colonel. We're layin' altogether too long in one place. The Army o' the Cumberland oughter move. We paid full value, C.O.D., added S.I., and not in Drake's plantation bitters labels nor in busted Kalamazoo banknotes, either. I think fellers that pass patent medicine labels and business college advertisements on these folks for money oughter to be tied up by the thumbs. It's mean. That's what I say, too," added Shorty, with virtuous indignation. "'Specially when you can get the best kind o' Confederate money from Cincinnati for 2 cents on the dollar. I always lay in enough o' that to do my tradin' with." "What's that? What's that?" gasped the deacon. "Passin' Confederate money that you buy in Cincinnati at 2 cents on the dollar? Why, that's counterfeitin' dot." "That's drawin' it a little too fine," said Shorty argumentatively. "These flabbergasted fools won't take greenbacks. I offered the woman today some, and she said she wouldn't be found dead with them. She wanted Confederate money. You may call it counterfeitin', but the whole Southern Confederacy is counterfeit, from its president down to the lowest corporal. $1 or 2 more or less won't make no difference. This feller at Cincinnati has got just as much right to print notes as they have in Richmond. He prints 'em on better paper, his pictures are better, and he sells his notes much cheaper, and I don't see why I shouldn't buy o' him rather than o' them. I believe in patronizin' home industry." "S.I.," said his father in horrified tones, "I hope you hain't been passin' none o' the Cincinnati Confederate money on these people." "I hope not, Pap. But then, you know, I ain't no banknote detector. I can't tell the Cincinnati kind from the Richmond kind, and I never try very hard. All Confederate money's alike to me, and I guess in the end it'll be to them. Both kinds say they'll be paid 6 months after the conclusion of peace betwixt the Confederate States and the United States, and I guess one stands just as good show as the other. The woman asked me $2 apiece for these chickens, and I paid her in the Confederate money I happened to have in my pocket. I didn't notice whether it was printed in Cincinnati or Richmond. I got it from one o' the boys playin' P. I mean, he paid it to see me." He gave Shorty a furtive kick and whispered, "Come mighty nigh givin' myself away that time." There was a long hill just before they came in sight of the entrance to the camp, and they got out and helped the mules up. They walked on ahead until they came to the top. The deacon looked at the entrance and said, "I declare, if there isn't that owner o' this nigger waitin' for us." "That's so," said S.I., turning his eyes in that direction. "And he's got some officers with him. There's some officers just mean enough to help these rebels catch their niggers. I'd like to knock their addled heads off." Just wait till we get discharged, SI, and then we can lick 'em as much as we want to," said Shorty. "But we've got to do something now. They can't see us yet. Deacon, just take your nigger and cut down around through the crick there until you come to the picket line. Then wait. Me and SI'll go on in, and come around and find you." "All right," assented the deacon, who was falling into camp ways with remarkable facility. "But you've got to look out for that teamster. He's meaner'n dog fennel. He'll tell everything." "Good point," said SI. "We must tend to him. See here, Groundhog," he continued, walking back to the teamster. "You don't know nothin' about that old man and nigger that got on your wagon. They slipped off into the woods when you wasn't lookin', while you was busy with your mules, and you don't know whether they went to the right or to the left, up the road or down it. Do you s'pose I'm goin' to help steal a nigger, and then lie about it to the officers, for you galoots, and all for nothin'?" said the teamster. "You are blamed fools, that's all I've got to say." "Look here, Groundhog," said Shorty, coming up close, with a portentous doubled fist. "You know me, and you know SI. You know that either of us can maul the head off you in a minute, whenever we've a mind to, and we're likely any time to have a mind to. We're a derned sight nearer you all the time than any o' the officers, and you can't get away from us, though you may from them. They may buck and gag you, as they ought to, 'bout every day, but that won't be nothin' to the welting one of us I'll give you. Now you tell that story, just as SI said, and stick to it, or you won't have a whole bone in your carcass by the end o' the week." When they came up to the entrance, there indeed stood the owner of Abraham Lincoln, holding his horse, and by him stood the lieutenant colonel of the 200th IND, a big, burly man, who had been a drover and an influential politician before he got his commission, and had a high reputation at home as a rough-and-tumble fighter. He had not added to his bellicose fame since entering the field, because for some mysterious reason he had been absent every time the regiment went into a fight, or was likely to. Consequently, he was all the more blustering and domineering in camp, in spite of the frequent repressions he got from the modest, quiet little colonel. "Old Blowhard Billings is there," said SI. "Now we'll have a gust o' wind." "Didn't know he was in camp," said Shorty. "I've a notion to bust a cap and scare him back to Nashville agin. Don't let him bluff you, SI, even if he is the lieutenant colonel." They rode up to the entrance looking as innocent and placid as if bringing in a load from the fields on the Wabash. "Corporal Klegg," said the lieutenant colonel sternly, "bring out that nigger from the wagon." "We ain't got no nigger in the wagon, Colonel," said SI, with an expression of surprise. "Come, now, don't fool with me, sir, or I'll make you very sorry for it. I'm no man to be trifled with, sir. If you ain't got a nigger in the wagon, what ve you done with him?" "We ain't done nothin' with him, Colonel," persisted SI. "I hain't had nothin' to do with no nigger since we started out this mornin', hain't spoken to one. Sometimes niggers jump on our wagons, ride a little ways, and then jump off agin. I can't keep track of 'em. I generally make 'em get off when I notice 'em." "Corporal Klegg, you're lyin' to me," said the lieutenant colonel roughly. "I'll settle with you directly. Groundhog, have you got a nigger in the wagon?" "No, sir," replied the teamster. "Didn't you have one?" Groundhog looked up and caught Shorty's eye fixed unflinchingly on him. "I believe that one did get on," he stammered, "but he got off agin directly. I didn't notice much about him. My mules was very bothersome all the time. They're the derndest meanest mules that ever a man tried to drive. That they're off-swing mule. We don't want to hear nothin' about your mules. We'll look in the wagon ourselves." The search developed nothing. The lieutenant colonel came back to SI, angrier than ever. "Look here, Klegg, you're foolin' me, and I won't stand it. I'll have the truth out o' you if I have to kill you. Understand?" There was a dangerous gleam in C's and Shorty's eyes, but they kept their lips tightly closed. "This gentleman here," continued the lieutenant colonel, "says, and I believe his story, against all that you may say, that the men with this wagon, which he's been watchin' all along, took his nigger away from him and drove him off with insults and curses. They threatened his life. He says he can't recognize either of you, and likely you have disguised yourselves. But he recognized the wagon and the teamster, and is willin' to swear to 'em. I know he's tellin' the truth, because I know you fellers. You're impudent and sassy. You've been among them that's hollered at me. You've been stealin' other things besides niggers today, and have 'em in your possession. You're loaded down with things you've stolen from houses. I won't command a regiment of nigger thieves. I won't have nigger thieves in my regiment. If I've got any in my regiment, I'll break 'em of it, or I'll break their infernal necks. I believe you fellers got away with that nigger, and I'll tie you up by the thumbs till I get the truth out o' you. Sergeant o' the guard, take charge o' these men, and bring 'em along. Take that stuff that they've stolen away from them and send it to my tent. S.I. and Shorty got very white about the mouth, but S.I. merely said, as they handed their guns to the guard, Colonel, you may tie us up till doomsday, but you'll get no help out of us to catch runaway niggers and put 'em back in slavery. Shut up, you scalawag, roared the lieutenant colonel. If I hear another word out o' you, I'll buck and gag you. They marched to regimental headquarters and halted, and the lieutenant colonel renewed his browbeating. S.I. and Shorty continued obstinate, and the lieutenant colonel, getting angrier every minute, ordered them tied up by the thumbs. While the sergeant of the guard, who was a friend of the boys, and had little heart for the work, was dallying with his preparations, the colonel himself appeared on the scene. Ah, Colonel, you've got back, have you? Said the lieutenant colonel, little pleased at the interruption. I've just caught 2 of the men in a little job o' nigger stealin', and I was about to learn them a lesson which will break them of the habit. With your consent, I'll go on with the work. Nigger stealing? Said the colonel quietly. You mean helping a slave to get away? Did you learn whether the owner was a loyal man? I don't know as that makes any difference, replied the lieutenant colonel surlily. As a matter of fact, I believe he said he had 2 sons in the rebel army. Well, Colonel, said the other, I'll invite your attention to the Emancipation Proclamation of President Lincoln, and the orders from the War Department, which prohibit the return of slaves to disloyal owners, and make it the duty of officers and men to assist in their escape. You had better dismiss the men to their quarters. If that's the case, if I don't resign, I'm no abolitionist. I didn't come into the army to free the niggers. I shall take pleasure in forwarding your resignation with a recommendation of its acceptance for the good of the service, said the colonel calmly. Men, go to your quarters. Altogether, Pap, I consider this a mighty good day's work, remarked S.I. that evening after supper, as they sat around the fire smoking, with Abraham Lincoln snoring vigorously on the floor, in his first night's sleep as a free man. Chapter 22. Trying to educate Abraham Lincoln. 2 high-pressure schooling, the boys on picket. All 3 of the men at once became guardians of Abraham Lincoln, and in their several ways heartily interested in his welfare. The deacon was fired by the missionary spirit of his kind and class. No use talkin' no more about the heathen on Greenland's icy mountains, or any place else. He communed with himself that evening, as he sat and smoked, and occasionally glanced at the ebon face of the sleeper in the corner. Providence has cut out a job for me, and sent it home. Rather, he sent me where I couldn't help stumbling upon it, and recognizing it. The responsibility to him is clear. I've got heathen enough to last me for a coon's age, to lift that poor, ignorant soul up, and bring it to a knowledge of Christian ways. He's not nice nor pretty, never heard of a pagan that was. Wouldn't be pagans if they was. But he's a man and a brother, and the Bible says that I'm my brother's keeper. I'll keep him agin 50 lavin' o' that old snortin' rebel and copperhead blowhard Billings. I wasn't brung up in the woods to be scared by the hootin' of an owl. We might take him along with us, S.I. said Shorty, in a low tone, with a nod toward Abraham Lincoln. We could make a bully cook out of him. We could have no end of fun with him. We could learn him lots o' tricks. He's as strong as an ox, and after I'd give him a few lessons in puttin' up his hands, he'd knock out that sassy nigger o' the colonel's. I think so, too, acquiesced S.I., with an estimating glance at the sleeper. Abraham Lincoln's education began bright and early the next morning, when Shorty kicked and shook him into wakefulness at the sound of the reveille. Get up, said Shorty. Wash your hands and face, comb your hair, cut some wood and put it on the fire, and bring a kettle o' water from the spring. Wash my hands and face, said the Negro in a dazed way. Why, don't got nuffin on dem. Comb my har? Never did dat in my life. Well, you've got to do it now every mornin', and be spry about it, too. Come, don't move around as if sawed out old basswood. This ain't nigger quarters. Get some springs in your feet. And he emphasized his injunctions with a vigorous push. The Negro's face looked as if he began to have doubts as to whether freedom was all that had been represented to him. To have to get up early every morning, and wash his face and hands and comb his hair, seemed at the moment to be a high price to pay for liberty. Does I have to do dat every mornin', boss? He said, turning with a look of plaintive inquiry to the deacon. Why, certainly, said the deacon, who had just finished his own ablutions, and was combing his hair. Every man must do that to be decent. Abraham Lincoln gave a deep sigh. Washes himself as if he's afraid the water'd scald him, said the deacon, watching the Negro's awkward efforts. He'll have to take more kindly to water, if he comes into a Baptist total immersion family. There's no salvation except by water, and plenty of it, too. Now, he continued, as the black man had finished, pick up that axe and cut some wood to get breakfast with. Abraham Lincoln took the axe, and began belaboring the wood, while the deacon studied him with a critical eye. There was little that the deacon prided himself on more than his skill as a wood chopper. People who think the axe is a simple, skill-less tool, dependent for its efficiency solely upon the strength and industry with which it is wielded, make a great mistake. There is as much difference in the way men handle axes, and in the result they produce, as there is in their playing the violin. Anybody can chop, it is true, as anybody can daub with a paintbrush, but a real axeman of the breed of the deacon, who had gone into the wilderness with scarcely any other tool than an axe, can produce results with it of which the clumsy hacker can scarcely imagine. The deacon watched the Negro's work with disgust and impatience. Hadn't oughta named such a clumsy pounder as that Abraham Lincoln, he mused. Old Abe could handle an axe with the best of them. This feller handles it as if it was a handspike. If S.I. couldn't be used an axe better'n that when he was 10 years old, I'd have felt mortally ashamed o' him. Gracious, what a job I have before me o' making a first-class man out o' him. He took the axe from the Negro's hand, and patiently showed him how to hold and strike with it. The man apparently tried his best to learn, but it was a perspiring effort for him and the deacon. The Negro presently dropped his axe, sat down on the log, and wiped his forehead with his shirt sleeve. "For God, boss, dat's the hardest way I'll be cuttin' wood dat I eber seed. Hit'll kill me done daid to chop wood dat away." "Shaw," said the impatient deacon. "You're simply stupid, that's all. That's the only way to handle an axe. You can cut with half the work that way." He was discovering what so many of us have found out, that among the hardest things in life is that of getting people to give up clumsy ways for those that are better. In the meantime the boys had gotten breakfast. Then Shorty, who was dying to train their new acquisition for a winning fight with the Colonel's Negro, took him behind the house for a little private instruction in boxing. The field hand had never even heard of such a thing before, but Shorty was too much in earnest to care for a little thing like that. He went at his task with a will, making the Negro double his fists just so, strike in a particular way, make a certain guard, and hit out scientifically. Shorty was so enthusiastic that he did not stop to think that it was severe labor for the poor Negro, and when he had to stop his lesson at the end of half an hour to go on battalion drill, he left his pupil in a state of collapse. Ignorant of the new ordeal through which his charge had been going, the deacon went out in search of him. He had just finished reading the news in the Cincinnati Commercial, ending with an editorial on our duty toward the freedmen, which impelled him to think that he could not begin Abraham Lincoln's education too soon. "Now, Abe," said he briskly, "you've had a good rest, and it's time that you should be doing something. You ought to learn to read as soon as possible, and you might as well begin to learn your letters at once. I'll give you your first lesson. Here are some nice large letters in this newspaper head that you can learn very easily. Now, the first one is T. You see it is a cross." "AFO de Lord, boss," wailed the desperate Negro. "I just can't LR no MO now, nohow, deed I can't." Hit's been nuffin but Ellarn, every minute since I got up dis mawnin, and my haid's jest bustin', so hit is. I a'most wished I was back wid my ol' mossar, who didn't want to Ellarn me nuffin. The astonished deacon paused and reflected. Meb, we've been tryin' to force this plant too fast. There's danger about puttin' new wine into old bottles. It's not the right way to train anything. The way to break a colt is to hang the bridle on the fence where he can see and smell it for a day or two. I'll go a little slow with him at first. Would you like something more to eat, Abe? Yes, boss, 'deed I would, answered the Negro with cheerful promptness, forgetting all about the pangs of the new birth of freedom. The end of book number 2.